unpredictable. Sometimes it makes me super chatty and keeps me awake, and sometimes I just like, so we'll see. But
Okay.
I said that just in time for it to be live streamed on YouTube. Made that face. Welcome, YouTube.
Oh yeah, I forgot that I pressed that button. So we are live.
Well,
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah. I
Yeah, I
haven't
had a
asked how
weird
you guys are
vocal
doing today.
yesterday. Mhm.
Oh, there we go. Come again?
I said I had a weird vocal yesterday. Like I felt like I was gonna get seizure, but I ended it didn't nothing happened of it. So it was good. It was right before it was as soon as I picked up my daughter up. So I was in safe spots either way if something would have happened right away because it was at her daycare.
That's good.
You guys were
Mm.
supposed to send all these seizures to me because I haven't had anything happen except my head's itchy.
My medicine
yours,
is failing me, so I
um,
know why it's happening.
is
But
yours
you were
hooked
supposed
up
to send them to
to
me.
the doctor so that they can get updates and let you know if you've had anything like
Yeah,
asymptomatic?
they know. And my last doctor, he kind of suggest we talked about it and everything. My last visit with the doctor. I have a visit again this month, I believe, with him. For um, and we'll see what we go from there because he suggested I can't even remember the last what the medicine was. He might have suggested we might be moving on to because it just sounds like basically my experience from a few meds, but the most one that it feels like is when I was on Kepra, where I can feel it. Um, the strength of the medicine is getting weaker and weaker, and the frequencies of the seizure are getting closer and closer together.
Hmm.
Um, so we get started with this. Anybody go through any hair loss at any point? I
I
did.
did
Gonna read this
when
one.
I started the Lamotrigine. I did.
Mm.
Every
Same.
time someone goes to take an EEG,
Um,
I'll experience
I'll read
that
this one
Monday.
though. Oh man, that's gonna suck. Uh, what's your remedy to get that stuff out of your hair?
Last one
Coconut
that I
oil.
had in February, it really all I had to do was shampoo, and it pretty
Oh,
much
okay.
all came out. They did a really good job at the hospital, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, they told me anything oily, like
Okay, I think
coconut
I heard somebody say
oil or
something. Yeah. Um, don't have any of that around, but yeah, if it works, try that. Let me know how it works. I mean, not that I have one coming up, but yeah. But I got
the
something
girl
here.
that hooked me up the other day said that the stuff that they use isn't the same as what they use in the hospital, so it should just wash out. I
Oh,
hope.
nice. Um, so I got something here. It says hair loss, doctor group. My husband is on Lamotrigine, 150 milligrams twice daily, and the hair loss is bothering him a lot. He started taking biotin, but we don't see a change. Has anyone here used the doctor group products and had a good result? They are expensive, so I wanted to ask around before buying, and thanks in advance. No, never even heard of Dr. Groot. I honestly thought that was a character in a movie that I believe my kids might have watched. Yeah. Um, I lost a lot of hair in the beginning, uh, but it's slowly trimmered down to not losing as much hair. But I remember the beginning of, yeah, like Andrea said, taking the Lamotrigine, losing a lot of hair. I remember that, and it
That's
doesn't
that's
really
what I
do.
did too.
Yeah, it kind of just slowly not shed as much. But I was a big shedder. From everywhere that had hair was shedding. Um, that sounds bad. Anyhow, yeah, Andrea, want to talk about your hair
That was
loss?
my experience also is just I just started shedding a lot more hair, but then after I was on it and got my dose stabilized, it stopped stopped doing that. So seems back to normal now.
Cool, cool. Um, Angel, you not losing hair yet? I'm just kidding. Going gray, but you're not losing it. I can't imagine when my dreads just start turning silver. Um,
Hey,
I
salt
look
and
like
pepper
Tupac.
is appreciated by a lot of people.
Yeah, I know. I like the salt and pepper movement.
Me too.
Mm. Um, I got something here, and it says type of seizure. When I had my first big seizure, the person who found me told me I was conscious and asking them for help, but I do not remember anything. The only thing I can vaguely remember is when I was in the ambulance and the paramedic holding my arms down. I don't know if I was trying to sit up or what. The next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. The second one I had was pretty much the same. Is this common? Is this a common with certain types of seizures? I don't usually remember a lot, but I put it together afterwards. So, I mean, that's common to have bad memory if that's what they're asking. Um, oh, yeah, my last seizure, that's how it was. I remember coming out of the ambulance, and then I remember waking up in the hospital. Um, and I think they're kind of asking, yeah, is that common? Did you guys hear that?
Yeah. I never remember the ambulance if I even became aware of coming out in the ambulance. It's always the hospital, and it's like, okay. And if I don't see somebody a familiar face, I want to get out.
Feel that. Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button. Really helps us. See you guys live tomorrow morning if you are watching. Um, some of the comments here. One says, I got focals and I have called my mom and had conversation during a couple in the past. Had absolutely no memory of it happening. I stay conscious and relatively with it during my seizures, end quote, with it during my seizures, but that doesn't stop the memory wipe from happening. Another comment here says, very normal to have memory gaps of events before and after a seizure. They also could have given you some drugs in the ambulance to help stop the seizure that made you sedated or not remember much. That's how it was with my last one. They gave me Ativan. I seen it on the paperwork recently, or I might have said that a while back, but I seen it on the paperwork, and um, that's probably
They did
why
give you Abadan.
yeah. Um, but I remember
Mhm.
getting out of the ambulance. Well, when they drop you out of that first step, pushing you out. I felt that, and then I was kind of woozy, and like Angel said, I'm usually like, and then back to sleep. It was more like I looked at the guy who was pushing me, and that's all I remember. Then I remember waking up in the hallway. They had nice beds in the hallway at this hospital. That's one thing I did point out to the lady is you guys have nice beds. Not that I want them to be in it anymore, but
Mm.
It was nice just in case I do get the
It's just a
opportunity.
weird thing to have the knowledge of. I've been to the ER enough that I know they have nice beds in the hallway.
This was also a different hospital.
You're
This one isn't near me,
becoming
so
an
that
ER connoisseur.
Right.
Yes.
right. Trying to see which one is worse. Have a seizure in each county. I haven't had a seizure in Sacramento. That's one. A lot of places that I've been, I've had seizures there. But
Well, in a couple of months, you ought to go
yeah,
start hanging out in Sacramento then.
no. Uh, Good idea. I'll be with the kids, but not this time. They'll understand. Not happening. Angel said you almost had one at your daughter's school yesterday. Angel? Oh,
Seems like there he is. Maybe.
Yeah, and it just like it felt like it was something something was off, and I was like, oh no, oh no. I know I always carry my emergency meds with me and everything, so if something would have happened that, I would have been in safe hands. I got my bracelet so they can read. But yeah, it's it's just like it scares me because it's like it's my day and I don't want to, especially in the daycare center, I don't want to traumatize them. But it was their nap time anyway,
right.
so and I was just picking up my daughter. It was just like
Um,
the scary moment for it to happen.
yeah, especially around kids. There's times where I was just like, let's just get out of here. Let's just make it out. Um, or let's just
Yeah,
make it home.
That would be even
There
better
was one time, what?
to make it home if it's going to happen.
Yeah, there was one time I was having a focal and I was in the city bus and I was laughing because I just noticed I just had one. Then I was like, okay, we got one more stop. Just make it to the next stop. And missed the stop because I had another focal. Uh, I just started laughing and got off the bus. I was turned a 10-minute walk into a 16-minute walk. It was all right. But yeah, I just laughed it off and walked
you
back.
had the
Like I
laughing
knew it was gonna
fever.
happen. No, I came out of it and just laughed at myself that I felt it was gonna come. And I was like, maybe I should have went and stood by the door. Somebody would have thought something. Um, yeah, try to not let that happen again. Just be like, make it home. We're almost there. Uh, yeah. Whoa.
Bodies don't like to cooperate.
Correct. Did you guys see the picture that Jocelyn sent of the broken leg?
Yes,
Yes,
I
I
just
did.
did.
It's wild. I don't have the copy of my finger. I thought it was in the paperwork, but it's not. Um,
I wish they would send
yeah.
home imaging with you like they do all the other crap that you just throw in the trash.
Yeah, I wonder if I could get that. Probably somewhere.
There's a
Toaster.
way to get it, but
Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry I had to drop off so suddenly. I was getting a call from my mom. And as much as I love
Nice.
you guys, my mom calls, I answer.
Comes
And
first.
yes, and dropped the Zoom.
Mom
Yeah.
comes first.
Mom's always on first. I like my mom a lot. Oh, I mean, I love my mom. I also like her.
Perfect reason.
I like her and love her. That's actually awesome.
Are those two different definitions?
Yeah, yeah,
Never
it
thought of
is.
that one.
Like, you could
Um,
love your brother, but you could not like him because he was an idiot.
Mm. I got something here. It says the difference between like and love comes down to acceptance, depth, and commitment. Is about appreciating someone's good qualities and enjoying their company. Loving means fully accepting their flaws, prioritizing their well being, and making a deep, lasting emotional commitment to them. Cool. Good to know. I like and love my mom. Just throwing that out there. But I got something here. And it says anxiety and advice for anxiety induced seizures. Quick background: my girlfriend was given too much penicillin at 15 years old, resulting in epileptic and anxiety induced seizures. Now, at 30 years old, she only has anxiety induced seizures. She is a stay at home nurse through the state for her family with medical needs, host home. Her insurance got transferred and she lost her primary and neurologist, who honestly seemed to give up finding a solution and kept her on the same medication. After her last seizure 2 months ago, I did some research with her, coming to an idea that her glutamate levels were overbalanced from her GABA spiking. Is that a word? GABA? Uh,
Yeah.
GABA. Okay.
I think so.
Balance from her GABA spiking, her stress anxiety would drop her into a tonic clonic. She started taking P5P, which is vitamin B6, L-theanine, and magnesium glycinate. When she feels anxiety, she would use a GABA dissolvable that would calm her down. The last 2 months, she stated that she feels back to her old self pre seizures. Today she had one, no warning, small twinge of anxiety. The GABA didn't dissolve before she dropped. Has anyone out there found any solution to being able to live somewhat normal with this condition? She wanders before seizures blacked out, which puts her in dangerous areas, especially if no one's around. Appreciate your responses, experiences, and advice in advance. Thank you. Um, Wandering about caught me, but I can remember that. Go ahead, Toaster.
He mentioned epileptic seizures and stress induced seizures, which is leading me to believe he means functional seizures or
PNES.
PNES. The best known treatment for these is CBT therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy. I do it myself. And I don't think I've had a PNES seizure in a month and a half.
Nice. Avoid the triggers is a good thing to do.
Well, no, it's managing
Yeah.
managing your stressors.
Okay.
That's where the CBT therapy comes in. It's changing your thought
the
patterns.
the wandering part that this person was talking about, if anybody found any solution to being able to live somewhat normal, you can live normal. This is normal for an epileptic. Um, yeah, but the wandering part, which is dangerous because I've wandered quite a few times. It's all
I want
right,
to say one
but a
last thing.
time.
Functional seizures and PNES seizures are real seizures,
Yes.
and that is all.
That's FND, right? Okay. Functional neurological something. I don't know what the D means. Uh,
Probably disorder.
okay. Okay. Yeah. So, like I was saying, is I had the wandering ones, and those can be dangerous, and they always ended with a TC. Um, Wait, yeah, for the most part, when I had those wandering, They usually ended with a TC, which is really dangerous because you could be somewhere else and you could look totally nice. You could just left your family and went in your room and had a seizure and never noticed the signs that you were probably already gone. Um, that's how mines were. It was just
Yeah,
like once I
go
had it,
on
and I'm like,
autopilot.
damn, yeah. Um, for a very long time sometimes, but hopefully you guys don't start wandering because it is not fun to wake up other places, especially the ones where you wake up arguing with people.
I
Uh,
haven't
and you know
wandered
how are you?
around outside, but I have been described as there is no one home. And I have done stuff like continue cleaning or whatever, but no one's home.
Mm. When you said you've done stuff, that reminds me. I was washing the dishes one time and I was putting them in the refrigerator. Uh, Yeah, stacked them on a thing, put them in the refrigerator, got the next stack ready, put it in the refrigerator, got some spoons, put them in a cup and sat them in the refrigerator. And that's when I was thinking, why do I have a cup of spoons? Like, well, all right, let's go. Then my sister called, like, hey, did you put dishes in the freezer? I mean, in the refrigerator? No, it was the freezer. And I was like, I don't remember that. And she was like, well, there's dishes in the freezer and it's only me and you here. And I said, well, it makes sense for it to be me. Uh, yeah, at least they were clean. Uh, Yeah. Anyhow, got something here and it says my fiance has nocturnal seizures and nocturnal epilepsy. One second. For nocturnal epilepsy, are you only having nocturnal seizures? Because
No,
can you have
Nope. You can have multiple
no.
different
okay.
types.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
have seizures at night, that you have nocturnal epilepsy. If you have seizures during the day and during the night, you have nocturnal epilepsy still because you're having seizures at night. But you're having,
Okay.
you're just more interesting than just that, There's
Yeah, but
depths and layers um, to
the,
your, uh,
go ahead, Mark.
no, I'm just stumbling for words.
Yeah.
I'm
The,
out of it.
I think what Mark was trying to say is the interesting part is that if you're having only nocturnal, then they can definitely like narrow down the focal point of where it's starting at and everything. Because, that's part like I think the front part, I think that's temporal lobe.
Frontal, frontal up here, and then temporal is a little bit behind it
Uh,
up here. So
frontal lobe.
mine, for example, is right frontotemporal lobe. So
Yeah,
they couldn't really pinpoint it frontal or temporal. Not
yeah.
really exactly. A little bit of both. Maybe
But yeah,
chooses one time, the
Damn
other
you all.
time. But yeah,
uh,
given
wait.
your doctor those details will help them a whole lot.
Hey, Seamus, how you doing?
Doing good.
You're right on time because I have an icebreaker and I forgot to say it a long time ago before we start something else. I got an icebreaker for all you guys. What is a giant lie that society successfully sold to your generation? Uh, it just makes you think back real quick.
that
Yeah,
you
I was
can
sold a
be
lot of.
anything you want to be if you just believe hard enough.
True.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
At this point in time, nothing comes to mind. But if you guys have one, I'll read some comments and see if you guys can come with something. This one says social media will make us feel more connected. Yes.
Uh,
Graduated in 98. Education is definitely important. definitely important and a path to good careers. But they beat it into us that if you didn't go to college for sure, you would work at McDonald's for $6 an hour. This caused a lot of kids to waste money on something their heart wasn't into and miss out on a lot of opportunities.
I
That's it,
agree
There's a
with
gentlemen.
lot
that.
of that.
Well, I I don't know. I both agree and disagree. Um, a college degree in and of itself is not going to be a guarantor of a success, but a lot of it has to do with what the degree is in, what you're studying. Um, so, um, following your passion, you know, being what you want to be, what you think, what you believe, if it doesn't have like real world applicability in any sort of like actual way, you know, contributing to society, then don't be surprised if nobody wants to pay you anything extra by virtue of you simply having that diploma. You're just, you know, a little bit more qualified than some other applicant who, you know, doesn't have that or whatever. If the job entails something that requires actual skills, um, you know, a
Trade.
college degree is almost necessary, you know. Try breaking into uh, any hard STEM field without a formal education in the like the basics, the groundings of physics and mathematics and stuff, um, or biology, medicine and stuff. It's there is no such thing as the savant doctor who walks into a surgery room and can just perform surgery without any instruction, you know. So degrees, meaningful degrees have value. But diploma mill degrees in, you know, feminist environmental critical theory. It's like, how are you going to, what is that? How are you going to get paid except by a, an academic institution with a stipend for you to further research whatever field that you're in? It's just a very um, I don't know,
Is this what happened
academic
when you tried to get into a college or something?
problem. Just the value of a college degree in academia
Oh,
and the way it's run. I I think
Yeah.
it's interesting over in Germany, the way they run it. They don't have um, like student loans and everything. All college degrees, all secondary schooling is paid for by the government. It's all public education, essentially. But it's all like a pure meritocracy. So you got to get the grades and the top scoring, you know, the top best students go and have the opportunity to go. And if they choose, they can have their secondary schooling paid for all the way through like graduate school, PhDs and stuff.
why do you
So,
think they try to keep that a secret here?
I mean, well, private university donations kind of make up a lot of,
That's what it comes down to.
um, yeah,
But that's the value of minds like yours that recognize the issues and then see the solution right there.
well, nobody else is gonna agree. Not the people in power.
Well, keep me totally satisfied that it works here.
Hmm.
For now.
My-
So
Growing up
everybody
in
having a
certain
good Friday?
neighborhoods, it's an all right. It's an all right Friday. So far, so good. Yeah,
Excellent.
this will make it better times 10. So I'm working on it.
Oh,
So
good.
far, we're at times 2.
Oh shit. My Friday
Um,
is ruined. Look what just happened to my shoe. That's not supposed to come
oh
apart.
shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
sorry about that.
I still got another 3 hours.
You walking in heels today?
Yeah, it's fine. I can't put on. I don't want to put on socks.
Yeah, makes sense.
And if I can get a couple
Uh,
extra inches, hey,
mm, uh, remember we're live.
that's what she said
Just
all
throwing that
over.
out there.
Okay, right. Shut up. Go ahead.
Just throwing that out there. We are live. I want to say that again to you guys. If you guys didn't notice that it says live at the top left of the screen. Uh,
Didn't
all
say
right.
anything.
Just um, I'm gonna read this
Hi, world.
icebreaker so Kate can hear it, and then I'm gonna read the comments because the comments were really interesting, and it'll help you guys get a feel for what might have happened or what you might have been told. Because yeah, we were told a lot growing up, and that didn't happen. Um, yeah, I used to be told sports is the only way you're going to college. Uh,
I was never told that.
in different neighborhoods because it was like you're black, you're not gonna have the money to go to college unless you play a sport. Then you got to get a full scholarship, not just a partial. Uh, yeah, but Kate, the script, the title of this post is the question. The question, I mean, is what is the giant lie that society successfully sold your generation? Since you're part of my generation, I'll wait for you to get a moment and get that ready. But until then, I got some of these comments I'll read.
I
One
have one.
says, work hard for your company. I'll read this one first. It says, work hard for your company and they'll take care of you. Depends on when you work. Go ahead, Toaster.
That Fahrenheit was better than Celsius. It is not. Celsius makes so much more sense.
Whole metric system makes more
Yes.
sense.
Yes.
I think the lie
Um,
that I remember is this is your brain on drugs with the egg frying in the skillet.
Mm.
mm. Oh, a good one I remember is telling you
Oh,
that
yeah, the
weed
single
weed
dose
doesn't
of
help.
LSD can make you permanently insane.
A single
Yeah,
dose of
now
what?
LSD is legal.
A single dose of LSD can make you permanently insane.
Yeah.
I
I
remember.
remember one that pertains to basically a lot of the way that men are raised in society, and it is so wrong because it causes so much mental problems, like
Mm.
mention, cry, and stuff like that.
Um, oh yeah, I remember those. Like, don't cry. But yeah.
Suck it up.
Anyhow,
Pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
mm, that's actually up here.
Rub
Um,
some dirt in it
but
and walk it off.
right, walk it
That's good too.
off. That does not help at all. Uh,
Is that why you didn't go to the
yeah,
doctor for a month about your thumb?
I was trying to walk it off.
Yep.
It didn't
To
work.
walk it off,
It's
endure it. You're a man.
yeah. I thought I could walk it off, and it took a month to not for the swelling to still go away. So we're working on it. We're good here though. Um,
The only thing that comes to mind with
comments.
that question is that this is kind of one of the reasons that I see this memory loss thing I could look at as a positive, because I don't remember anything from days of school. And now that the only kind of education I have is my daughter's high school. So yeah, now I feel like I'm coming at this knowledge with like a lot more, background, kind of able to help her distinguish what's worth learning, I guess. It feels horrible saying that, but yeah, I don't really remember much from our generation, but I'm sure you got some
I
good answers
remember
there.
when I remember being told weed doesn't help. It sure does. I remember they used to tell us weed is the gateway drug. It can be, but uh, yeah, a lot that they told us about weed was all horse stuff. Um, but I'll read these comments and finish on them. And yeah, one says crime doesn't pay as we're watching it unfold daily. Another one says loyalty to a company is rewarded. Another one says go to college or you're gonna die broke under a bridge. The crippling debt will totally be worth it when you're automatically successful because you've gotten a degree. Work hard, you'll be successful in life. Well, that's a fucking lie. Also, there was an illusion growing up for my generation that if you were honest, had a good heart, and didn't do anything wrong, good karma would come your way. That bad things happen to bad people, good things happen to good people. Again, that was a fucking lie. Yes, 401ks should replace pensions. Yeah, we'll move on. What was yours? I don't remember Angel's comment or Seamus, but we can move
Uh,
forward.
me,
Hey,
I
just let
think
Toaster read that mental health test, and then I'll see you guys later.
a lie that I was told that I think someone already said that if you were good, you know, people,
Good stuff happen to good people.
yeah, good stuff happens to good people. But I don't know, there's just a lot of lies out in the world.
Um, I got something here. It
Uh,
says seizures
may
starting at 40. Go ahead,
actually,
Toaster.
may I read something before we
Oh
get
yeah.
into it, since it's been brought up? Um, June is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. If you're in the US, there's a lot happening in June. Pride Month, the end of the school year, the start of summer, Juneteenth, vacations, graduations. It's so easy for mental health to get overlooked. But I believe there is room to care about all of it. Men, many men struggle with depression, anxiety, trauma, loneliness, or overwhelming stress. Studies have shown depression to be about the same in women as it is in men, yet many men never reach out for help. There is a systematic imbalance in care because men are told they should be strong, man up, or handle it on their own from such an early age. They stay silent. They don't want to be seen as weak or lesser. But there is strength in telling someone you're not okay. There is strength in asking for help. There is strength in taking the first step towards healing. Talking is that first step. You are stronger than you know. So please, if you are lost in the sea of sorrows, hear this. You matter. You are loved. Your life has value. You do not have to face this alone. Talk to a friend, a family member, find yourself a counselor or a support group. Here's good. CBT therapy if you really need a recommendation. And therapy is for everyone. If you're in a crisis and in the US, you can call 988. There are people who will want to listen to you. You deserve support. You deserve to be kind to yourself, and you shouldn't suffer in silence.
Yeah, Toaster, you got a great reading voice. Perfect tone. Shout out to Nature Made, you guys. I haven't done this in a while. Big shout out to
Yes,
Nature
and
Made.
also take B12. It
B12
will help
gummies.
you wake up, process those
Correct.
thoughts.
It'll help with the fatigue of all those medications they might have you taking. Um, anyhow, I got something here. It says advice for seizures starting at 40. Hello, all. Someone welcomed me to this delightful club and another sub. I had my first seizure a few months ago, followed by a second seizure after a month. The EEG marked epileptic patterns, and the MRI was clean. Thankfully, blood work for autoimmune diseases also came clean. And I'm now on Keppra, and I didn't have another seizure since I started medication, but I read it's not really common to have seizures starting in our 40s. So I wanted to ask if there are any people out there who also started having seizures in their later 40s, how it went or was, and what was the cause? And thanks. Uh I guess I can't relate, but it did ask for advice. Advice is come here, get advice from Andrea. You got it. Angel had it before 40. Andrea, you got it after 40. So I guess you're the only person that could relate. Um,
But we do have other people.
Yeah.
yeah, we got Jeff too.
Yeah, Jeff got it late, and there's a few people that got it late.
Still don't
Adult
know
on.
why mine
I'm
is,
sorry.
obviously. That's okay. Um, yeah, no idea why. I just, I don't know. I listened to the doctor, I talked to you guys, and one foot in front of the other.
Right. Um, one of the comments here says my seizures began early 40s, diagnosed late 40s. I didn't know it was seizures or epilepsy at the time. Um, yeah. Another one says, Dear youngster, I started at 65. Now 3 years in, no real cause for me except for a single note from an early MRI seeing a possible sclerosis or hippocampus. Never noted again. And one more comment says, started my seizures with a big old grand mal and a target check in a target check outline at 42. Mm. I don't think I've had one of those, a checkout line. I had one in the store and they put me out. They thought I was trying to knock stuff down. Well, I was knocking stuff down, but not intentionally. Uh, but the funny thing about that one is, as soon as I got outside, right by the door, I just stopped, turned to the right, and start peeing. Um, yeah, it's only funny to me and my
Sorry.
family. My uncle,
Well, oh yeah, yes, we are family.
mm. Yeah, my uncle was trying to tell me about it, and I vaguely remembered it, and I was like, kind of remember that. I think I remember peeing. I think I remember seeing the police today. Uh, yeah. Luckily, I didn't get a ticket because they were standing right there. and they almost got me. But he was like, he's having a seizure. That's what this is. Then they were like, all right. And you know how cops just hold their belt? That's what they're standing there doing, just looking like cops. Cops doing cop stuff. How you guys doing today? I'm not sure if I asked.
Life feels
Seamus, if you're
bad.
talking, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Oh yeah,
Can't see Seamus.
I
Oh,
was just
there we go.
they
saying,
can't.
they were probably just doing cop stuff, holding their belt, trying to look tough.
Yeah, just waiting for me to get done peeing, and then we all left
Yeah.
around the same time.
They
Yeah,
went one way,
good
you went the other.
times. To be honest, I think the front of the store was both. We both went the same direction. Uh, yeah, but I got something here, and it says, "Not wanting to sleep, but not wanting to be awake." Hello, I got diagnosed with epilepsy a year ago. I had 6 seizures, two being nearly fatal, falling on my face and head and bleeding. At this point, I'm seeing it impossible to eventually find a job. Because of my disability, I feel embarrassed, depressed, and scared to talk to people about it. I feel numb and not as intelligent as I once was. None of my family seem to understand what I'm talking about, but I get severe brain fog, long-term memory loss. So people laugh at me when I forget something they told me yesterday. If I get through a day, I'm proud of myself, but it makes me scared for the next day. I'm not looking for any sympathy, but I recently joined this subreddit and found a lot of stories that related to mine. Is anyone afraid of going to sleep? No. I would love to fall asleep only because I have insomnia. So that's amazing. I'm not afraid to go to sleep. I'm looking forward to going to sleep when it does come. It's usually like laying there for a while and then it's like, oh, okay, I'm sleepy. There it goes. Um,
And
Anybody afraid to go to sleep? Go ahead, Toaster, because
sorry,
I am not afraid to go to sleep.
I'm adding on to yours. When we were kids, like, I don't want to go to bed. I don't want to go to bed. Now I look forward to bedtime. I will turn into a pumpkin. Good night. It is amazing to be able to sleep. And that's it.
Showing off, bragging.
Yes, I'm bragging. My medicines work very well for me.
Oh yeah, you got that one. You got Excopri, right?
Hmm.
And Ambien. Did I remember right?
But
Yeah.
we've done experiments. If I take one without the other, I'm still awake.
Hmm. Uh, the insomnia doesn't bother me enough to take another pill for it. I have a feeling if I'd be like, this has been happening, they're gonna be like, you need sleep.
Yeah, you
Come to
do.
find out, sleep isn't. I do, but sleep hasn't caused a seizure because it's been a long time with this insomnia. But
No, but sleep does so
yeah,
much more for your body.
actually, I remember. Actually, I did point this out already. I didn't want to go further into it because I pointed it out already, and I had some appointments, and then they gave me hydroxyzine and melatonin. But yeah, it didn't help. Not that I think. Uh, the hydroxyzine, they wanted me to take it 3 times a day. So I'm drowsy enough taking the Lamotrigine by itself. This was before the B12. Shout out to Nature Mate. Uh, but the hydroxyzine, taking it 3 times a day, making me drowsy during the day, in the morning, and at night. Maybe like 6 days in, I noticed the side effects because I was already doing the podcast, and one thing we talk about is side effects. So I checked the side effects of the hydroxyzine, and one of the side effects is seizures. So then I was just like, I guess I'll just be dealing with this insomnia because I'm not going to take something that's going to put me at risk for a seizure as a side effect because eventually that side effect is going to happen. Um, so I stopped taking that and melatonin, and then I told the primary that I stopped taking it and why, and he said that's fine. Uh, he said they should have known and checked the records, but nobody did. So yeah, I look forward to going to sleep all the time. Not always getting it, but look forward to that time. I am not afraid to sleep. I got something here that says focal seizure or no. Everything smells incredibly horrible and food sounds disgusting, making me unable to eat. It'll last for a few hours or several. Do you ever have days like this? And if so, what do you do? It sounds like like when I get the phantom smells. That's what it sounds like. Uh that everything just doesn't taste or smell good at one point in time. Um, but I smoke a decent amount daily, so I don't have the times where sometimes I won't eat because I'm not feeling like eating, and sometimes I won't eat just because I'm not hungry. But the weed helps. Um, yeah, I can always fit something in my stomach when there's weed in there. So
Munchies save lives.
there we go. I was waiting. I was gonna say, what's that saying you say? Yeah, munchies save lives. So yeah, smoke recreational, so I know some of you states don't have the recreational stuff that we do, I believe, right? Oh, except for Andrea. Toaster, do you guys have recreational in your state?
No, we have the um, Delta 9 loophole.
Mm.
What's that?
It's basically they test the plant before they harvest it to get the THC levels, but most of the THC, what's the best word, blooms after
Oh,
harvesting and curing.
I see.
But since it was already
Uh-huh.
tested, it's fine.
Okay. Does that sound like a focal seizure to you guys?
Definitely phantom
That was
smells are
Uh, I don't I
phantom
don't think
smells or focals?
they're associated with auras.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking, got some phantom smells, but they weren't focals. But I know I was told they are auras, so I was just
Well,
kind of
auras are
going with that one.
focals.
Auras are focals too?
Well, not focal. Well,
Oh,
auras
so
are seizures. Ugh.
there's small
oh,
mini
okay.
warnings.
Yeah. Everybody out there watching, thumbs up. Uh, First comment here says that doesn't sound like a seizure to me, and the second one says no idea. Ask your neurologist. Very good idea to ask the neurologist. I got something else here, and it says, got my second seizure, just looking for advice. Hey everyone, my first epileptic seizure at the beginning of March when I was 20. Oh, when I was 30 years old. At the time, all examinations, MRI, CT scan, and EEG came back normal, and it was considered a provoked seizure caused by sleep deprivation. I work in the industry and had been working night shifts for 7 days straight, which meant I was sleeping significantly less than usual. Yesterday, it happened again and had my second seizure at work. Before it happened, I once again experienced that strange feeling in my stomach. It wasn't an intense as it was before the first seizure, but it was definitely there again. Anyway, all examinations were normal again, but now the doctors assume that I have epilepsy. For now, I'm not allowed to drive for 1 year, and they have started me on Lamotrigine, beginning with 25 milligrams and increasing to the dose gradually. What should I be expecting if I do have epilepsy? Not driving that year um, might turn into the rest of your life. Um, that's gonna suck, especially getting it later in life. Because I got it as a teen, and when they said not driving, I was like, all right. Uh, advice looking forward to seizures, to epilepsy. This person is
Wish
wondering what
I'd
they should
have
be looking
some.
forward to. Oh, yeah. We got Andrew
At
that
least
needs
would
to have
make this a
seizures, you guys.
purpose. Yeah, send me all your seizures because we need something to
All of them.
happen.
Can have
Yeah,
all of them.
at least one.
Yeah.
If you have some seizures with the cap on, like 3 or 4 ahead of time, do you have to still keep it on those extra days?
No idea.
I don't know. I mean, I had a couple focals and had the big TC on Wednesday. And I think it was just going to be 5 days no matter if I had something or not.
I know when I did
Okay.
the one in February, they said anywhere from 3 to 5 days. And I checked in Monday morning and didn't get out till Saturday afternoon because it took so long for them to get me off my meds and then back on meds and stabilized so they could let me leave.
Well, with the EMU visits, it's always been a range of days, and they always told me it can go for as long as you're consenting.
They didn't
And
do that with me, thankfully, because nothing happened. But they ended up just sending me home. But they're like, if you get here and have some seizures right away, we might send you home soon, you know. But this one is, I think they said 120 hours, and I'm at
um,
50 hours.
yeah, I think I had a
Hmm.
96, so you have 1 day more.
It's just a joy. I'm loving it.
It was,
um,
I, I love you.
I love you
That's
too,
all I
Jester.
could say. I'm just glad mine is gone. I liked being twinsies with you, but
I felt the shower. Thank you for
yes,
scrubbing my head for me.
you're welcome. I used 4 different shampoos, then put olive oil in, and
And then
then
had to wash it 4 more times to get the
yes,
olive oil out.
but
yeah.
all the gunk is gone.
That's great.
Glad I don't have to go through that. Um,
It's
yeah.
just itching. And this freaking bag you got
Bag.
to carry around is so
Oh,
annoying.
they let me keep the
It's like a
bag.
purse.
Yeah, it is. And then I have this lovely wire that goes up to the back of my head.
And likes to get stuck on
That looks
corners.
fun.
Yeah, it's always
Looks like
smacking into
fun.
something.
At least you're doing it at home and not at the hospital.
Very true. Much more pleasant than at the hospital. But at the hospital, I could scratch my head better because they didn't wrap me
Yes.
up in tape.
Oh, they
That's the
just
only
taped. I thought
benefit.
that was a bandana at first.
Nope, it's
No,
tape.
they were
And
Oh
they
it
wow.
wrapped my
hurts
head
to
in
come off.
gauze and then taped it and gave me a chin strap that I have to wear at night.
Yeah, I did that too.
He said Ed gave me a chin strap. Okay. Uh
They don't want it running
I
away
was
while I sleep, apparently.
Well,
I was just gonna
supposedly
say
it's
that.
from
Do
the
you feel
lady
it slipping?
It's
fr-
taped to my forehead.
from the lady that took
Mm.
off mine today. Usually the cap comes off pretty easy and doesn't like to get stuck to hair.
Except
Mine
for all
was an
the tape they
exception.
put on mine.
Yes, it's like I don't know why it isn't coming off right away. It's like to my head, you wrapped me like a mummy. And she's like,
I'm
but
just
Uh,
it
glad
just
it's not
usually
any
just
tighter.
comes.
If it was any tighter, I would be on like day 2 of my, day 3 of my migraine. But it's
Yeah,
just tight enough but still loose enough that it's just a dull headache rather than a migraine.
Do you have that like one electrode that, yeah,
Yeah,
up
right
there?
here. Something up there is pissed off.
Yeah,
Yeah, mine was right there.
And then this
I
one back
got
here
something here.
itches.
Oh, the release of pressure
Mm.
though, when it finally came off, was awesome.
I think the
I
ones
can
up here are
imagine.
gonna hurt, especially this one. I think it's gonna
Is your
hurt
hair
coming off.
braided?
Yeah, she put it in a
Like two
ponytail.
braids going back, or just two?
No, my hair was down when she put it all in, and then she put it in a ponytail, wrapped my head, and as soon as she left, I took the ponytail out and split it in two and braided it
Okay.
because there's no way I could sleep on that ponytail with my neck because my neck is too fucked up.
All right. I got something else here.
Not to
It
mention you
says,
look all pretty.
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
Yes.
you got it. Um, it says, I know that epilepsy can run in families, but is it the same type of epilepsy, or is it just genetic inclination towards epilepsy? I'm very new to this. My seizures, which I had no idea I've been having apparently for years, a night a nighttime focal. I do not remember the event or only remember short blips of every few seconds. But I remember my grandmother, who to my knowledge was never tested for epilepsy or seizures, would have spells, in quote spells, all her life that she said she could feel coming on. So she'd just sit down for a bit until it passed. These were almost always in the daytime. The question here is, um, because of the genetics, is it the same type of epilepsy or is it just the genetic inclination? I think it could be different types of epilepsy, but it could be all genetic related because I knew someone who said he had focals, and I knew someone who said his father had TCs. Um, yeah, those are different. So, would that be generalized seizures if he's only having TCs, or would it just be genetic epilepsy?
I have no idea. That seems like a really good question for Mark when he comes back.
Has has someone already gotten epilepsy and they're like worried that they're going to pass down their epilepsy to their kid?
No, it just says, I know that epilepsy can run in families, but is it the same type of epilepsy, or is it just genetic inclination towards epilepsy?
Yeah, I don't know the
I think it,
types.
I don't know, but
I
I'm
think it can
inclined
run
to
in
say
families.
option two.
I
That
forgot
would
what
be my
option two
assumption.
is.
It's just a predisposition.
Yeah, okay. Um, yeah, honestly, I think, just like I said, there used to be a guy that came here, uh, Brandon. His father, I think he said, had TCs, and he had focals. So that's a lot different. Because if you're only having focals, I don't think I remember. I might remember wrong. But yeah, that's really different. And it sucks having the genetic one because then you can pass it on. Um,
Well,
yeah, glad I don't.
I'm, I'm pretty sure since I asked a similar question, I'm not even sure if it was similar, but it was because my brother is worried, seeing as he is having a kid, if they're going to have epilepsy, because I have epilepsy. Uh,
Yeah.
Do you know if yours is genetic or not?
I looked up and apparently it's like, oh, everyone in their males. I'm the only one who has epilepsy in my family.
I wouldn't be too worried about it. This is going to
But
sound awful,
he's
but
worried.
even even with people who have epilepsy, it's still very, 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 very rare. We're talking like 1% of the population.
Yeah. I looked up and they're having a girl, so it mainly all the girls have it or all the boys have it, that if it's passed down genetically. So I told them there is
That's
pretty
good
much
to know.
no chance. As far as I know, I am not a expert in.
But if it's shown up that way, that means pattern probably would continue.
Yeah, I just was researching and it said genetic epilepsy gets passed down through the genders.
Oh wow.
So, uh, but I do not know, not a doctor. Like, do you have to say that?
Dr. Google
Um,
is what I call the
okay.
internet answers.
Um, yeah. So to that question, there's two comments here. One says my grandma has very different seizures to me. It's a genetic predisposition, usually. Second comment says, from what I read, it tends to be more of a general susceptibility than a copy paste of the exact syndrome. Like the threshold for my neurons to fire chaotically can be inherited, but which type of epilepsy actually shows up depends on a bunch of other factors, including age, brain development, environmental stuff, etc. Your grandmother's in quote spells with an aura, the feeling coming on, actually do sound like they could have been focals too. Just a different presentation than yours. Pretty wild how it could skip generations and look totally different person to person. It's interesting to have family that has it and then have it differently. Um, now that I think about it, there's a girl here that I did a one-on-one with, and if you watch the episode with me and her, the one-on-one, she was telling me how she had siblings who all had seizures. I think she had 9 siblings, and out of those siblings, there was 5. Uh,
That's a
yeah,
lot.
but they were all, yeah, they were. I mean, I think she said they might have all been adopted, so they found each other and then found out this information, which is cool, but also sucks. Yeah, you got to watch it. There's a whole lot I don't want to run into that story with the little bit that I do remember. Uh, but got something here. It says red light therapy for epilepsy. 27 years old with epilepsy. I'm on the Lamotrigine, but my seizures started coming back. I have been, I have seen some studies on how red light therapy can lessen seizures in people with epilepsy. Has anyone personally tried it? If so, please share your experiences. If not, oh, if not, there's nothing else. Anyhow, red light therapy, never heard of it. Um, so I can read some comments as Toaster looks it up.
Well,
One comment says, go ahead. You might know already. I have no idea what red light therapy is.
I don't know what red light therapy is, but I do know that red light typically is easier on the eyes. And um, like at night, I don't let my son play on tablet because blue light and all that. Um, and also, it, you know what? Now I am going to look it up. Thanks.
I got it right here. It says red light therapy uses low wavelength, red and near infrared light to penetrate the skin and stimulate cellular activity such as boosting collagen production, and blood circulation. It is widely used to reduce wrinkles, treat mild to moderate acne, and aid in muscle recovery and pain management.
They try to sell it to people who are losing their hair as well.
I seen this on Amazon for acne. Oh, the picture that they have with the white mask. I found it funny. Um, but
Seen
now I
those too.
see. Yeah, I don't need one, but it popped up. It heard me talking about it one day about acne or something. And yeah, my medication also causes acne. I found that recently. So that's how I found that little mask because, they're listening to you, they're seeing what you're talking about. And for some reason, I said something about acne. But
I started getting
yeah,
advertisements for beard care products after a big conversation about James about his beard on here one day.
So always
oh
listening.
man,
That just shows.
Proof
Uh,
that
yeah,
they're
I'm
listening to us.
yeah.
yeah, they are. Anyhow, I would like some free Amazon gift cards if you can hear me. That'd be great. Maybe a couple
Yeah,
hundred
that'd be
bucks
good.
Amazon gift cards. Hope you're listening to me
Shoot,
now.
go for a couple thousand at least.
Yeah, shout out to Amazon. Um, I got a package coming tomorrow with some beard care material because I planned on just letting them blossom. Um, so the recent shave, I only did the chin and neck, and then I made it straight on the lip. I don't know if you guys can see that out there. Shout out to Amazon though. It's nice. It's flat there. Otherwise, it was covering the lip, and that's when I start to shave. Is when I'm like, okay, it's too long. Starts to go over my lip, and then Andrea, I was talking to her earlier when I was shaving, uh, and yeah, when I started talking to her, she joined the Zoom, and I was in there shaving, and there was hair all in my mouth. So I had to go through that process of rinsing my mouth and going like this and seeing hair on my tongue in the mirror. Yeah, it was a whole process. Um, yeah, like I said, shout out to Amazon. But the beard care thing tomorrow, I'm excited for it. Um, yes, I am. Really excited. Not that I need, because I was thinking about shaving it, but when James was gonna get his cut, then I was like, maybe I'll start growing mine because he might grow faster than me and catch up to me. Now he's not getting it cut, so I already got the stuff on the way. So I'm just like, why not just keep it now? It's gonna be a little comb, a little brush. It comes with some kind of oil. Uh,
I think you could definitely rock
comes
a beard.
tomorrow though. Yeah, I think I can. I usually don't because I don't like it to get long and I don't like it on my lip. And I have big lips, so
Just because
I
you
can
have a
always
beard doesn't mean
feel it.
right. You could just trim it there.
You
I
don't need
need
a
to trim it
mustache to
so
have a
the
beard.
hairs. Hmm, right. Uh, hmm, that would look interesting. Just get the chin like Mark. That'll be dope. Uh, yeah. Mm. From red light therapy to back to epilepsy. Toaster, you said you've done no red light therapy?
No, no, I didn't. Dr. Google, using red light to prepare for sleep is an effective way to signal your brain that it's time to wind down. Unlike blue or white
What?
light, red light does not strongly suppress melatonin, allowing your body to naturally fall asleep.
So every time I see something I see could help and not need a pill for it, that's one. If red light can help, it's worth a try.
It's
I got the
also
little
getting
mask.
off of your tablet and your computer for a little bit because the blue light's also keeping you awake.
Yep.
Mm, yeah, never mind, 'cause that won't help then. Waste of money.
In other words, he's not going to get off his phone and his computer.
Not, I'll get off the phone, no problem. But the computer, it's running right now. They got another computer over there running. Uh,
That's
Okay,
probably
you
why you
gotta
can't
get
sleep.
off this computer screen.
uh,
You're
yeah,
staring at a computer screen all day. That's why you can't sleep.
we'll see. But yeah,
Give it
some
30
comments
minutes.
here. One, okay.
Pick up a book,
So tonight then, book isn't gonna help.
and not an
Uh,
ebook, a real book.
books don't help me only because my reading, uh, it's like I'm reading something and then I'm just reading it and I don't remember what I read. My memory's that bad.
Mhm.
But
You know, some
here
people use reading
with
to go to sleep because it slows down their mind, and so they just fall asleep, and then they don't remember what they read.
I was gonna say, sometimes I'm reading and I'm thinking about something else. So I'm not thinking about what I'm reading and my mind is just all over the place. I gotta get that checked on. But
That sounds like ADHD.
really?
Yes, two thoughts at once.
It might be more than two. Uh
And they
wow.
go so fast you
Didn't
can't
know
catch
that.
one.
Yeah. Shout out to Toaster, because that's good information. Um, my focus and attention span is so bad that editing is what I try to do to focus on something.
You know
I'll
that
keep an ear pod in right now.
there's a lot of ADHD people who suffer from insomnia. It's a kind of comorbid.
Oh my goodness. Um, yeah, so what I try to do is forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, what helps me focus on two things at one time, that helps me focus. Two things that I want to focus on. So listening to this ear, I'm editing, and then there's a TV there, and I'm watching something that I want to watch. But I can also hear when there's a break where there's a piece maybe I should cut out, or I'll hear somebody say, cut that part out. And then I'm like, okay, let me see what they said, and is it worth cutting out and going back? Otherwise, it'll take me like 4 days to edit something. I'll be watching shows at the same time, and that'll keep me, I was gonna say that'll keep me focused, but that's not focused at all. It'll keep me focused on two things, so my mind isn't wandering. My mind is listening to the editing, and my mind is also listening to the TV, which keeps it from wandering on three things. Uh, Probably sounds like it makes no sense, but that's exactly how it is. Editing and watching TV, it helps. I can't just
Your
do
fidget
one
spinner.
because uh, it's in a drawer. But I can't just do one because I tried, and just editing, I'll end up looking up at the TV because I heard something that I want to see. And then I'm watching that show and I forgot that I'm editing the laptop that's in my lap. So just starting with those two things helps. But I can't go back and forth and hear what I'm hearing and then it
What
doesn't
was
work.
the original question?
I don't know, uh, to be honest, but now you got me interested in going to get checked out for ADHD, and
Do. There's nothing wrong with
I
being
won't,
ADHD.
I'll take your word for it. Uh, but I got something here, and it says THC triggered my girlfriend's underlying epilepsy. Hello, everyone. My girlfriend has been formally diagnosed with focal epilepsy for almost a year now and takes 150 milligrams of lacosamide to help with her seizures. I just feel the need to rant because literally nobody acts like THC trigger these underlying conditions and have tried to deny her actual diagnosis when we mention how it started. She had never had any seizures before until around a year ago when we had both taken a large amount of THC edible without realizing how much it was. During this, We both had a horrible trip, and she had a seizure where she was fully still awake and aware. I thought this was, or I thought this would be a one-off thing, but it kept happening. Could it be the weed? I don't know. In increasing, uh, it's been increasing severity to a point where I had to call an ambulance for her once. Her family, the ER nurses, everybody tried to say it was just panic attacks until she was ordered a sleep deprived EEG and had documented seizure during it. We didn't know at the time, but her grandma had also focal epilepsy. My girlfriend just had the underlying genetics for it, which THC had awoken. Has anyone else here had underlying epilepsy triggered from THC? No. Um,
No, but it can. I don't. THC is one of those things. It can be a trigger for you, or it can not be. And it sounds like this is a trigger, and she needs to stop.
yeah. So to that, I will say THC, it can be a trigger. Um, because if you watch next week, the episode next week, check it out on Tuesday. Um, there was a girl who was going through some stuff uh, with her family during the time that we were recording, uh, and it is there. Toaster and Kate handled that perfectly, um, and yeah, check it out. All next week, you'll see. I forgot her name, um, but yeah, she was talking about how she smoked some weed recently, and that she said that's the first time she smoked street weed in a while. And she had, from my knowledge, she had just got to a house she was moving to, and she was like building dressers and Amazon stuff. And then someone came around the corner like, "Oh, that's why you're having seizures? Get out of my house!" And Toaster, I don't know if you remember that, but you had a seizure and you still came and helped. Um, the whole time you were going through post-ictal aphasia. So as you were talking, you were trying to say things. Um, but yeah, she was standing outside, and then you were trying to ask her if she had a jacket on, and it made sense. And you were like, "Burr, cold, hat," and she was like, "Yeah, I got a jacket on." So I was like, "Oh, you can still explain things with aphasia, just slowly." And then sometimes you'd come all the way back, and you'd have your speech good for a whole 1 minute, and then it would go back. But it was a full 1 minute. Uh, you could talk for at least 30 seconds,
Are you sure
and
we
then you
should be
go,
posting this one?
"Yeah, you should check that out because it'll show how we handled that situation. We've been going through some stuff that we have not shown people, but let people see that because it was during the podcast. So hey, uh, anyway, check out next week, you guys, if you are watching. Um, shout out to Amazon again. 'Cause I could sure use some Amazon credits right now. I buy a lot of stuff from you guys. Anyhow, to the comments here. One says I started having seizures after I was withdrawing off of benzos. I had one seizure, then months later, possibly even more than a year, I started having horrible seizures several times throughout the year. So the neurologist said I was probably always prone to seizures, and my benzo abuse finally woke it up. So now I'm on the max dose of two different medications, and still I have seizures every once in a while, but nowhere near amount I used to have. It's horrible. I smoke weed and never seem to have an issue with the seizures. The only time I have seizures is when I forget to take the meds consistently over the course of 2 or 3 days. Benzo withdrawal, you guys ever heard of that?
Benzo, I think that might be an antidepressant.
It's a benzodiazepine.
mm,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
mm,
Is it an antidepressant?
Think so.
um,
But
that's like Ativan, right?
I believe Ativan is a benzo, yes.
Okay,
I'm not
good to know.
positive, but I think.
Well, a lot of those antidepressants, I'm not sure how he got on, like was prescribed or if he was taking it, but they are hard to get off of.
It's for anxiety.
Yeah, they usually give it to me in an IV, and usually it's against my will because I'm asleep. So, um, well, not sleep, post-ictal.
I'm
Um,
Klonopin is one.
yeah, Klonopin. Oh, that's a. Oh no, I don't have that one. I got Omvi. That's not a Klonopin. Um, Another comment here says for some people it can definitely trigger seizures. Personally, I smoke daily to help with the nausea, and sometimes it helps with an aura. However, my triggers aren't gonna exactly be the same as someone else. Everyone has to figure out all their triggers over time. If you and your girlfriend feel like it triggers her seizures, then she should probably stay away from it to be sure and safe. One more comment says, that's also what I think triggered mine. I took about 500 milligrams of edibles every day for weeks, and eventually I had a seizure that almost led to my death. Fortunately, my dad resuscitated me. That was almost 4 years ago, and I was diagnosed with epilepsy. I think 500 milligrams is a lot uh, to do over time every day for weeks, this person said. Because I remember doing 100 the first time, and I was messed up. Uh, I was laughing because someone else was like, I told you so. But yeah, couldn't walk. Has weed ever
that's not a
done
good.
anything for you guys? What'd you say?
I said not being able to walk is not a good thing.
Right. Um, yeah, but knowing what it was and them trying to help me to the bed and them like, I told you those were a big dose. I told you you can't handle six. And me just trying to be like, my tolerance is up there. Yeah. I got to 100,
Chip
100
knows more about
milligrams.
edibles. I've never
Yeah,
really
that's a good
messed with the
person to talk
edibles
about
too
it with.
much.
Me either. The gummies every now and then, but yeah, I don't purchase them. If someone else were to purchase them, then I'd take it if they'd be like, "You want to try this?" But other than that, that's not what I go to the dispensary for. Um, but they do have a whole section, even drinks. Uh, have not tried them. I thought they were just going to be BS, so I didn't waste my money. Um, there's one here, and it says, "Is it normal to want to die because of epilepsy?" Because I want to die. Life doesn't really make any sense anymore. And I even chewed so hard on my teeth during a seizure that my teeth broke. I want to kill myself so bad. Will this ever end? I had a seizure 2 days ago because I was sick and threw up my medication and didn't sleep properly. I had my first seizure at 16. My whole body hurts so bad, and I am constantly dissociated. Now I'm even on benzos after my seizure, and I don't feel real. Please help. Um,
What was that
will
I
it
feel
number?
like
end?
6688 or something? Sounds like
988.
988.
sounds like he needs to call that, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
988. If anybody out there trying to take yourself out or having thoughts of it, call 988. They could help. Uh, I'm sure we had to do that recently. So, yeah, not for me. I mean, yeah, somebody out there. And it helped. Yeah. But
If they're having
is
that
it
many
normal to
problems, they might want to discuss it with their doctor though too, because maybe a med change or something could improve things.
yeah. because Keppra can make you think like that. But is
Yeah.
it normal to want to die because of epilepsy? I wouldn't say normal, but I have heard a few people said they wanted to commit because of the epilepsy. Uh, Normal, I've only met maybe 50 to 60 people, and I heard that maybe 5 times. So I wouldn't say normal, but it happens.
Well,
A lot of people don't
even
want to deal with it.
I'm not trying, but I have heard that suicide, or if am I allowed to say that? Should I say
Yeah,
unaliving?
yeah,
Rates
it's
are
live,
higher
man.
with
They
people
kick
with
us, they kick us.
epilepsy.
Mm. Yeah, I have heard quite a few people with epilepsy talk about um, suicidal ideation, uh, which is basically wanting to die, right? Because that's a medication side effect. It's just kind of, I think that might be a
It's
hallucination when you're trying to
it's
go ahead.
feeling like you're suicidal without any actual plans to act on it, I believe is
Mm.
a more proper definition of ideation.
All right. Uh, Everybody out
Like
there,
you
any
think
thoughts
about
of the
doing it, but
ideation?
I had it.
988.
Yeah,
Me too. Quite a few times. The times that they said I did try to do things, I don't remember those at all. So uh I'm not saying I'm just gonna blame them on seizures, but I don't remember it at all. So I'm just gonna say it's a seizure because if I don't remember it, it's probably near after or near before. Uh but I have woke up at a what's it called? A psych ward. Just like I was gonna say, just popped up there, but how you're having a conversation and next thing you pop up and you're somewhere you've never even been before. That's what mine was. I think someone said I said something about jumping over a balcony, second story. I don't think I even would have been hurt, but they said I threatened to jump off that balcony, and that was around Kepler time. So I woke
that
up at
first
the
one
psych
messed me
ward.
up.
Yeah, woke up at the psych ward and handcuffed both hands to a chair, uh, left hand, right hand. And next to me, maybe 3 feet away, was another guy, left hand, right hand cuffed to the seat. To the right of me was another man. And in front of me and back of me, um, there was just a whole bunch of room full of people who all cuffed to the seats. There was a cop to my left behind a glass, so he wasn't helpful at all because everybody in the room was just making a lot of noise because it'll either be people who are there coming down or coming off of medication or coming off of drugs, and they're screaming because they might be having some kind of mental issue or something. And then there's those people yelling at them to tell them to be quiet, and then there's the people yelling to just tell everybody to shut up, and just a whole bunch of ruckus going on. And yeah, I just remember being there. I don't remember even being walked in or handcuffed to the chair. Um, yeah. The ideation, if you guys are having that at all, 988 is the best number to call. That's in the US. I do not have a number for the ones and the people watching anywhere else. Um, do you guys know any of the other numbers? 'Cause nothing comes to mind right now.
I I thought it was just the US.
Um, I believe they have one in Europe. We've been told before, but I can't remember because we do have quite a few people, more than I imagine, ever coming here from other countries to be with us. Um,
I don't really know why people from across in Europe would message be, or I suppose they would have epilepsy, but uh just find it's strange that, or I suppose it's because it's from Reddit. I don't know.
So I got one here asking for some advice. It says, "Please help. I need advice. If this isn't the right subreddit for this, then my apologies. I'm desperate and I really need help, so I'm gonna be cross-posting this to subreddits I think of for advice. Brief summary, but I have pseudo seizures. And what is that? Pseudo seizures, and the cause has been unknown for almost a year now, but it almost likely that I have these seizures like activities more than ever because I haven't ever dealt with my trauma in any helpful, healthy way. Plus, I've been stressed TF out lately. I'm an adult now. My problem is that I have been having these seizures almost every week at work. I work in fast food, and my boss keeps sending me home early saying I can come back when I get a doctor's note. And then when I get a doctor's note and another seizure happens, everything repeats. I get that. I'm not mad about that. Just last week, my doctor had printed out a note so I can give my boss so I can, end quote, have 2 10-minute breaks before and after my lunch so I can calm or cool down. And well, I used to use those on Monday and it worked out well. Yesterday at work, we were too busy that I wasn't able to get any. And my boss never told the managers about this solution. And I was having a problem with one of the managers believing me that this was a true thing that I needed to have, and they refused. I'm pretty sure I'm out of a job and I don't know what to do. How can I stop these from happening? I just want my normal life back. I'm way too I'm way too young for disability, and I still do want to work at my current job. I love my coworkers, but I just can't calm down or something. I don't really know anymore. Question here is for advice, and how can I stop these from happening? Um,
Pseudo seizures, SPNES.
this. Oh, okay. So, from what I've heard, is find things that relieve stress, and working a lot could bring on stress. So I see why you would want to avoid stressful situations, and yeah,
So he
totally.
has post
Um,
traumatic stress disorder.
Psychogen,
yes.
that's the psychogenic seizures.
Ah,
I have a paper here because I had a seizure in public and they decided to label it as psychogenic seizures. So the paper they sent me home with, I read this earlier. It says causes of psychogenic seizures: stress, emotional trauma, sex or physical abuse, big life events such as divorce or death of a loved one, mental health disorders like anxiety and depression. Yeah,
That's
I've
what
been waiting
Toaster was
for.
talking about. Uh, that CBT therapy is the best treatment for them.
Yeah, in the emergency room, even though I have a bracelet on that says I have epilepsy, my name, my mom's phone number, and all that good stuff, they said I had a non-epileptic seizure.
yeah.
They don't know me. Um,
It might just be because he's too stressed. You know, try and find something besides fast food or to do, like a hobby. Uh, Go on Meetup. They have plenty of stuff on Meetup. Uh, that and if he eats, I'm not saying, but it just I ate, you know, help, not fast food. I don't know if you do that or not, but That could be bring on stress. I don't know.
There is one comment here, and it says, I feel like these are probably related to high heart rate and BP from stress. If I was you, I would try to get your hands on anxiety medication like beta blockers. I got a prescription for propranolol from a cardiologist, and it really helped me. No seizures, but I faint a lot. I know some people are prescribed medical marijuana for anxiety. If that is feasible for you, maybe try that out. I hope you feel better and your quality of life increases. Please don't hurt yourself. That's 988. Um, this person, there was something that caught my attention. Oh, um, they said they were prescribed medical marijuana, and that made me think like, can some people get permission to smoke outside after they maybe feel like they might get nauseous or have a seizure? Uh, gonna ask other people that because I
Yeah,
used to smoke,
I
but
wouldn't
I was
know.
the boss, so that was different. They couldn't complain that I was coming inside smelling like weed. Um, they could have complained to the big boss, but they didn't. You're on mute, Seamus. I didn't hear you.
It said I didn't even know you could get prescribed medical marijuana.
Uh, yeah, some people.
'Cause I thought that the had to go through the doctors, and the doctors don't like marijuana or whatever.
Depends on where you live.
Uh, yeah, because I had a doctor for my disability case, and I told him that one of the doctors told me I shouldn't smoke weed while taking oxycarbazepine, but then I never ended up taking those oxycarbazepine because they called me and told me it had something to do with my heart that wouldn't work out well. But yeah, I forgot what I was talking about. Um, lucky me. Um, but I got something else here, and it says, it says breathing difficulty. I've been suffering from mild seizures since childhood. The attacks are very rare, once in 3 to 5 years, and last for a few seconds. Currently, I'm on meds. Of late, I've been suffering from sudden breathing problems. I did visit my doctor, and he prescribed clonazepam 0.25. Taking this helps me greatly and helps me get normal. Do patients suffering from seizures also experience breathing difficulties sometimes? My heart rate is perfectly fine. Any meds to cure this disease permanently? Question mark. So, any meds to cure this disease permanently is a question, and my answer to that, no. There is no cure. Once they say you got it, you got it. And it's just managing it from there on, and you're not getting rid of it. But yeah, do I deal
I
with
think
breathing
sometimes
problems?
children will outgrow it. Some kids, but I would say that
Um,
99% of people do not. It's life.
that leads me to another question I had a while back: is if you had seizures when you were a kid and you were diagnosed with epilepsy and then it stopped as a kid, do you still have epilepsy? That's just like
I
lingering
don't know.
there. That's
No
something I'll
idea.
ask Mark when he comes back.
I didn't even know he
Uh,
got bro epilepsy.
I believe that
yeah,
some
some
children
people.
have.
Yeah, we had a guy here who had seizures, and he said that he stopped having seizures as a kid, and he was now I think like 30, and he said he think he got seizures back because he started smoking crystal meth, which is not a good idea. And
Well,
he did say he stopped.
did he get a seizure
Actually, I
from
think
the
he said he
crystal
stopped and he
meth
started.
or from like that? That's he.
He said that his friends had actually asked him, did he want some ketamine? And then they smoked it. And then he figured out it was crystal meth, not ketamine. So he didn't do that on purpose, but he started having seizures again after that. He is above 30, 30 something, I'll say. I'm 36, but he's younger than me. So in between 30 something. Anyhow, don't do crystal meth. Um,
Yeah.
I've been told it can cause seizures.
As far as a cure, I
Uh,
think the only studies being made are stem cell. They're trying to grow stem cells uh to help with curing epilepsy.
That would be cool.
Like it's they did a brain surgery and it worked with one person, so I consider that a cure. But
um,
I don't know if they're just waiting for him to kind of studying him while he's alive or something.
Thing about it is, like, you
there's
never know when could come back. You might be seizure free for years and then start having seizures again. So I wouldn't ever
that's what I was
consider
gonna
myself
say.
cured.
Yeah, because Kevin, he's been seizure free for 8 years. But I asked him, "Do you ever think about it? Like seizures coming back? Are you doing things and then a seizure come back?" And he said, "Yeah, I think about it every day." Um, so even if you're not having seizures, like I said, his have been 8 years, and he said it does still be on his mind. Uh, but he has juvenile myoclonic epilepsy, so uh, not that that means anything. But yeah, he's doing pretty good. Shout out to Kevin. Um, to this question, there's only one comment. It says, no, there's no cure. You might be seizure free for some times, but this is a chronic condition. Breathing difficulty could be an allergy, asthma, panic, etc. Check the PPI for the meds you take and talk to your doctor, please. Has it caused you guys any difficulty breathing? I don't think I asked you.
Seizure?
Uh, yeah, I think they said the meds.
I don't know. I have them at night.
Um, but I got something here, and it was goes along with what you just asked. Luckily, it's right here. It says childhood epilepsy reappearing as an adult. I was diagnosed with left temporal epilepsy after having a TC at 6. Had complex partials and the occasional TC for years. All of my seizures started the same way: intense fear, deja vu, rising throat feeling. Flash forward to 23, I started getting the most throat feeling and fear, less deja vu this time, but sometimes intensely as well. But it is now followed by intense palpitations. Uh, is it palpitations? Because
Palpitations?
Palpitations.
anyhow, palpitations. Okay. Um, I went to a neurologist and they gave me the last meds I was on at 12 was Lamotrigine. However, I keep finding myself doubting if they're actually seizures due to my brain associating with the feeling with the term aura, associating with the feeling with the term aura instead, and it's actually making me second guess myself. Does anyone have this kind of similar experience? I do not, because I would have been more interested in having it go away. Uh,
I mean, the symptoms that
now
they're
that I,
describing make me think of the focal seizures that I would have, but the only way to really know if they're starting to have seizures again is if they catch it on an EEG.
yeah, uh, yeah, get that checked out. Um, But yeah, I wish I was just thinking about mine because uh mine was a little different, but it was from a TBI, not childhood epilepsy, not like JME. Um, but I didn't have them as a kid after I had one in the hospital. But the one in the hospital was uh, after the surgery. Um, I think after the surgery, or it might have been after I came out of a coma of 33 days. I had one back then, and then I didn't have one until I was 16, which is 11 years later. Um, they didn't diagnose me until the third one, to where they were like, "Yeah, this is epilepsy." And then they gave me pills. But would that be considered reappearing?
I don't know.
Okay. Um, yeah, I'm glad I got to live that whole childhood and in between there before the seizures came back or seizures started. But some of the comments here, one says those are seizures, man. The whole aura thing is just an old term for focal seizure. The fear and rising throat feeling you're describing is textbook temporal lobe epilepsy. Don't let the terminology make you doubt what your body is clearly telling you. Another comment says similar experience but slightly different symptoms. Started as a teen, went away. Then as an adult, I let focals get really bad. Ended up in the ER. Followed up with an epileptologist about 2 weeks later, and she said my symptoms and timelines were classic for TLE. Mm. Um, so, um, thanks for watching. Uh, being that I was saying, when did my seizures come after the surgery or after the coma? I didn't know because I wasn't there, but my mom peeked her head in the room, which means she's watching us live. Hey, mom. Um, she said the seizure was after the coma. So I think that's what she said. Oh my goodness, my memory is that bad. I think she
Well,
said
you
after
were a
the
very
surgery.
child.
Yeah. So I don't exactly have JME, but mine was called because of a TBI. But I was just wondering if that was considered reappearing because I had one back then. Um, yeah. Thanks, Mom. Good information. That was needed because now it makes me think of other things. Uh, have you guys heard of syncope?
Yeah, that's something to do with your heart and or blood pressure or something.
Okay. Um, we'll come back to that one later. It says, I don't know what to do. So I don't know where to start on this, but I'm feeling lost and depressed. I'm a 30-year-old male, and I think I might have epilepsy, although I still don't have a clear diagnosis. About a year ago, I started having episodes where I would suddenly lose consciousness. The first two, the first two times happened in my room and didn't even realize what had happened at first. I would wake up confused on the floor and just assume I had fallen asleep or taken a nap. It wasn't until later that I started piecing together that I must have passed out. The third time was much worse. I collapsed in a parking lot and hit my head and got a bruise on the other parts of my body. Someone found me unconscious and regained consciousness and took me to the emergency. At the hospital, they did an MRI and an EEG, but everything came back normal. Most of the doctors thought I had experienced seizures, but nobody could confirm it since no one had witnessed the earlier episodes, and it was possible that I had simply fainted. I stayed in the hospital for 3 days doing a bunch of scans and labs on me, without getting a diagnosis and was eventually referred to a neurologist. The neurologist prescribed Keppra, and after starting it, I didn't have any more episodes for almost a year. Then last week, I collapsed at the gym. An ambulance was called, and I was told that I had a seizure and it lasted several minutes. Although I'm not exactly sure how long, since then I've been terrified. I'm afraid to go back to the gym or even go out in general because I'm worried another seizure episode could happen at any time. I'm scared about how this could affect my job, my relationship, and my social life. I have to follow up with my neurologist tomorrow, but honestly, I don't know what else they can be at this point. I've also been dealing with my muscle pain and weakness since the incident. One thing I should mention is that the 2 weeks leading up to this, I was out of town. I was on an out of town trip where I drank heavily, didn't get much sleep, and completely missed taking my medication for at least a full day. That could have been enough to trigger a seizure after being episode free for a year. Yeah. Has anyone experienced something similar to this or have any advice? I'd really appreciate hearing from others who have gone through this. One of those questions was, could that have been enough to trigger a seizure even after being seizure episode free for a year?
Absolutely.
Yes. Um, Light on the sleep and heavy on the alcohol. Definitely a
And
bad
miss
combo.
meds.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, and miss meds. You're gonna miss meds, at least try to avoid it with not drinking. To each his own. I don't suggest
Alcohol and
drinking, and
AEDs don't go good together.
yeah, some people don't believe that either. So anybody out there watching, believe that it happens. Yeah, hope for the best. And the second question here was, I'd appreciate hearing from others. Any advice? I have not experienced anything similar because drinking on alcohol, I'm not going to say I haven't, but I haven't experienced any of those things that were explained. I was told that well, I never had a seizure after drinking alcohol to say, oh, maybe I should stop drinking. I had a stroke. Um, Big sign right there. Oh, I started doing this too. And then I was like, well, got to stop drinking. Um, got to be a role model. And I like the idea because I stopped drinking alcohol. Yeah, man, I miss it. I could go for some good tequila right now. That'd be amazing. Uh, but
I had been drinking right before my last tonic clonic. Like I went to a river float trip and I think we got there on Thursday and came home on Sunday. And then like within 48 hours, I had a huge tonic clonic because I'd been, out in the heat, dehydrated, not getting enough sleep, and I was drinking. So I blame that trip. And there was a whole bunch of stress around it too. So I blame that trip for my last TC.
mm, um, sorry about that, you guys. Camera problems. My earpod is dying. Um, yeah. Oh well. Yay, it's working. Can you guys hear me? Mic check, mic check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Good.
hear you.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, basically the consensus is the alcohol with the no sleep and the don't take your pills for 24 hours. Did they say 24 or 48? Oh, they
I
said
think they
for at
said
least a
I
full
24.
day.
I
Yeah.
heard 48, but all of that mixed together. I mean,
Nobody
usually
remembers anything.
alcohol
Hey, but yeah,
that I mean it's the peer pressure, gets to you sometimes, suppose.
yeah. Even if you didn't have a seizure for a year, you still have epilepsy. So there's still things that can trigger an epileptic seizure. and then I just avoid those things. You know, uh, when I had a stroke, I was just like, okay, the nicotine has to stop. I mean, it's an every now and then thing, but yeah, it should stop. I don't smoke cigarettes, but like every now and then I smoke a blunt. Any other times I'm smoking my vape and I'm smoking papers. Uh, yeah, every now and then there's a person that'll be like, "Oh, you want to hit this?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, maybe I shouldn't, but I'll just hit that one or two times." Then it's never one or two times, to be honest. It just ends up blunt going around, and I'm part of the rotation. Yeah,
It
yeah,
happens.
I had to work on that. Um, One question, Andrea, do you have alcohol around?
Yes, I do.
You should try that. Um, that might be a trigger of seizure.
It could. You're right. I thought about it, but I don't know that I want to. I don't know. I got some Fireball sitting in the kitchen.
Oh, damn, I thought you were gonna say something smooth. Fireball is not smooth.
Ah,
But
good.
Ah, some tequila, some good smooth tequila. That'll be cool. But some
I
Fireball.
almost died from tequila, so no, thank you.
Okay, yeah, pass on the tequila. Um,
Yeah,
I'm gonna pass on the Fireball. So
that's all right.
yeah.
I just keep looking
Mhm.
at it. I used to drink vodka. I used to drink like every day, and I always drank vodka. Not straight, but
Nice. I have a friend who can drink it straight, and he won't even like make a face. Drink it like water. Uh, he used to be an alcoholic. He's clean these days though. So shout out to him.
congratulations. Yeah.
it's good for him.
Yeah. Um, there are two comments here, but one looks like it may be in German. The Schleichenhaven reminds me of I don't even know if I said that right. Uh, I'll read the other one. It says, "Be brave and have brain surgery." Wow. Otherwise, it's a wrap. Get on it. Get on the dole.
Copy
Not
paste.
Um,
everybody can have surgery.
right.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Um, and then this person said brain surgery. So yeah, you gotta be a candidate for all this stuff. These aren't things you could just be like, "Hey doc, I want to get the surgery." Because I tried. I asked him how good would a VNS or anything else be, and he said, "Do you think you need it?" And I said, "No, I just heard about it." And he was like, "Yeah, I don't think you need it." All right then. See you in 6 months. Uh, yeah. Shout out to everybody out there. Everybody out there, press that thumbs up button. It'll really help. It's really helpful. Yeah, and then I like thumbs up. Um, that sounded really weird. Uh, yeah, looking at those little thumbs that you press and press that subscribe button and then press the little bell, and that'll let you know that we're going live. No, that'll let you know when we do go live every Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Did I say that right? Um,
Yes.
gotcha.
Wednesday, Friday, Saturday.
Thumbs up. Yeah, got it, got it. Because sometimes I think other days, but hey, um, check us out tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Uh, and yeah, see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Um, I don't know what Fireball is on my mind. That just crossed my mind two times. You know, like you stop talking and then something just crosses your mind. That's what happened with Fireball after you said it. But anyway, hmm, I got something here. It says, is it worth it to see a functional neurologist? My epilepsy diagnosis was changed to PNES after several normal EEGs. My psychiatrist insists I have epilepsy. My neurologist insists I have anxiety. My neurologist referred me to a functional neurologist, but it's $900 for the first visit. I'm willing to try anything, but I have a feeling that $900 is going to get me a prescription for yoga and manage my stress. What have your experiences been? Um, I have not. I have insurance, so there's hasn't been a time in my life where I paid $20 for an appointment one time. My insurance lapsed, and to have my video appointment, I had to
And it
pay
was
twenty
only $20.
dollars. Yeah, I was waiting for it to. I had sent in the paperwork, so it was
That's
getting
just a copay.
basically they yeah, any other time, no copays. I don't pay anything else, but um, it's worth it. I mean, if you want to find out information, any information for something going on in your head
Yeah.
is worth it. Definitely.
They
Because
don't have a
good news and
neurologist,
bad news is both.
might as
Um,
well get one.
It's still
yeah,
information.
yeah, good news and bad news is still good information. Either something's happening, which is bad news, or something is not happening, which is good news. Um,
Believe me,
you
I
don't
didn't want
find
to get
out
a
until you
needle stabbed in
try
my
it.
spine, but I did. Find out
Mm,
what you can find out.
mm, mm, mm. Yeah,
Did I just
needle
make
in the
you cringe?
spine. Because I'm trying to imagine where, but that just seems like it would hurt anywhere.
Lower back.
Yeah, like
The best part
epidural.
was when he was repositioning because the cerebrospinal fluid kept stopping. So they'd have to move the needle and
Mm,
poke me again because they
mm.
needed a specific amount.
Oh, they just kept on poking you?
I have no idea how many holes are in my back because they numbed it up. So I know I had at least two because of the anesthesia that they injected, which I was face down on a table, so I couldn't see what they were doing. But I felt like they gave me two anesthesia shots, and then they had to do the initial lumbar puncture, and then they repositioned two times. So I could have had up to five needles in my back Monday. Was it
At
Monday?
one time.
Yeah, I think it was. Not at one time, but like right after another within half an
Oh,
hour.
mm, yeah, that sounds like a whole procedure.
It was a
Um,
whole procedure, but then they got information from it, so it was worth it.
well, nice.
Information's always good.
Yeah, some is better than none. Because then that thought in your brain is like, what's going on? You might not be able to always go get that appointment if they're offering it and you have the means to go get it and you want to find out things, especially if you want to find out that your PNES seizures are not PNES. A good thing to do is go to that appointment. Uh, $900 will help. Could be bad news, could be good news.
Yeah,
Some
I
news
don't
is
think.
better than no news.
What were they thinking? They're just gonna get a class to yoga to de-stress. I don't think that's what
Yes.
happened.
Yeah.
I mean, if they really are
Never.
having the PNES seizures, then they might get referred to therapy because that's, I think, the like top tier treatment for PNES. But it sounded like the therapist was already on board with this, so maybe they're already in therapy and it's not working. So the therapist thinks this isn't PNES. I don't
Hmm, yeah. Yeah, so I do believe it's worth seeing a functional neurologist uh, just to know what's going on. But there's a couple comments right here. Someone says you can do yoga without spending $900. It can't hurt. Good luck. Another comment here says I saw one on TikTok who advocated for his patients to stop their seizure meds, but because they were poisoned and they could be fixed with realignment. But he could have been a quack. Hmm. Did I read that right? Quack?
Yes,
Doesn't a
most
duck say
likely.
quack?
Whack,
Yes.
cuckoo. Okay.
Uh, okay, so that guy could have just been a quack. Um, wait, oh. However, if your neuro is referring you, it might be a different story. Yeah, if your refers you to somewhere, I'd take that opportunity. Um, yeah. How's the weather where you guys are at? It's getting better here from the last few weeks that I was complaining. So I'm just gonna point that out. Shout out to everybody out there watching. Press that thumbs up button. Mm.
We've got a decent day today, but it's been storming a lot lately, and they came out with the rain records, and we've got had almost 12 inches of rain this month. We got 3 to 6 last night, but it's about 80 and partly cloudy at the moment.
It's not a lot of rain. Or
Yeah,
are
it
you?
was a lot.
I suppose that it's not. I'm not in the same spot.
They said we got 3 to 6 inches here last night.
Hmm.
There was flash flooding all over the place. I think the article I read said that the 911 dispatchers had received like 122 or 112 calls for stalled out cars in the road because they tried to drive through the floodwaters.
Ah,
It it was nasty around
Oh,
here yesterday, but
that
pretty
I
nice today.
um Seamus, are you a father?
no, I'm not.
Is that a fortunately or unfortunately?
It is a no. Uh, I
It just
Gotcha.
suppose.
is.
Uh,
Just to know. Uh so yeah, I got something here that says what's wrong with me. Listen in, you guys, because this one is yeah, it's long. Got something that says, what's wrong with me? 56-year-old male experiencing the following symptoms, but for years they seem to be getting more frequent and lasting longer. A quick look back at my symptoms. About 30 years ago, I was standing in line at a store, and out of nowhere, my peripheral vision slowly went dark, closing in, leaving me looking through pinholes of light. Unsteady on my feet and quickly knelt down as to not fall on my face. My brain felt like it was kind of ringing. I made it out and was able to drive home. My dad took me to the ER. I was seen by a neurologist who put the things on my head and flashed lights in my eyes. Said everything looked fine and likely had a focal seizure. What happened the day that day, according to my research, doesn't exactly line up with the symptom wise to a focal seizure. Now, at that time in my life, I was constantly flashing lights. Oh, I was constantly flashing lights in my eyes and learning photography and exposure. I convinced myself back then that that's what caused that's what caused the episode. A few years before that, I had I had to be early 20s. I got high smoking marijuana standing outside on a really hot summer day. We went inside my friend's house into the air conditioning, and we were standing there watching football and talking. Only being inside for a few minutes, I felt what I could only describe as a wave pouring over my brain, and down I went. Friends told me I had a full on seizure. They got me up after a couple minutes, and I was perfectly fine. Never did anything about that one, and that's never happened again. Chalk that up to being high and sudden temperature change. The symptoms I'm here seeking any help, opinions, thoughts, etc. For years and years, I've had the same symptoms, and 20 plus years ago, they might hit me a couple times a year. The past few years, they seem to be hitting me a few times every couple months now and lasting longer, feeling stronger. Hard to explain exactly, but here goes nothing. I'll be absolutely fine one minute, and then the next, I'll get like a dump or like a dumb feeling in my brain. My eyebrows raise and my eyes kind of stare ahead. Feels like a my slight pulling, feeling my face from inside. My mouth will also kind of open up. I'm left with that dumb feeling, the cognitive dullness, and dead center of my brain feels extremely alert or numb. So hard to explain this. As this happens, I can always snap myself out of it and I'm fully aware of everything. If I'm in the middle of one of these episodes and somebody walks in, I can shut those feelings off and be perfectly fine. Mm, mm. Anyhow, um, I'm sorry, I lost track where I was. Uh, Snap myself out of it and be perfectly fine. Okay. I'm not sure if these symptoms match up with focal seizures or not, but they seem to align better with the episode in the store that day with focal seizures. I'm coming here for the first time for any of your thoughts and opinions on my situation here before I reach out to a doctor. Reason I'm getting concerned is because they're becoming more frequent and appear to be slightly stronger. Also, unfortunately, without health insurance currently. Thank you for any help. Yeah, this is a good place to come when you have no health insurance or go to um, Chat GPT. Actually, don't
I
look for medical advice there. We're giving medical advice based on experience. So go ahead, Andrea.
I would recommend getting into a neurologist as soon as you can. I'm sorry that you don't have insurance to help with that, but it sounds very likely that they could be having focals, especially with them changing and getting worse. Sooner rather than later would be best.
I'm with you there. Um, and the question was, what's wrong with me? I don't believe anything's wrong with you. You got epilepsy. You're still alive though. So, and this person's 56. Man, you're still alive. You had it for 30
Yeah.
years. This is just 20 years in, and I'm just feeling like I just found out what's going on with my own life and my own epilepsy. But yeah, nothing's wrong with you. You're just epileptic. It just happens sometimes. Seamus, you had anything to say with that one? I got a couple comments here.
No, not really.
Yeah. Basically, the comments are saying go see a doctor, and that's what I was gonna say. Go see a neurologist. If you can find an epileptologist, that'd be great too. Epileptologists are great, I heard. Uh, yeah.
I heard
One
they're
of the
pretty
comments
similar.
also,
Just neurologists are kind of, they do everything epileptologists do. It's like,
mm,
Epileptologists have to go to more schooling because they specialize in epilepsy.
yeah,
Whereas a regular neurologist treats all kinds of different stuff and might not really know a lot about epilepsy.
neurologists, yeah, they have more. They study more the brain. They would know like, oh, you get a temporal lobe problem. But either one, if you get epilepsy.
mm. um, I got something else here. It says, should I really be concerned? When you start something like that, I say, yes, you should be concerned. That's concern asking that question. Um,
Yeah.
Anyhow, it says, hi, I'm 24-year-old woman. From infancy to the age 5, I had epilepsy and seizures. Still stiff, stop breathing, turning blue kind. I was on medication the entire time I had seizures. I even got put on accidental coma for a careless nurse giving baby me an adult dose on accident.
Oh shit.
I think that I was okay, LOL. However, in the past year and a half, I've been working with my psychiatrist and trying out a bunch of different ADHD medications. Cause yeah, I also have ADHD. One I've been on for the past few months is venlafaxine. I've heard someone say that before. Um, It's spelled really weird, but being that I heard someone say it before, that's how I knew how to say it. Anyhow, venlafaxine, um, which is also an anxiety medication. I think I've been having deja vu attacks nearly my whole life. Usually it's just once every few months and it just feels like disorientating. However, it's gotten a lot worse in the past month. I could be doing something completely normal, like sitting outside with my dog, and suddenly I get hit with the memory of something that's never actually experienced. That's I've never actually experienced, but I have a full memory of it. My assumption is my memories of the past dreams I've dreamt, summer dreams I've had multiple times, even just remembering dreams isn't horrible, but it's associated with symptoms. My head feels like it's full of liquid. I get super nauseous and I feel like I can barely move. Sometimes my vision even distorts things. I'm looking at like my feet suddenly get really long until I really focus on them. I've gotten to a point like today where before I even out of bed, I'm having an attack. I've been up doing things around the house for about 4 hours now, and I just had my third attack. The newest change is in this event is now I'm getting hot flashes during these attacks. All this to say, should I be worried that this is a sign of my epilepsy coming back? Could it be because of my medications? And of course, I have already consulted my doctor and have an appointment and test scheduled to see. But I'm sure fellow veterans know how long VA medical can take to see us. So I just need some people to talk about this with. Thank you. I say it
Uh,
could be coming back because those hot flashes, I don't know exactly what it is. It might be aura, but I have those. And not just every now and then. Yeah, I have those all the time, the hot flashes, but I just kind of, yeah, kind of just live your life. Go ahead, Andrea.
According to Google, Venflexin, whatever he said, I can't say it. Effexor is the brand name.
Venlafaxine.
That's the one.
Mhm.
Can lower seizure threshold, increasing the risk of seizures, while rare at therapeutic doses occurring in roughly 0.26% and 0.3% of patients. This risk rises significantly with higher dosage in individuals with history of epilepsy or during overdose. So yes, it's very likely that they're having issues since they have a prior history of seizure activity and now they're taking this medication that will can increase the risk of seizures. That just seems like a bad combination to me. Why would they
Yeah.
put them on
Um,
something that lowers their seizure threshold?
yeah. I think you should go see another neurologist. Maybe try one at a hospital. Well, no. Do they get to see the doctors for free at the VA? Because that would be a good idea to keep going there then. And I don't know how these people's insurance goes, but yeah,
I don't
ask to
know
see a
either.
neurologist. Second
Yeah,
opinions
I
are
wouldn't.
always good. Go ahead, Seamus.
No, I'm pretty sure anti-anxiety and antidepressants they can cause epilepsy. So I was kind of confused why she was on them as well. But
Yeah,
uh,
they said they're 24 now. They haven't had them since they were 5. But those
well,
stuff you're going on, those auras, those are seizures. Uh, so yeah, you're already having
small
seizures.
small seizures, little tiny
Hmm.
ones.
Yeah, and then they said the newest change in this event is I'm getting flashes during these attacks. You're definitely having seizures, not TCs to where it's notable to everyone around you, but those are seizures. That's just from personal experience. Once I put all the pieces together and told people this is what's going on, they were like, "Oh, I have those." Um, so it's a seizure, and I finally found out what auras were at the end of last year. So I've been having those for quite some time, and It's good
Once
to
you
know.
found out what they were, you started having them.
Um, I had already been having them, and then reading a post, and then someone else commenting, "Oh, I have those," helped me find out I was having focals as well. And people were talking about focal seizures, and I'm like, "What is a focal seizure?" Because I have grand mal, and I thought that was the only one. Come to find out, there's more than I believe 30. So, and nobody's gonna know about them unless they watch this. It's a whole type of epilepsies. I mean, a whole bunch of different types of epilepsy out there. To everybody watching. Um, and yeah, the more I'm finding out here, I was just saying that yesterday. I made a post is that I'm seeing different signs of things that might be seizures that I see other people talk about. I can't 100% say it's a seizure because sometimes it doesn't bother me, but then there's other times that it does. So I'm figuring stuff out slowly. I'm not worried, but I'm figuring things out slowly, and it's good to be finding out things that could actually be seizures and things that could not be seizures. Uh, that's why it's great to be here, you guys. Shout out to Nature Made. If you're watching, press that thumbs up button, and then the little bell lets you know when we go live. Um, One comment here, and it says, "As you described, yes, this is concerning, but I am not in a position to tell you if the symptoms are seizures, side effects, or something entirely different. You could consider showing up at an ER. Might be a good idea to get an EEG now, as your symptoms are clearly active. If you're really feeling dedicated, stay up for 20 hours and then go to the ER for an EEG. Though, maybe get a driver if this is the plan." Hmm. Yeah,
Wonder why
concern.
they
The
said
person said,
20
"Should I be
hours.
concerned?" I was thinking that too.
I,
The 20 threw me off.
Maybe I need to be staying up until
Um,
3 a.m. instead of 1 a.m. for the next few days.
mm, uh, oh, don't do it. You don't want to be up at 3 o'clock. There's nothing to do at 3 o'clock. There's nothing good on TV
I
unless
haven't
you're
watched
streaming.
TV in days, honestly. All I've had is just playing music.
Um, I'm always editing, so I got an ear pod in my ear, listening to old
You're always
episodes and
listening to
editing.
me.
Yeah, mostly. Well, not mostly, because I hear you and Mark a lot lately. Um, at least 3 days out of the week, more than anybody. Um, at least three, but mostly four. Yeah. And then the days in between, I got you guys on the podcast. It's like I'm never not with you guys.
You're never alone.
Yeah. Anyhow, never alone. Um, it says, does anybody have temporal lobe epilepsy? How would you describe your temporal lobe epilepsy depression or seizure or epilepsy depression? Do you have right-sided or left-sided TLE? Um, I have right-sided TLE, and I feel that I'm going through a few days of feeling seizure and having focals. I feel pretty low, and I'm between these times. Oh, I'm between these times. I feel I'm slowly drifting from the in quote normal person I used to be. My OCD is worsening. I ruminate too much. I want to be left alone. I have no sex drive or desire to be in a relationship. I don't recognize myself sometimes. How would you describe yours? Uh, or do you have any? No, I do not have any. Or do you have right or left side? No. Those are the questions I see here. I don't know if you guys have temporal lobe epilepsy. I have epilepsy from the right hand side. I was in a car accident when I was a kid. So they call it TBI. It's just a little bitty spot. From the spot they showed me, it's not exactly a circle. It's kind of squiggly around there, whole different part, not a perfect circle. Anyhow, yeah. And mine isn't left side or right side. It's just on the right side. I don't know how they measure the temporal lobe, left or right. Um,
Because you have a
yeah.
right temporal lobe and a left temporal lobe, and it's Depends
Uh,
on where it originates from. I know after my first EMU, they said right temporal, but I'm not confident in that doctor, or just put it that way. So I still don't know. We don't know why the hell I'm having seizures.
Me as a kid, I didn't know much about epilepsy because I was the kid. I wasn't given the updates. This is what's going on. This is what we need to do that's making it better. Or this is what the doctor said. The information was passed either to my mother or my stepfather. And I didn't learn anything about it because I wasn't pushed to learn anything about it. Then again, in the early 2000s, not many people were worried about it, um, or if they even knew what it was. But Seamus, you got anything?
Uh, no, I think I have left. I
Oh,
didn't know it had connection with depression, to be honest. Like your
yeah,
seizures.
yeah. I never thought of that part. I always thought the um, depression came with, well, some medications cause you to be different. Just having epilepsy didn't cause me to be depressed. I think that was the Keppra.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, they're saying like the left and the right has like one side would cause you to be more depressed than the other. I don't really
hmm.
kind of I might not be understanding it. Not
I think that's what I kind of got from it. But this one said they have right. Uh, they don't feel like they're self. Um, describe my epilepsy depression. It was a long time ago. I've been in this for 20 years. Haven't been depressed much for a long time. Uh, but one comment here says, this doesn't really answer your question, but when I researched the functions inside the right temporal lobe, I realized my problems have a physiological explanation and that they gave me some relief and self forgiveness. One more comment says chickenpox and encephalitis from that. I was about 9 then, and I could say I kept having auras from time to time since then, but only 12 years after that, I got my first grand mal. And even with the first meds, I felt quite nice. Kepper wasn't fit one. I just made acting out, in quote, emotionally, more radical thing to do. On some level, I thought the playing or acting out it, even as like theatrical act, was okay. I guess I still do because that's how my memory recorded. Hmm. Uh, I got to find out more about the right temporal lobe and all that stuff. But to that last post, it hasn't caused the depression. Yeah, yeah. Being a parent, you don't have much time to be depressed. Uh, not that they're always here, but yeah, got to work on that. Got something else here. I was hoping that more people were here, but we got a couple right now. And I'm sure you guys could agree with this. It says, is control possible? Hi, is it possible to get seizure control? I've been dealing with this for 2 years now. I've been on Lamictal the whole time, but still having seizures. My seizures are 99.9% connected to sleep. I had an increase after taking a couple trips. My doctor added Briviac. I've been on it for 2 weeks. I thought I was doing well until I had a seizure while waking up yesterday. Then I had one this morning after my husband stressed me out badly. I am completely aware of this and know it's coming. An awake seizure starts with severe panic attack and stay awake. Oh, and stay aware. Can respond to commands and I can talk. There's no visible signs I'm having a seizure. I'm extremely deflated. Is it possible these seizures can be stopped? It's very depressing. Um, yes, I believe so. We have Kevin, which is our best example of seizure control. It is possible. He told me he has taken a lot of meds to find that out, but somewhere is that what they call it cocktail for you. Luckily, I'm not on a cocktail and I'm just on one med right now, but control is possible.
I consider myself to be uh, mostly controlled, at least for the moment, because I haven't had a focal since last September, and my last tonic-clonic is been 11 months ago, so almost a year.
Can you
So
blame the no focals on this?
probably at least partially, but I don't think that's all of it personally.
No seizures is no seizures either way. You guys take the
Right.
B12 by Nature's Made. I haven't had a focal in a year since May 12th of 2025, and 100% blame it on that because the day I started taking that, I didn't have focals from there on. Um, but yeah, some of these medications make us B12 deficient. So go get that checked out, you guys. See if your medication is making you B12 deficient. But
I
get the
looked mine
guns
up
by
the other
Nature
day,
Made.
and some of my meds listed B12 and calcium, and I think it was calcium and vitamin D in addition to the
Oh wow,
B12.
I'm gonna look more into mine.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
we take
pretty
some of the
I'll be
same
useful.
back in a
meds.
few.
Alrighty, I'll be here with Seamus. Seamus, um, do you believe that control is possible?
Yes, I do.
Any advice on getting control to anybody out there?
Uh, I suppose. Well, it doesn't sound like they are in a bad situation, but uh, I had brain surgery and now I'm mostly controlled. So
Nice.
uh, I don't think that they need brain surgery from what I understood, but uh,
Uh,
they
yeah. So
they're just saying that they are. But I used to have those kind of awake seizures where I'm awake and I can tell I'm gonna have a seizure. Better sit down, and it was real, really scary. I can relate there.
yeah, I can't ever tell I'm gonna have one. It's usually like with focals. I notice because I just came out of one and I'm like, damn, I just had a seizure. I was just blanking out of it. That wasn't a daydream. That was a seizure. Um, I've had those, and yeah, that's the only way I know. I don't know. I haven't got big noticeable signs that I had a seizure. Because sometimes I used to have those. I used to have focals, and before I knew there was a such thing, I thought I was just like having like blanking out spells or daydreaming or something. Coming to find out, having focals. Hey Kate, how you doing? Uh, cannot hear you if you were talking.
No worries. I'm just arguing with the dog.
Oh,
But yeah, the thing about focals, I ended up having three on. Of course, I don't remember the day, but
Yeah.
what happened was overnight too. And this is the first time this happened in a long time. And talk about a consequence, okay? I must be having these nocturnals, and apparently, son, we share a room opposite sides, but apparently he was clearly calling for me, And sister ends up coming in, says that she was shaking me, and I wouldn't wake up. So took care of bro, but I found out the next morning, and of course, don't remember anything. I feel like I didn't get a lot of sleep. Like that night definitely felt like no rest. And I found out around like 4 o'clock in the afternoon why. Because of course I had no memory, no chance of a recollection of anything happening at night, like while I was asleep. But chances are during the day, like the earlier two happened earlier in the day, and the only way I had to remembering those was just trying to, like, I think I was like in the middle of a conversation or in the middle of doing something, and just don't know like where I ended up or why. Like the notes make it sound like I knew what was up, but after that nighttime one, the last like 3 days are gone. It's not, that's the weird part, that like I think I might be able to tell now if I have nocturnal ones, because I don't feel like I got much sleep, and I'll be like missing days. I woke up today and it was like positive it was Wednesday. So yeah, I don't know.
I
I
never know
guess
what day of the week it
this
is.
this this seizure thing always changes. It's annoying. But hey, we made it through like a whole day of doing stuff today, and I didn't ruin it. I'm like thrilled about that. We did a birthday party, and yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm not even gonna remember today. I can already tell, but it's all good. I made it home safe. How's
Good
everybody here
thing.
doing today?
Good, good. So far, so good. I mean,
Excellent.
here always makes my day better. Not that my day
You.
is not better when I'm not here, but it's always good days here. Seeing you guys, and I'm not seeing you guys on my editing screen. So then I'm usually seeing you guys like 7 days a week because I'm editing, and then there's the other four
Oh,
days
you're gonna get it.
where
Any of us ever hit a
I.
lottery? Any of us ever hit a lottery? You're going on a big vacation.
It's like being on video editing. When I'm editing and I got the ear pod in, sometimes someone will say something and I'll start laughing and commenting back. And then I'm like, why did they say anything? I'm like, oh, because I'm not live. I'm editing this video. Uh, so yeah, have laughed
Yeah.
and responded to questions. It's hilarious, but yeah,
And
dedication.
it's those
I don't
little
have an
like
editor.
outtakes that I feel like we get when we're live.
Yeah, there's no outtakes in here, so you get to hear this live, raw, unedited footage. Yes.
Oh, that's better now.
Um, yeah, but to that last post, controls possible. Um, wish I had someone here who could explain it, Kevin, but he's not here, and I'm sure he'll be here.
Brains of the
Okay, I got
operation.
one here. Right. Um, got something here that says I need to have a focal. I've been burning the candle at both ends and a bit down the middle lately. Almost had a focal the other day. Felt the beginnings of it usual usual thoughts just before slipping into it, but didn't happen. Now I'm feeling like if I can just get it over with, I feel better. Almost feels like when you're nauseous and if you want to vomit, you'll if you want to vomit, you'll feel better even though it's gonna suck while it happens. Does anyone else has this feeling or experience? Um, with the throw up, I do. Okay, I have one with the focal too, but the throw up, um, I used to drink, and sometimes I'd be like, okay, I'm not that drunk, but I'm just nauseous, so let me get it up. Um, throwing up always leaves you room to start over. I do not suggest drinking, but truth is the truth. Uh, hope for the best for you
So
guys.
the
Hope to have a focal
question
before.
on this one is if you feel like are they talking aura, you think?
I was thinking that too. How they said they're
Okay.
burning the candle at both ends, and then they were saying they thought they were slipping into a focal, but then it didn't happen. Um,
Oh, okay.
I had ones where I felt like I was slipping into a focal, and then it did happen. Um, but then I have times where there's going to be TCs or there's some signs that there was a TC last time, and then a seizure doesn't happen. So um, there's times where I'm having seizure feelings or feeling seizure as we say, uh, and nothing happens. So it's hard to point out every feeling because sometimes those feelings are just a feeling. Sometimes those feelings are a sign. So it's hard to know. Except for that last seizure, I should have noticed those signs. I've said that seizure a lot of times, and those signs I should have seen. I was just doing dumb stuff, like walking in the dirt instead of on the cement. That was the dumbest thing I did. And I was sitting there thinking, why am I walking in the dirt? Got back on the sidewalk. Um, yeah, I should have known that one.
Well, thank you
Goofy.
for sharing that, because it's way easier to brush it off like nothing's happening and get back to what you're doing, especially when you know you got more important things to do than have a seizure.
Yeah, I'm sitting there thinking, is there something I should be doing? I should be ordering my Uber, but I did not. I decided, let's walk over here. Decided to walk in the dirt instead of
I
walking
was
on the cement
thinking
pathway.
that today. We were running around at this like bounce house place that had no air conditioning, by the way. So that was like the
Oh,
longest 4 hours of my life. And I placed a Sam's Club order, right? I'd, run it back to the table, let it go over the total, but I didn't slide to pay. I didn't place the fucking order. So we're running around for like another 2 hours and they're about to go out. Like the day is continuing. And I just realized I never even placed the order. So yeah, that was when I thought something might have been happening today, but didn't have time for it. So thank God it didn't happen. But hey, you guys think it's a coincidence that Social Security is deciding to review my case like the week I'm starting to work? I'm not on the books yet. I've been submitting submitting applications on that job website, but this can't be a coincidence.
What are you doing differently? Have you I was thinking maybe things that they can notice is like you've been getting checks but yeah, until you come back. Um Seamus, do you have focals? I didn't even know if these questions were referring to you as well.
No, I don't really.
Oh,
I think that's just kind of
okay.
where you stare off, right? I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm not
Or
complete.
you can go just fade to the black because I've done that. I had a focal and then I was just like, damn, luckily we didn't pass my stop yet. And then I was like, I feel like I'm gonna have another one, but the stop is really close. And as soon as I thought that, snap and came back, I was like, oh well, missed that stop. Yeah. I knew I was gonna have a focal when I should have just maybe walked towards the door and somebody would have said, are you getting off here? But I stayed sitting down, which is also fortunately because I didn't fall. But yeah, some of the one of the comments here says on need a focal and does anyone else have these feelings or experiences? One says my daughter calls this sneezers. You're about to have a sneezer phase. Here's hoping the choo choo comes around. Um, yeah, Kate, is there anything you can do or anything that makes you feel like this might trigger a focal?
I mean, the usual triggers. So dehydration, um, just recognizing if I'm tired, if it has been like a really long day and I didn't get a lot of sleep, then that could be causing a problem. And I'll still
The
bound to
king
have
has
focals
arrived.
before tonic-clonics.
The champ has arrived.
That's right.
Oh yeah,
That
we're definitely gonna put something together because we're supposed to get Kevin the belt, with the
yeah.
epilepsy universe sign on it, and it says seizure champion.
There you go.
He's been the champion for 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're being
What do you think
honored.
about when you're not having
The,
seizures? Do you
The
ever get
seizure
things that make you
champion.
think of seizures?
Does that mean I'm the that makes it sound like I have the most seizures or something? The seizure champion.
You're
I
the
don't know.
seizure-free champion. No
Seizure
one's been
free.
seizure-free for 8 years that comes around
Yeah.
here. We've had some for a year, but never more than a year. Or there's people who say they're coming up on a year. Or there was someone who came and said she hadn't had a seizure in 2 years, and then she had a seizure with us, and after that she was very depressed. Her energy was amazing either way, but I can tell the difference when she had a seizure and her energy changed. And then she's like, not, she was not as talkative once she had the seizure. But before she was seizure free for 2 years, she was involved. She was here on time. Uh, she's answering every question. Um, at times, I did kind of feel like she might have been a little cocky, like always like pointing out, you guys should do this. Maybe you're having seizures like this because you're doing this. I'm not glad she had a seizure, but she stopped that. Advice given, like she knew everything once she had a seizure. She hasn't been in a while, but yeah, you're not. Once you have epilepsy, you have epilepsy. There's no cure. Seamus, were you gonna say something? I thought I seen your lips moving. Could be mistaken.
I was just drinking some water.
Okay. Um, got something here. It says, how do I get my GP to okay CBD oil for my epilepsy that the specialist prescribed me? I don't think either of you smoke, so you guys couldn't relate to this one until we get some smokers back in the meeting. When Kate comes back, probably. Oh, Kate, perfect. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I tried smoking, medical marijuana, but it just didn't work for me.
what do you mean
Yeah,
by
so
didn't
that
work?
if they oh yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Like I was still having seizures. It didn't do anything. Uh,
Oh, it's never made me have less. But I feel like it does help with the nausea. Because that sucks. Just having nausea all the time. Weed does help with that, and it helps with appetite because sometimes I won't eat if I don't smoke. Sometimes I just don't get an appetite. Yeah, and I don't have appetite cues, so there's nothing that tells me you just need to eat. I just forget about eating. But luckily, I am here with my mom, and she's like, "You ate today? We're gonna make something." Or it's like, um, or she's just making food. Yeah, my mom's been putting weight on me. I love it. Um, when I first got here and I was pointing that out, you guys, I'm gaining weight, and I was like 193. I thought I lost it all because my belly kind of went away, but I didn't lose it all. I went to the hospital to go get my thumb checked on. If you didn't see the post, it is broken. I didn't know that. I've been walking around with a broken thumb for a while. But
Once again, we take
forget what I
care of
was
you.
talking about. Yeah. Uh okay.
My
Got
bad.
something here that says it's all right, you do nothing that bothered me. But smokers back, I mean stoners back in the room. So let's see. It says, oh, perfect. Kate has had a surgery, and you're the only stoner in the room who had a surgery. Wait, I'm not sure. I can't just say, Andrea, you had any surgeries? Um,
Not on my
okay,
brain.
cool, cool. This one says
Everywhere else,
surgery
but
for
not on my brain.
stoners. I was gonna
Andrew's
say good,
experience is
but I don't know
definitely
if that's
worse.
good. Surgery for stoners. Looks like I'll be getting a left temporal lobectomy. I'm a regular but light stoner. A few blasts of mild weed in the evenings after 9 to 10 p.m. Although on a day off, I can be tempted to wake and bake, but I do vape something every day. Before surgery, I'm going to stop a couple weeks in advance. So if I have any weird sleeping dreams, night sweats, that can happen to stoners who stop suddenly. And and then after surgery, I can't vape. I can't vape from bed due to domestic situation. So maybe I'll get an edible with it. But I've never really done that before. Any stoners got any good post seizure stories, advice with edibles, etc. Um,
Keep trying until you find the right one.
advice for yeah.
You
I
know,
don't
if
do
it works for your
edibles, but
budget and transportation and everything else, but by the time you actually find like a nice cookie, even though it's $10, it's cool. I took 2 bites and yeah, it was like a quarter of the cookie, and it was like it took like maybe an hour to kick in, but that still lasted like 3 or 4 hours. It's better than some THCA nonsense.
yeah. So I trying to think. Surgery? I don't think I've had. I've had stitches. That's not surgery, right?
Now I think that they're probably talking anesthesia, like when you go under. I
Okay, yeah, I
think
haven't went under
that's
because
why they
they
ask you to
stitched me up.
switch and do stuff when you're on anesthesia. But honestly, around surgery times, I think I was still breastfeeding, so I probably wasn't on. Yeah, I don't think I had weed back then, so that wasn't an issue. But around surgery, I think they are pretty strict, and you do get a lot of like by yourself time. So how are they going to know, kind of thing? Like if the actual medical professional isn't suggesting that you stop smoking, then I would, follow it up. If you're having like respiratory issues, if they're actually telling you to stop smoking for other reasons, then find a physician that's maybe willing to kind of cooperate and be on your side about it.
Mm.
This is my
Advice with edibles.
I literally just found the first good cookie, and it's been a long time, and it's in Virginia. So I don't know. Cookies are cool, but
Mm.
$10 a cookie. Come on. I think I'll get like one a month and save it for something special. I don't know.
Uh,
I wonder
thumbs
how
up,
our brain
everybody.
waves changed when we get high. Like what changes on the EEG when we get
Oh,
high?
I can ask about that.
Mm,
Oh, but that's right. Now Social Security wants to review my case, and I haven't even found a neurologist in the state yet. Like this shit is not a coincidence.
mm.
You might want to do that.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, that I'm gonna have to literally go back and visit my general practitioner because I've sent them two my chart messages and three phone voicemails. So yeah, now I'm gonna have to find a ride back to the doctor just to walk in and ask a question or get a referral in writing. How fucking long has it been since we had to do that? Oh, goofy.
It's been a while.
Oh well, an
Mm.
extra trip to Knoxville might not hurt.
Yeah, my advice on edibles is don't overdo it. Uh, with the RSO, uh, that's not necessarily like a cookie with stuff in it, but you put it in food. All I do is I put it one time I did put it on a Rice Krispie treat. That was just for the fuck of it. But I did the peanut butter, put it in some peanut butter, just a few little drops. Help you sleep, helps your body get rest. It definitely works for pain. It doesn't always work for sleep, but it always works for pain, like for sure. Um, yeah, but the started taking it for this for the sleep insomnia at first, and it worked first few times. Don't make your body don't grow a dependency on it. There we go. Um, and one time I'm not gonna say I had a bad trip, but I did smoke. Did have edibles, and that's the time where I found out maybe I took too many. I kept telling myself like, my tolerance too high. Why not just do two? Two didn't feel anything within the hour, and went to four, and I ended up at six. So, and then I woke up needing help walking to the bed, and then I'm laughing with my cousin and uncle because they're helping me to the bed. So we're all laughing as they're helping drag me to the bed. Hilarious day. And they were going, yeah, yep, we told you so, right? I'm like, but you took three and you took four. So you guys weren't all the way with the plan. Um, yeah, don't overdo the edibles. Start small. Yeah, edibles can do you in. They're gonna have you feeling bad. They probably wouldn't make you
Fuck
have
it,
a
I'm gonna share
seizure.
my favorite with you guys. Hold on.
Oh my, we get a sneak
What's she
peek.
doing?
No idea. I forgot already. Um, Shout
I didn't
out
hear
to
what she
everybody out
said.
there watching. Um, Something about wait for something. I forgot already. Um, there she goes.
Favorite edible. Didn't need much of an excuse after a long fucking day. Here we go. Cheers.
I didn't get to see what it was though.
Oh, cookie. That's the chocolate one.
Oh,
This
a
is the,
cookie.
yeah, not too
Red
bad.
velvet.
Yeah, something about 50 milligrams. What do you think 50 milligrams is?
I took 100 milligrams of gummies, and it did me in. But that was only the first time I did it. Maybe the second time won't be the same. But I don't plan on it anytime soon. But yeah, 50 is pretty good.
I only had a piece of it. So I think the
Mm,
gummies, what a friend told me at the place was that the gummies I used to have were 10, and I took two of those. So yeah, a quarter of this probably do the trick like usual. But then again, maybe those three
mm.
seizures that I had on Wednesday was because I just switched to, I did actually stop the old ones cold turkey. Like these are the old ones, and I stopped with those, started with these. And after one day, that's when I had the three focals. And it was not like anywhere near that time of the month. So I'm understanding though that with catamenial seizures and any kind of catamenial um, influence, I guess, on a condition, is that as a woman gets older, that changes too. So if the hormonal fluctuations used to happen like on the week of, now mid 30s, it might be happening 2 weeks before. So surprise, surprise. Now we just have to see if the trend continues. But yeah, we
Right.
don't figure out the cause of these seizures a lot of times until like after the fact.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any edibles because I haven't purchased any because I always felt like they just don't work with me. That's a personal thing. They might work with everybody else. Shout out to everybody out there watching. Let me know how those edibles are treating you guys. Maybe I haven't found one good. Um, but I've tried the gummies one time and they weren't mine, but I was allowed to use as many as I wanted and they work. I didn't get to experience the high part of it, but I overdid it. I had to go lay down and just float in the middle of the bed. It felt like a water bed. Then I had my cousin and my uncle near me, and we're all just laughing at how I was talking about it felt. Good
At
times.
least you were
Don't
aware.
suggest.
At least you're
Um,
aware the whole time.
yeah, I was aware. I was aware enough to laugh, but not enough to turn over myself. Uh,
But that's what I'm saying. Like
yeah.
having daughter tell me the next day, and okay, she didn't tell me until like late in the afternoon, so this didn't even phase her at this point. I was shaking you, trying to wake you up, but Jamar was still crying. So you're fine. Like, and again, this is like over 12 hours later, so this is not even phasing her anymore. So maybe these nocturnal ones are kind of the ones that I really want to get under control now.
Yeah. Once
But
again, everybody out
it's
there,
our
press that
allowance.
thumbs up button.
I don't really know anything
Press
about
that.
this medical marijuana because I think I'm the only one that doesn't use it in the entire group. But um,
Seamus too.
okay. Uh, hmm. So, but I recently considered it, because I broke my arm and everything. So, but that's coming to an end. The cast is coming off soon, but uh, it's still a consideration. Is there like a type of uh, strand or
Particular strain?
I don't know. I don't even know where to begin asking.
Let's start with can you smoke in your house or do you have to go outside?
No, I don't smoke in the house. There's no smoking in the house. I would probably
Okay,
do
you
the
might want to get
gummies.
edibles.
I'm not going to get any of
Yeah,
the goofy vaping stuff.
gotcha. Because yeah, that all comes into play. If you can smoke in the house, then it'd be good to get some weed. But if you got to be the one to step out just to smoke, better have a patio with a umbrella. Uh,
We got
yeah.
plenty of room around here, but yeah, I just
Or smoke rises. No, it doesn't. Heat rises. Um, Yeah, since you live in the attic, it's not going to go downstairs.
right. I could
Not that I know of. I'm no boss or what do they
Or
call
just
it?
try to create a nice little outside space. If you have a hammock or a bench or someplace that you can, just go out when the fireflies are around, or like a really cool looking moon or sun, or you got to be into it. But it works, especially
like
since you leave feeling like way better.
I could do that. I could roll one or something. Haven't done that in a
You
while.
can like open the window, maybe like that much, enough to put your lips in, which sounds weird. Like blow the smoke out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're live. So I'm
Uh, yeah, I'm just teaching you how to sneak and smoke weed. Not that it isn't legal. So that's how you sneak and smoke weed in the house. Being that it's not a problem here, I don't have those problems. But yeah, the question is not about smoking, but for anybody out there who needs help smoking in their house and trying to get away from the smell, that might not help blowing it out. But if you stay in the attic, it's kind of unlikely that the next floor under smells it. So blowing it out the window would be really good. Uh, yeah, good times, good
like
times.
candles and incense and other scents covering it up just isn't helpful. A lot of people like respiratory
I
issues and
find that
things like that.
hilarious.
Worse.
I seen somebody do that, light an incense and then light some weed, and I was just like, "Your house." I didn't say anything, but I was like, "It doesn't work. That candle is not helping anything." But yeah, I got something else that Kevin cannot relate. Kevin cannot relate to, so you can continue to watch TV. No, I'm just kidding. Uh, it says, "Do people still smoke with epilepsy?" Um, I used to be a heavy weed smoker and had abruptly stopped after my first seizures. I had five in an hour span, and have been on Keppra and still have occasional auras. But does anybody else smoke before having a seizure? Had it changed to where you can't anymore, and then it became a trigger? The three questions were: does anybody still smoke with epilepsy? For me, that's a yes. And um, has anyone smoked before having a seizure and had it changed that you can't smoke and it changed to a trigger? No, it's never changed to a trigger for me. Uh, that would really suck. I mean, not that it's going to be hard to get off of it, but Yeah, just to have weed triggering your seizures, then you probably can't even go around it. So, uh, secondhand smoke would suck. Have a seizure. Uh, do people still smoke? I'll say yes. Not just me. I know plenty of people who smoke and still have epilepsy.
But sometimes
um,
your triggers can just get really sensitive. So after the second pregnancy, or no, the miscarriage, I don't know, one of them. Um, I started having, I stopped smoking intentionally, like usual. Had a couple days where I was, moody, a couple focals. But that's what happens for me when I make any abrupt changes, whether it be diet or sleep or, like location or and like any abrupt changes for me. If it continues for more than 2 days, will definitely trigger something. So I figured it was going to start happen when I stopped smoking. But then, I come home tidying up, doing my thing, and I would always have a focal right after I did the garage, and like that was the smoke spot for the X. So then it, like, after a while, I put two and two together that it was actually a trigger for me now, and yeah, that was pretty miserable, but it's gone now. So keep track of your own. Like, keep track of your own, and if you feel that there is like a safe enough environment, you have like your professionals backing you, and basically once the doctor said, yeah, I don't see why you can't smoke weed, then I, agreed, and we're good. But yeah, that took some years.
congratulations. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and like rolling a
Andrea,
joint is such a chill thing to do.
I
It's fun.
hate rolling, but uh,
To each
I
their
hate
own.
rolling, but I do like how I roll. So
Okay, maybe that's it for me then, because yeah, that's pretty much what it comes down to.
yeah, I can smoke with other people rolling, but I love how I roll, and it seems like a perfection when I do it. Not that other people roll bad, but yeah.
You said enough.
Thumbs up, everybody out there watching.
For the
Thanks for
perfect roller in the
watching.
universe.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep shouting thumbs up until we got a million thumbs up. Probably not today, but we're working on it. Um, the first comment here caught my attention because it says, I never stopped smoking weed, never had an effect on my seizures, and I'm 9 years seizure free. Oh,
Congratulations
okay.
for that.
Right. Another one says, I had to stop. Don't mix with Kepper for me. Huh.
Heard
Maybe
that
I
before.
won't try Kepra.
I had to
You did?
stop when I was on all the meds for a while. I think I didn't
Hmm.
smoke for 2 or 3 months.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Um,
D-
Sorry to hear
Drastically
that.
dropped my tolerance. I'll tell you that much.
Yes. That's the best
Vaping
part.
drops my tolerance for flour. Um, it's
So are
like
the
when I
oils
vape
like more
for,
concentrated?
I don't know. I do no research on any of this. I know the vaping I enjoy, and then I know once weed comes into my life, maybe every now and then. Yeah.
Who are the best stoners out there?
I'm, yeah, especially because I think I'm seeing shit time to time. Uh, Anyhow, another comment here says all day long and in Kepra too. No issues. Another one says I inhale frequently and have no issues with my epilepsy. If anything, I have to think it helps relax and get rid of that cortisol. Hmm. Two more comments. One says I stopped, not necessarily a trigger, but smoking made me feel like I was on the edge of having seizures every time. And one more comment says, not for me. I had no issues smoking all day long. congrats to those out there still with can smoke. It's a good thing. Kevin, the icebreaker for you, that did not come to mind, but I have it for you, and I forgot what it was. Oh, what is a giant lie that society successfully sold you and your generation?
Um,
Uh,
college will get you a job.
ooh, that's a good one. Good things happen to good people was not the best advice because good things happen to bad people too. Yeah, I remember one said crime doesn't pay. To be honest, it does. Uh, Depends on what crime you're into. Uh, yeah. Anyhow,
Suppose. Yeah.
people have been paying people for a very long time, and it's been working. Uh, yeah. Anyhow, anybody have experience with walking with a cane?
Yes.
Uh, Lightly after having my stroke lightly, so that I still walk with a cane. The post says, "Experience walking with canes." Hi, I've only made one post on here before about my difficulties with Keppra. I recently upped the dosage and I am working with my doctor on looking into other medications, but it is still complicated as I am not insured. He and my partner have brought up the idea of getting a cane or walking stick for my right side as when I get an aura of an oncoming breakthrough, my right side gets very tingly and weak, which makes me being out in public a little dicey. Has anyone here bought or used one that helped their mobility and was it reliable? When I first left the hospital after the stroke, the cane was very reliable. Uh, that's because I couldn't feel like some of my foot. Otherwise, I still had balance, just couldn't feel when my foot finally touched the ground. So, yeah, but that did help. But then eventually it was just in the way. Couldn't do it in the house, so I just did a lot of sit down and talk to you guys. Um, yeah,
You guys know those canes with like
cane will
4 feet
work.
on them? Do those ever make a difference? So do you prefer like the 4 foot
No,
ones
I
or
have
the
seen those.
single ones?
I
I've
would have
seen the
just tripped
one
over
with
it.
I've seen the ones that you can kind of move and the bottom will stay stuck to the ground so you won't just like move it and then it slips. I don't know if you guys seen that one. Um, Little Kate. That's what I'm gonna call you. Little Kate. Big Kate and Little Kate. Anyhow, yeah, Andrea, experience with walking with a cane.
Yeah, I had to use one after my back surgery, and it does help because it instead of just, your 2 feet on the ground, you got 2 feet and a cane. So if something decides to not work properly, you still got two more. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If one of
yeah,
the three goes out.
mm,
So
yeah.
it's the thing I hated about it the most was because it like took up one of my hands, and I've always got a million things in my hands when I go do anything. So
Right. That's what it was with me. I stayed upstairs and I had to use both hands to carry stuff. So then it was like, well, I guess I'll just go up this time with no cane. And it worked, but yeah.
I think I've still got two or three of them around here. I have a freaking wheelchair in the other room.
Mm. Huh. So one comment here about walking with a cane says pretty worth it for the peace of mind alone. The extra stability when your legs go funny mid aura is no joke. Yeah, same thing. There's that peace of mind that, like you said, Andrea, one goes out, I got two more. Um,
Right.
oh,
And if it's of any consequence, or Andrew's EEG look is still perfect. They're going to be
Sure it
very
is.
happy getting your data because obviously nothing came undone. You're good.
No, it hasn't budged. They told me this morning all my electrodes were looking wonderful. I was like, that's great. My scalp itches and it hurts right here. But, it's only till Monday. It'll be all right.
You can get away with your edible. I mean, you don't have to stop now, right? Oh,
Stop
well, then
what?
again, technically you're trying. I'm saying you don't have to stop smoking now, but I was thinking when you're having an EEG, you're still kind of trying to have a seizure. So
Yeah. No, I probably smoked more because I'm fucking
no,
chained to this house.
right,
I
right.
can't do anything. But
Do you
no,
think you
nothing's
definitely had
happening
any?
as far as I know.
Oh, okay.
What?
Oh, I was gonna say, I was asking, do you know like you've had any for sure, or are we just kind of like hoping for the nocturnals at this point?
Just hoping for something at this point. I might break out the fireball later.
Ooh.
But you haven't
Worth
stopped
the
Dang.
toaster.
doses or doing anything like on purpose, right? Yeah,
No.
that's what I had to do. I had to do those on the
I've been
ambulatory ones.
staying up late. I've been staying up several hours later than I normally do. So
Okay, so that
set
adds
an
up.
alarm to make sure I get up in the morning. Because I don't think I've been to bed before 1 a.m. since I got this thing. And have my alarm set for 7.
Ooh.
So,
Yeah, you're doing everything you can. That's true. Because not taking
Um,
skipping doses always triggered the bad ones for me.
yeah, I didn't want to do that without the doctor
Having
telling
somebody
me to
around,
do
yeah,
it,
yeah, for sure,
especially being here by myself. So,
exactly.
but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm not expecting any results.
Still doing it, being a great
um,
patient.
I try.
quick thoughts, you guys. Anybody hear that guy that went through the drive-through in Florida on an alligator?
No, I did not.
Not really
Oh,
surprised though.
okay. Uh, yeah.
Just
We'll talk
definitely
about that
wanted to get
tomorrow
those
morning.
views.
We'll be
I'll have to
talking
go look
about
for
that
that.
tomorrow morning. So you guys gotta watch us tomorrow morning or you can go look it up now. But anyhow,
Hey,
um,
this would be a question for California though. Do you have any like changes in feeling like when before you have like a natural event kind of thing, like an earthquake, for example? That's what got me thinking was the Venezuela thing. Like, would seizure patients be more likely to kind of feel those events coming? Because I mean, I want to say I had more seizures in the summertime because of the heat and everything, but now that I think about it, there were really frequent storms. That is hurricane season, so maybe environmental changes kind of have an effect too. Does anybody else put those together?
There was someone who asked a
um,
question about what was it, barometric shift or something?
yeah, and they said that could do something. Yeah, I actually found that out after doing a little research on it. Uh,
Has never affected
uh,
my seizures, but it affects me greatly when the barometric pressure changes due to other health stuff.
Hmm. Is that the kind of thing
um,
that changes that or might be affected when you go in the mountains, or is that something else?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
This might be a tomorrow talk.
uh,
That would be good to know.
yeah, might be. I forgot what I was gonna
I,
say.
I think he was
Oh,
worried because he was going on a trip and he didn't want to have a seizure on the plane or something.
oh yeah. So it could be having something in the hills. Um, yeah, go in the hills, Kate. Not a good idea. Uh,
I won't
we're
go by myself.
actually we're actually 10 feet below sea level. Uh, I wonder if below and above actually do anything. But to your question, Kate, California something. I forgot your question already.
Earthquake,
Um,
earthquake. I had you heard about the Venezuela earthquake,
oh
right? And I'm
yeah, we had some
thinking
out
like,
here too.
could anybody with epilepsy kind of get a vibe, a feeling like something's going to go down, and just like how can you really tell?
I think I can only speak for me, but personally, we get earthquakes and tremors too often to say. Sometimes you'll just like a water bottle will be on the table and then you'll just see it start shaking. Sometimes you won't even feel it. So it's getting them really often that I don't know if it bothers me. But that's me personally. It hasn't triggered me so far. If there's been times where I'd be like, "Was that a seizure?" Then I get a notification that there was just an earthquake, asking me, "Was I okay?" What's it called? Phone starts screaming and stuff. Yeah.
Weather alert type thing,
Uh,
emergency alerts.
yeah, they'll tell you you just had I was gonna say just had a seizure. You just had an earthquake. Uh, it tells you where and yeah, then how far that is for you and how big it is. Uh, but I have something right here and it says finding help for my mom. Hi, I'm trying to find a good solution for my mom who had a brain injury for 20 years and is currently dealing with finding a good anti-seizure medication that doesn't give her a seizure. Ironic. She also has pain in her back and has been taking THC and CBD, edibles, and smoking, which helps with the pain and helping her relax. She is about to start a new anti seizure medicine and see if that works for her or not. She is a little nervous something the pill does because of something the pill doesn't work. The actual medication or capsule itself, it will cause a seizure, which she doesn't want to deal with. She tells me that you know when you're about to have a seizure, so I recommend her to take RSO or smoke when she has that feeling. However, I looked up and Google states the THC is not a good solution and CBD is more effective and better. Does anyone have any personal experience or can give any advice on what to do? And thank you. RSO, shout out right there. Don't let it build a dependency, but it is good. Very good for pain. I tried to take it for sleep, uh, and it numbed up my thumb, but that's because I had pain that I was ignoring in my thumb. But it would just took it away. Um, Took away the other pain from falling on my arm when I had a seizure. So then that's when I noticed this stuff worked for something every time. The first time it worked for sleep, really good. And then it lessened how much it worked. But the second days have been better for some reason. I don't get it. Like I feel good today. I feel good like I slept last night too, but I feel like tonight I'm gonna sleep really good. And yeah, that's what I haven't understood. The second day always feels better. I don't know if it's a coming off thing, but yeah,
You're
CBD, I
just feeling
never
better
took
from the
it
good sleep
for
you got.
pain. Yeah, CBD, I never took. I never smoked the CBD weed. Um, yeah. Um, Listen to whatever you might find. But advice, you
Get with
guys.
your mom and smoke with her because you're never gonna know until she actually tries it herself. And I'm sure she would probably rather have you there than taking notes. So use this as a cool
Yeah.
opportunity to, you know, go light up and watch a movie.
Is this person asking for actual treatment or just pain management?
Uh, Seems like pain management.
Well, she definitely said that when one of the capsules she took, the medication might have worked, but the capsule caused the seizures. It sounded like so. I think she was talking like specifically
Yeah.
asking about seizures.
Yeah. It says she is a little nervous because if something of the pill doesn't work, the actual medication or the capsule itself, it will cause a seizure, which she doesn't want to deal with right now. So yeah, yeah, try edibles. You can build your tolerance on it. You don't have to just take a big piece instantly or anything. Could work. I've heard of CBD stuff working, but also this person was talking about um, the RSO. That's a good idea, a good thing to start with because I for sure know it works with those things, um, with the pain, with the sleep. Uh, Someone else said they take some and it helps them focus. Not with me. Um, just gets me high, and yeah, if I'm not sleeping, then I'm just sitting there high off the feeling and not tired. Um, yeah, that's all. One comment here says, I also deal with seizures as well. I never smoke CBD, but I have been smoking THC. Just don't smoke too much of the THC. Um, I got something here. It's about being depressed. Not sure if you guys can relate, but I'll read it. It says, being in relationships make me feel depressed. I've noticed the pattern. When being in a relationship, I've become more depressed. I don't eat much. I hate everything about myself. It brings back trauma. I just don't do well in relationships in general. Not being in a relationship makes me feel content. I suffer with commitment issues, so it's probably why I feel safe because there is nothing I have to think about when it comes to romance, etc. Since not being in a relationship, I have gotten my appetite back. I wouldn't be hungry often and would lose weight constantly. But now I am very hungry all the time. I have been seizure free for 6 months. Because of that, I have gained weight, but not in a bad way, as I'm skinny as it is. In conclusion, there is work to be done on myself before I get into any relationship again, which won't help me anytime soon. Could the relationship really be the cause of the epilepsy? I'll start by saying I don't think so. Um, it depends on is this person like hitting you in the head, giving you some TBI, then it might. But go ahead, Andrea.
If their stress level is drastically increased by the relationship, the stress could be the trigger. Just the stress of the relationship.
Oh, it said, can the relationship be the cause of the epilepsy? I don't think so.
But
Uh, uh,
if the relationship is causing them to have tremendous amount of stress that they wouldn't have otherwise, then the stress, like,
okay.
you know what I mean?
Stress
Then the
turned into epilepsy. Yeah.
right. Stress is triggering the epilepsy and the stress is from the relationship. So there's a correlation. I think that's why I quit having
Yeah.
seizures.
Did you write
Really
this? No,
though, I
I'm
mean,
just kidding.
I did not write
Go
this,
ahead.
but no,
I,
I quit. Go ahead, Kevin. I'm sorry.
yeah, this person doesn't like being in relationships. Don't be in a relationship then. I mean, I don't know if it's giving you a damn headache,
Um,
then you
And don't
never.
think that you need to be in a relationship to be like a successful person. If you have problems, if you know you already have self-esteem issues, then you don't do a thing. No, especially if you are
um,
openly saying you hate yourself. Like get that under control
yeah.
first.
And then decide if you
Yeah.
want
So,
one. Don't think
Yeah,
it's a requirement.
exactly. Don't think you need it ever.
yeah. So if you're having seizures or the depression because of a relationship, it is a good idea to let that person know I cannot do this because of why, and don't stick with it if that's what's causing it. Period. It's like if I was taking the hydroxyzine that the other doctor subscribed and I knew better, and I just kept having seizures. You know the cause. Don't do it. Um, Work on it. I could say maybe get a little therapy. Talk about why you feel like this. I mean, eventually you might want some attention of some kind. Uh, that sucks. That relationships make you depressed.
Probably not. It's probably some other underlying issue that, just
That's what I'm saying.
come.
Therapy might help.
There you go.
Yeah.
Therapy might help you find out what that real cause is, who
And
really
when you
made
love
you
yourself for
think
real,
like
things
that.
might fall into place. Like, watch what happens when you don't have a relationship as a goal. Like, when you're completely happy by yourself, something like that might come along and just, take care of whatever needs you have.
Okay. One comment here says, being single makes me depressed. Another comment here says, I get extremely anxious in a relationship and even a situationship. And I ended up losing weight and it's difficult for me to focus on literally anything. Also brings back trauma for me and I worry so much about all of the possible ways it could go wrong. It sucks because I met a guy I'm really into recently and he's showing just as much interest in me. Mm. Nice. Congratulations on finding somebody. But the other one says being single makes makes them depressed. That is
To
interesting.
each his own.
Yeah. I hope that gets better for you. I got something else here. Ow. I forgot I had a broken finger. I slapped down on my leg and forgot about that. Anyhow, the trauma of seizures and diagnosis.
You want to take a break to get an ice
Back
pack?
in, I don't have an ice pack and it's not going to help. I think I just shouldn't have slapped my leg because I got the splint. So, yeah.
You try to take care.
And I'll try.
Try
Thanks
some
for caring.
ibuprofen.
I'm cool on pills. I hate that I have to take Lamotrigine. No other pills.
I've been
Anyhow,
taking a lot of ibuprofen for the past month, so I'm sick of that. But, oh, sorry, didn't mean
see you
to.
later, Seamus. Um, what I was saying was, oh, this post here, and I don't like pills, so I just try to fight through the pain and don't take pills. Don't complain. If you don't complain, people don't say anything, and then you don't have to take pills. But my friends here, they didn't complain and ask me to take a pill. They were like, "Go to the hospital," and I did that. So figured out it was
Finally.
broken.
Only took you a
Yeah,
month.
finally, only a month, luckily. But I got something here, and it says the trauma of seizures and diagnosis back in 1976. Oh, I'm gonna start over. Yay back. No. Yay back in 96. Oh, 76. I had just turned 18.
That was the year before I was
So they were
born.
born. They turned 18 before you were born. I'll add up the math and see how old this person is later. They're at least 50. Uh, yeah. Anyhow, they're at least 70 now that I don't know how old, but yeah, at least 50. Um, it says I had just turned 18 and my first tonic-clonic seizure. I woke up in the hospital, was told I had epilepsy, which I hadn't been led to believe, which I had been led to believe made me freak. And my world crashed down. I was traumatized. Were you? Were you? I don't need it. It's not swollen. It's swollen because. Oh, hold on. Kate, look what you started. Uh, give me a second. No, I'm not gonna actually turn the camera off. Mom, I don't need it. I'm good. Kate, you were talking about an ice pack, and now my mom brought an ice pack. Mom, I'm good. It's for real. I'm keeping. I got it in the split. I don't need it.
Just don't fight
It's just
it.
because we
Just
love
don't
you.
fight it. Just rest it
The
on your
pain was
legs, put a
only from
washcloth
slapping
under
my
it, you won't
leg,
even
which I
feel it.
shouldn't have done. Uh, Kate.
For your own good.
Uh, yeah.
For your own good. We can
Um,
talk about something else while you go wrap it up, Cozy.
No, it does not hurt. Um, it doesn't
It
hurt.
If it
doesn't
didn't
hurt.
Just
hurt,
when I
I
you wouldn't
slapped
have
my
said
leg,
ow.
I hurt because I
You,
slapped my leg and then I was like, ow. But shout out to my mom. My mom's out there watching with you guys. Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button. Um, and
The baby Pookie will take care.
yeah.
mm,
So wow. I forgot what I was talking about. I was traumatized. Were you? If so, what do you believe the lasting effects of trauma were? Uh, the trauma of seizure diagnosis. Mine passed fast only because I was diagnosed in high school. And then it was just like the only trauma I had was like having those seizures in front of a bunch of different students. So there was like the insecurity of seeing those kids. So I avoided them. I would start going different angles, take the long route to another class, take this route to that class. Eventually, you have so many seizures in school, there's no more routes to get to class without seeing people, you know. So got over that and don't have the trauma really. I kind of just got over it. You gotta keep moving and don't let it hold you
The
back
only
because it will.
the only trauma I had was to my face and my teeth. I was happy to get diagnosed because then I had an answer and they were taking it more
So
seriously.
mm.
so I did the math of this person's age. They were born in 1958. Um, so they're about to be 70.
66,
Uh,
66,
yeah, so they're
67.
about to be 70 sometime soon. Um, oh, in 2030 they'll be 70. There we go. Anyhow, wait, no, in 2 years they'll be. My math is off. In 2 years they will be 70. There we go. Congratulations, you made it this far with epilepsy from the 70s, back when nobody paid attention to it or cared about it. Virtual high five. It wasn't as much. It wasn't this back then. Could have been
They
good.
didn't have nearly as many
Um,
treatments back then either. We've come a long
mm,
way in the way of treating epilepsy since then.
yeah, I wonder if they could have got one of those. The head jewelry you got. Um, were they giving those
I
out as
don't know.
much?
I
Maybe
don't
not
know.
the ambulatory.
I'm really, really excited to get rid of my head jewelry. I'll tell you that.
Uh, I got a couple of comments from that post. Trauma and diagnosis. The first comment says, "I'm sorry, that was so terrifying for you. I had a similar experience. It was for sure not fun at all. I have anxiety damn near all the time about having another seizure, especially when I'm tired or stressed or sick. They're scary, and I wish this trauma on absolutely nobody." And the last comment here says, "Man, that sounds absolutely terrifying, especially back then when there was so much stigma around it. I can't imagine being 18 and getting hit with that news when society made it seem like such a shameful thing. The lasting effects of me would probably be constant anxiety about when the next one might happen and just feeling like my body betrayed me, you know?" Yeah. Sorry for this person being traumatized. I hope you better soon. But I got something right here. And it says, "What's in a name?" There's been a lot of chatter about whether or not it is more stigmatizing to say we have epilepsy versus a seizure disorder. Of course, NESD patients would use the latter. What do you think? Is there another way to describe a disease that is less stigmatizing? That's something that doesn't even come to mind, the stigmatizing part, until someone says it. Uh, what is NESD patients as well? Anybody ever heard that?
I'm not sure what that is.
It is non-epileptic seizure disorder.
Oh,
Though that was PNES.
PNES.
Oh, also commonly called psychogenic non-epileptic seizures or non-epileptic attack disorder. Oh, that's what that is. Non-epileptic attack disorder, NEAD, is a neurological condition where a patient experiences seizure-like episodes that are not caused by abnormal electrical activity in the brain. Hmm. Seizure-like episodes, so not episodes. Uh,
I mean, I would
yeah,
Yeah,
imagine it probably has a lot of like PNES similar. That is what they're talking about, right? So I mean, you can
yeah,
still zone out, have some twitches, have some repetitive motions. Definitely not be responsive. And from what I understand, PNES is definitely real. It just doesn't end up being the same in the brain. So personally, I'm
right,
kind of suspicious that maybe the electrodes don't pick it up on everybody, and they might just have to have that PNES as like the easy way out by saying like, yeah, you're definitely having seizures, and everything lines up with it except for our evidence. So they give it a new diagnosis.
it's a
But
lot to explain to someone,
uh,
so I would just say
right.
epilepsy. It's like a 5 minute explanation. Like, hi, I have PNE. Yes, it's sort of
That
psychological, but not
means
really. It's still in the brain. You know, I, I would just rather say I have epilepsy. It's
right,
nothing. It's nothing against the a person's disorder. It's just I prefer brevity over accuracy. You know, it,
Hmm.
you know, you know,
um,
not to make the whole thing about the actual disorder. I just want to say, let's rip the band-aid off and say, I have this. Okay, get that out of it. Now let's talk about something else.
yeah. All right. Well, I got something else here. It says, I can't get a hold of neurologist for dosage increase. What are my options? Hi, all. I am a 23-year-old female who was diagnosed with epilepsy at 20. The epilepsy followed a sepsis diagnosis. I was not born with it. I got mostly focal, but very first seizure was unable to breathe and I passed out. I am currently on 100 milligrams of Zonogram and I tolerated it decently enough. However, I think I'm having breakthrough seizures. I have logged 4 episodes since. I have started calling my neurologist office 2 weeks ago. All I have done is request an increase in dosage. He is out on vacation, which is fine. Apparently, so is his nurse. I didn't realize the request it says, I didn't realize though that my care would stop just because he is out. I tried to schedule a virtual visit with a new neurologist in the same network, and they literally canceled it because of the reason being it was just for a dosage increase. I'm frustrated and scared. I left a complaint in the hospital's patient care line because who is this lady to tell me that I don't need a virtual appointment? But it doesn't change the fact that I still don't have an increase in dose. What can I do? That's a tough one.
I mean, if you have
Uh,
to, I've gone to
go
a
to the
primary care before. Oh yeah, yeah, emergency room or like one of those urgent care places probably a better idea.
yeah. Oh, you could go to the emergency room, and then you could tell them that you need meds, or one time I lost my meds. That's where I came to find out that you can go and say you lost your meds, and they'll just give you another bottle for a month, uh, which is cool. I mean, yeah, you could go to another hospital and tell them your dosage is this, this, and that, and then they'll give you enough to last for a month. You should be good. Uh, yeah, to be going 2 weeks, 2 weeks is a lot. And it's like if you go to somebody and try to get a referral to somebody, that could take, you never know how long that could take. So I suggest going to the emergency room, especially if someone's on vacation. They have no thought of you. Um, they're worried about their vacation. Probably in no rush to come back. And they're not checking their emails, checking if you're okay. Ideas, women? I mean, ladies, because this person is 23-year-old female. Any ideas, you guys? Oh, Kevin, of course, you could give some advice. I don't know why I cut you out of that one. No suggestions is what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, we already mentioned the emergency room or urgent care, and if you can't get a hold of your doctor in any way, then maybe if you have other specialists or primary care that might come through for a temporary, something, or maybe that doctor could have a better time getting a hold of your specialist because technically, like, you are their patient, so maybe, especially if they're in like a same network or same, you I hate to say, like, it seems like you always have another way, but if you really feel like you don't, schedule a new patient appointment, get another doctor for sure.
Okay, on to the next. Got another comment here. I mean, no, another post here. It says focal aware with uncontrolled arm movements. So I guess my seizures have changed. I typically have tonic-clonic, but now I've moved on to focal awares where my arms just do whatever they want to do. They fling around. Sometimes my muscles will contract and my arm will punch down hard. A week ago, I went to the ER and was completely convulsing, but I was 100% aware, crying and telling them I didn't feel good. Anyone experienced this? My doctor has me on gabapentin and now benzodiazepine. I go for an EEG and an MRI on Monday because something has changed. Um, I have experienced the 100% aware seizure. Uh, yeah, they went to the ER with it. The uncontrolled arm movements, have them all the time. Uh, Not exactly sure what it is, but I know when I get better sleep, I don't get those during the day or in the night. The better I sleep, the better, I mean, the less I get it. So, um, yeah, you guys ever have any convulsing and crying and telling them that you didn't feel good at the same time? I wasn't able to talk. I wasn't able to say I don't feel good.
I've never been able
I
to
was just
talk,
having
but
a
now
seizure.
on the aware ones, I was able to flag somebody down. Like, I couldn't text, I couldn't do any of that, but I could tell something was going down. So I was able to, I was still aware. Like, I could see, I could, line of sight to the car, and I could wave a hand, and I caught that in time. I don't remember anything for maybe a minute after that, but they're saying I walked to the car, no problem. Like, I wasn't talking, but I was still obviously aware and, made it back a couple hundred feet. So it happens. And like I said, it's changing because I never had aware episodes before, recently.
Yeah, I had those and they were quite interesting. Kind of scary though. Yeah, those ones actually not kind of scary. It's really scary. It's just like everything is happening and you can't do anything about it. You can't control your body. Uh, you can't control the feeling of getting tasered every 2 seconds. Yeah, those aware seizures are uh, trying to avoid saying, for lack of a better word, but it was crazy, for lack of a better word. Yeah, crazy and scary. First comment says the jerking movement of arm, body, etc. are myoclonic seizures. Go to epilepsy.com to learn about these and other types. Another one says I have focal and tonic-clonics, temporal lobe epilepsy. Seizures can change and evolve. It's good to know. I was going to say that you guys get the arm movements and stuff, but you used to have myoclonics, but you don't get anything that points to myoclonic when you get like small stuff during the day, Kevin?
Not anymore. But they were completely aware,
Good.
They, they were
Good to
very
hear.
much yeah. It's just um, it's tough to describe. It's um, maybe a partial, like your body goes out, but you're completely aware because you wake back up and you see yourself. Well, maybe you're completely aware when your limb, flails or your leg, goes out, or yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
You're aware. You're definitely aware for everything.
Yeah. Imagine having one and you're aware and convulsing and you feel like you're getting tasered and you just can't run away from it. And not fun. Anyhow, I got something else here. Struggling. I've been out of work for 2 months due to seizures and elevated troponin levels. I have been hospitalized twice recently. I'm supposed to return to return to work this week. I'm a nervous wreck about it. I can't really say my office has been unsupportive, but I do feel like they would love to see me fail. I work in healthcare. I had my first seizure 10 years ago, and they've gotten progressively worse. I feel like a different person. I can't think straight. My memory sucks, and I feel so negative all the time. I'm on meds for anxiety and depression, but I can't say it helps a lot. I just want to feel like the old me before all this. I used to be much happier person. I feel like no one understands. I've lost contact with all of my family and friends. I don't keep up with social media because why? Does anyone feel this way? How can I feel more positive when I'm falling apart? Look forward to the future and family and control. That helps me. Just looking forward to a good future. Things could always be worse, I say. And as I see from a lot of people's epilepsy, things could be worse for all of us. Every time I think one is worse, I find somebody and I'm like, damn, that sucks. But yeah. This person wants to know how can they feel more positive when falling apart? Do things that make you not think about it.
Just look
Take
for
on
the
art.
joy in every little bit of your day. Take all of it that you can find and keep putting one foot in front of the other.
Yeah. Um, yeah. Just find things that make you happy and not think about stuff like that. The first thing that always comes to mind is painting. Because when I did do it more often, it really did was peaceful, and it's like you're not thinking of anything but that next stroke or what next color is coming. Painting is really good stress reliever. Or someone said puzzles. For me, puzzles might be a little stressful. I get tired of it. I'd be like, oh my goodness, I can't find a piece and find another. I move on to another one. Like I can't do 1,000 piece puzzle. Um, Kevin, you struggling? How can this person feel more positive?
The difficulty is you can never just tell someone to be more positive. That's not how behavior change works. But you can
Okay.
change certain behaviors in your life to be more positive, work towards positivity. You can try to get back to the things that made your life positive in the first place. I don't know, whatever made this person happy before. I don't know. Uh, uh, I don't. Uh, Something athletic, something outdoorsy, something. I don't know. Just try to find something that made this person happy. Anything, anything that made this person
Yeah,
happy
I
in
mean,
their
it could
mind.
be like you enjoying your cup of coffee in the morning.
Sure, something small. Start like that. That's a good
Yeah,
example.
start with something little like enjoying your first cup of coffee in the morning or some other thing in your life
Mm-hmm.
and just build on it.
Hmm.
Um, Funny you talk about coffee because I'm not gonna make this any better for whoever's listening. Um, you said find like a cup of coffee. I got something here that says, "Why is caffeine so bad for epilepsy?" I was like, you starting to talk about coffee, and then my next post, ironically, is about caffeine being bad. Uh, I'll read it.
I don't I don't
It
have a
says,
problem with caffeine. I've proven that, I think.
okay, okay. We'll go to the comments after I read the post, and it says, "Why is caffeine so bad for epilepsy? I've had caffeine ever since I was 15 or so, and I feel like I need to stay awake each day. And to me, it kind of feels like I need to prevent a seizure becoming too tired and running on low energy. I don't know if I could get rid of it, but I am happy to if it is legitimately hurting me. Would love to hear would love to hear why it's so bad for certain people and not bad for others." Um, Some people, the stimulant in the coffee is what causes their seizures. Some people, the stimulant is the caffeine, and if you actually look up caffeine, caffeine is a drug. But with caffeine inside the coffee, there you go. The stimulant might cause you a seizure because stimulants cause seizures. Stimulants of all kinds. Not all stimulants cause seizures, but stimulants. So avoid a stimulant. I guess you could try to find out which was worse for worse. I don't drink coffee. Coffee is good. I have not drank coffee in a while though. Um, I like it how Mark drinks his coffee. He said, in the bottom, heavy on the sugar. Yeah. Um,
Brown sugar.
yeah.
He likes brown
Yes, he
sugar.
did have that too. Um, yeah.
I like mine with a little half and half
That's
and,
how
and a
mine
bunch of
is.
sugar.
Mine's just sugared up too when I used to drink coffee. Sugar will do it. And I used to only drink coffee because my sister had a coffee maker and she'd make coffee. And then, there's always leftovers and it smells good when she made it. That was the only thing that helped me start drinking coffee. And then I just quit. Uh,
It just depends
I
on
think I'm
what a
going to try it
person's
again. I
triggers
miss
are.
it. I
I
miss it.
can't tell you why it affects certain people and not others. I don't know. That's a mystery. I don't know. Just the
Well,
body chemistry of
epilepsy
people.
epilepsy is such an individualized
Yeah.
experience for everyone. So
Yes.
that's why I've had a pot of coffee and a monster today and I'm not having seizures, but somebody else had a cup of coffee and that might make them have a seizure.
Mhm.
I don't know why. I'm very grateful that I can still drink my coffee because I really enjoy it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I drink
just makes me
tea.
think of the taste right now.
I like tea too.
Um, chamomile. You should not drink chamomile, even when you do have tea. It says, I forgot what it said about chamomile and epilepsy and our medication. Uh, look it up though. I'm not a doctor, so this is just what some person joined a meeting and said that they were told chamomile was not good for them. That's advice to everybody. Shout out to people who drinking caffeine. Good luck. Uh,
I think the
I want to
Epilepsy
say,
Foundation has a whole list of things to watch out for. Uh, and I don't know, it's very surprising, the list of uh, beverages and I don't know, chemicals.
Like
So
grapefruit juice. That's the one that never made sense to me. Why is there so many medications that you're not supposed to drink grapefruit juice or eat grapefruits? I
it
know it's
changes the
oh,
because
way
of like
your
some,
medication
yeah, it
changes the way your
messes.
meds are broken down. You could overdose.
yeah, it's just
Which
weird.
I
Like, why grapefruit juice?
um starting in the beginning, someone telling me that there was another post where someone said that their girlfriend was having a lot of seizures because she was drinking lemon juice, and we put all the pictures together, and we did. I mean, put it all the information together, and then come to find out, high volumes of citrus drinks can cause seizures. So check that out. Um, look it up because I'm not a doctor and I'm going off what I might or might not remember. So good luck with that information. Uh, but I do remember that post that the guy was saying he was asking a question, could it be the citrus? And then we did a little research on it and looked it up, and it did have something to do with citrus uh, messing with the meds or the dosage. Anyhow, uh,
I think I gotta take off.
for the
I am
caffeine,
starving.
uh, I'll see you later.
You
Um,
guys have a good night.
I'll be here.
You too.
Will do. See you tomorrow. Um, yeah, one says I drink tons of caffeine and I have for almost 15 years. It's never been a trigger for me. Another post says, another comment says, I drink 3 to 4 cups of coffee a day without any issues. My triggers are stress and lack of sleep. Another one says, I have 2 neurologists. They both know I love soda and coffees. One day, one of my neurologists ran into me on the street with a super, super big gulp in my hands. We both laughed. Oh, man.
Those are good. I
Run
like
into your
that.
neurologist at 7-Eleven.
And that's, yeah,
Um,
that is weird. Yeah.
I've never run into my neurologist or a neurologist that I remember on the street. Uh, yeah.
Must be a
Another
small
comment
town.
here says, I drink coffee all day, every day. I'd be zombie that sleeps 24 hours a day without it. Um, and another comment here says, daily coffee and tea drinker here. Caffeine isn't a trigger for me, but contrary what my neurologist says, even one alcoholic drink in one day strongly raises my odds of nocturnal seizures. Take good notes of your experience and develop a robust data set. Um, yeah. Kate, does caffeine bother you? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've stayed away from
Uh,
caffeine, but honestly, it's not really because of the effect of caffeine. It's just because I can't stand the smell or taste of like coffee or soda mostly.
um, yeah. So another comment here says, I drink a lot of soda and coffee. No seizures since 2019. Congratulations. Yeah, hoping to be next. Anyhow, has anyone ever experienced excitement or happiness as a trigger? So I'm noticing a pattern. I tend to seize when I'm around my best friend. He's perfect and takes care of me. So I'm just really confused on why that might be a trigger and how to go about preventing it. When to when preventing it, won't just let me know your guys' thoughts. And if anyone else has gone through the same thing, um, there was no commas and periods there. That's why I was lost. Some people don't do that when they should, because that can confuse me. All these run-on sentences. Uh,
So what they're
yeah.
saying, what are they saying about caffeine?
No, this post right here it says, "Does
Oh,
anyone experience excitement?" Caffeine was the last one,
oh, okay. This one's
but
excitement.
you said yeah. So excitement, not that I can remember. Yeah, because I
Oh,
can't remember.
excitement
Like, oh
is
yeah, we
like
were just
the
doing
opposite.
this.
Yeah, excitement makes me feel like just better, more confident, and that I'm not so anxious about having a seizure.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
roller coasters work. Like all the stuff that you know is raising your heart rate. Like, I mean, I guess it might kind of depend on what they define as excitement too. Because sometimes if you just get like a
Yeah,
conversation and you're hyped up, then that might have a way different impact than a roller coaster.
right.
Not
Um,
excitement too much. If I have to focus my brain on something too much, maybe that might be, I don't know, similar to it. It's the closest thing I could think of. That's not really a
Shout out
emotion,
to
though.
Kevin.
Hmm?
Shout out to Kevin. 8 years seizure free.
Yo,
Champ is here. um, some of the comments here. Uh, for the happiness as a trigger. Someone says any strong emotion scares me a little more. Wish someone was here to watch the game with me. Yeah. Another comment here says a friend of mine has narcolepsy, which of course is a different but still the same sort of crash in your brain. When she experiences very strong emotions, she can just fall asleep on the spot. Not just anger or sadness, but also when she's ecstatic or laughing really hard with friends. Hmm. Another comment here says sometimes it's when you feel the most relaxed or comfortable that they happen. At least for me, I can be stressed out all day, and the moment I go and relax is when I go down. That sucks. Another comment here says, I think so. As my last one, I think it was just after I'd made myself a cup of tea and I was quite excited to have it, etc., and get enjoyed at the same get enjoyed it as ball I remember. Um, okay, so I'm thinking they not spelled stuff right there. It says, I was excited to have it, etc., and get enjoyed it as ball I remember was being on the sofa after I usually go for sleep to recover immediately after I have a seizure. Hmm.
So I'm not sure
One
what the
last comment
confusing
here
part
says,
is, but it does have a lot of things to like sleep. Go ahead, go ahead.
uh, one last comment just says seizures are caused by an electrochemical surge of the brain via neuro neuronal excitement. So maybe being around him is some type of stimulant for you. It's an interesting it's interesting you say that because I recently have been getting random feelings of almost seizure when doing things like that I like watching anime, reading comic books, laughing at dumb internet videos. How sad is it that you can't even be happy without having a seizure retrigger? Ho ho. Uh, yeah, I'm with you
That's
there.
literally like the
That
balance,
is,
the secret of like living with this is literally figuring out how you can just be yourself without like in fear that you're gonna trigger a seizure. So yeah.
yeah. Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, the sleep thing though.
Um,
The last cluster that I had was on a day when I tried to go back to sleep. So I've noticed like it's happened enough times that on a day when I wake up, if I've had like 6 hours sleep, then I'll stay awake because it's happened too often that I successfully go back to sleep, feel like I'm gonna get the rest I need, but then I end up having seizures. So yeah, that has
mm,
something to do with some people.
um, yeah. Sucks. You gotta avoid being happy. I like how that person put that. Can't even be happy too much, and you're just gonna seize. I got something else here. It says how to get my med card. I've always indulged since a pretty young age. At 40, I had my first TCs. I have already noticed that, especially with edibles, it does help keep them less frequently. The problem is, I live in Georgia in the US. I know that for certain conditions, a med card can still be issued. I'm aware many doctors still don't like to prefer them much. I was hoping for any advice or pre visit info. I need to know before going to my doctor with this. Uh, I know there's some sites you can look on for stuff like that to find out information on what helps. I think some of them might say medicinal stuff like SSRIs and stuff. Uh, I don't know exactly what SSRIs are, um, but somebody said it has something to do with THC being helpful. And that was somebody in Europe. So I don't know. Um,
So
This
over
is
here in Georgia, like you could just start online. I mean, if you don't want to ask the doctors that you go to now, because obviously the medical community there would probably have the best idea of what you do need to do. But if you don't want to talk to them, then online or insurance maybe. You know, I mean, obviously insurance is going to like laugh at you, but somebody might at least be able to tell you the laws. So sometimes it gets confusing like they need to have a referral from a certain doctor, or I think like sometimes you can only go to the, yeah, like some of them only want a referral from the general practitioner, not a specialist. And that's confusing, but again, I mean, I can understand why you don't want to talk to any of the doctors that are like, on writing your scripts, but the medical community there is probably still going to be the best bet to get the answers on what you need to do so you don't waste your money, because that's the other thing. I know those doctors still cost like a couple $100, and then there's more on top of that to get your license.
um, Everybody out there in Georgia, there is a comment here, and it says, getmygeorgiacard.com. Hope that works out well for you. That's easy. Get my Georgia card. You don't even have to go to your doctor. Well, I don't know what happens there, but yeah. For everybody out there needing it in Georgia and to see if it works with your seizures, go to
We wish you the best.
getmygeorgiacard.com.
Yes.
Shout out to Georgia. Uh, yeah. I'm glad we don't have those problems. Uh, I couldn't imagine uh, having to try to find somebody every time you move to different places. I remember those days asking people, you know who got some weed around here? Uh,
hmm,
Yeah.
hmm. I
those days have come and gone.
Mhm.
Yeah. Where you gotta be like, you know somebody? No, you know some. Oh, you know somebody who knows somebody. Yeah. Or you have a friend that's like, I can call this person.
Uh, not just give you their number, not just do anything simple. It's got to be a whole nother thing. Yeah.
Right. Um,
Might have been the good old days.
it says, I got one here that says asking for insight. My daughter, who is 23 years old, has had epilepsy since she was 14. She has TC seizures. They have been well controlled until recently. In the last 6 months, she has had two. It is terrifying for me as a parent because I feel helpless and scared for her. The last two, oh no, the last one was on Saturday and we were driving. Her lips turned extremely blue and she sounded like she was going to vomit. I called 911. She has an intellectual disability, and while she is verbal and very smart at some things, she has trouble understanding and communicating to me how she is feeling. How do people that have them physically feel during and after? What can I do to support her? Uh, how do you feel before? It differs because sometimes I could feel good and just nowhere out of nowhere a seizure comes. And then sometimes I can just feel like really weird. And I'm like, is this a seizure? Then I ignore it and then it's a seizure. The times I don't ignore it, it's not a seizure, which is really weird. Uh, but yeah, everybody's body is different. After a seizure, oh man, it feels like being run over by a bus or a train. Uh, every time is different and it's worse and it's some shit I never understood. Because my last one, the best way to understand it is somebody reached out, got under my ribs, and pulled me. That's what it felt like. Just hurt right here so bad, just for weeks. Um, yeah, but it's gone away within the past few weeks. I did have it for like 3 weeks, just a very odd feeling, and then don't sleep on your stomach because that's a whole nother topic right there. You're gonna feel it in your sleep. Um,
Thoughts and prayers go out to a mother with a nonverbal daughter because it is so individual. So even, if maybe you could find some way for her to communicate just what hurts, what do you feel, and like show you what parts, then maybe that would help because it really is just different for everybody. And sometimes even the same kind of seizures hurt differently. Like a shorter seizure might end up hurting more than like some long, like something that looks like maybe it was worse. Because like if she's without oxygen for longer, that's what's probably going to be the blue lips thing. So for me, the ones that they said I wasn't breathing longer was the longer headaches, and then the ones that it was convulsions. Some of the ones that were like 2 minutes hurt worse because it was like the most random muscle, like the back of my knee was the most like random one that I can remember because it was a short seizure. Nobody thought it was that big of a deal, but I couldn't walk. And yeah, that if she can point to find some way to communicate what she's feeling, then that's probably going to be the best your best bet at understanding. And then as far as support goes, I mean, you're already obviously like the best mom in the world, so just do the best you can, and she'll feel the love for sure.
yeah, I like how you said that. She'll feel the love, definitely.
That's what it comes down to when
Um,
there's support out there and it's for real, and
hmm.
you can't ignore it.
um,
These are seizures that have started up after a long time.
I think she said she's been having them since she was 14.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought
Now she's 23.
Oh yeah,
okay.
yeah.
They so they have
Got them
started
at
up after.
14.
Okay.
and got him at 14, and it's been 9 years.
All right.
Uh,
Okay.
I got something here. It says, first. Oh, were you gonna say something, Kevin?
No, that was
Oh, you
no.
looked like you were ready to speak.
Mm,
All right. Okay. It says, first seizure at 18, no trouble until age 40. My sis tells me if I had not drunk so much diet soda, I probably never would have had a seizure. No seizure again until 45. Then another 3 years later. My question is this: how much caffeine do you ingest? I drink about 4 cans of zero sugar caffeinated soda a day and diet green tea and iced tea. If I show like if a show like Columbo comes on Amazon Prime and a banner flashes saying warning may contain flashing lights, are you at ease watching the show? Do you avoid it? Do you avoid loud, shrill noises and firework displays? I have not had any trouble in 12 years. That is all. Um, this person's made it a long way. Uh, first seizure at 18. Now they're 40. Uh, now they're at least 40. Um, the question was, are you at ease watching shows? Yeah, I always think that. I always think about everybody else saying uh, that people make it like a big deal, and it's not. Not a lot of people are photosensitive, uh, which is also a big misconception that lights cause seizures because it's a small percentage of the epileptic community that actually have those photosensitive seizures. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying some people might shouldn't worry about all that because yeah, it's unlikely to happen to you, but it is possible.
I'm trying to
Less
think of
likely.
the exact wording. Because I do watch, you know, cartoons and stuff late at night, and I think it says it doesn't say to epileptics or people with seizure disorders per se. It just says flashing lights, it, a warning to people who may be sensitive to people with flashing lights. That's the warning. So it's not saying I don't know if it's a warning for us necessarily. It's but I don't know. I think they're just trying to be general. I don't
Yeah.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but it's a very general warning.
Person.
But
Yeah, it's a
I've only had one photosensitive seizure that I know of. It was my very first seizure.
yeah. Um, yeah, this person also says they haven't had any trouble in 12 years. I'm wondering if trouble also means seizures or 'cause no trouble could mean a lot, um, depending on who you are and what kind of seizures you have. Um, but fireworks displays and watching TV, I see that notification top left, that little disclaimer letting you know coarse language and flashing lights if you have epilepsy. Uh, it's a good disclaimer to let you know, but it's not common within the community or the percentage of people having seizures. It's not common with everyone. That's why they do that EEG and they always do the flashing lights. Come to find out, you guys did that for nothing.
Hmm. Yeah.
Uh, So, a couple comments here. One says, I suppose anything is possible, but I really doubt caffeine causes epilepsy. It can be a bigger trigger for people who already have epilepsy. That's sad to hear a loved one using your disability to pass judgment on a habit. Mm. Uh, Another comment here says, I had two seizures at 22 and then nothing until 43. Now I'm back at square one, getting tested all over again. I feel like within zero, you can't stop living your life. Oh no. I feel like within reason, you can't stop living your life. Mm. Yeah, don't stop living your life. Don't let anything stop you. You can do anything with the right precautions. You don't just jump out there because some people say you can do anything. Epilepsy, don't let it stop you. What I say is you can do anything with the right precautions. Uh, yeah, take precautions and you should be all right. Or you might be all right. I'm not going to say should be because who might take that literal on the internet? You never know. Um, questions about questions on effects of meds. Hello, people. I'm a 23-year-old male. I have a question about timing and taking them with an empty stomach. So, as mentioned here, I have been dealing with the epilepsy for 9 years, and it was in hometown generally. I used to take the meds and at fixed timing, 9:30, both in the morning and the evening. Now I moved out and can't have food until 10:30 a.m. So taking the meds with an empty stomach. Anybody have any suggestions or warnings? I can't go to my neuro for a month due to some reasons. So asking here. Um,
I would just start
uh,
make sure any changes you make are gradual. I mean, it sounds like they're only switching it up by like an hour, but if you're taking it on an empty stomach now, maybe ask consult the doctor or the pharmacist, because they might tell you that that medication that you're on is more likely to cause issues if you don't take it as prescribed. So
mm,
if you switch up the schedule instead of how you take the pill, that might be a better option for you. And sometimes they don't really know because it's an individual thing. So they might switch the dose, or they might tell you to shoot, what was it? I think when I had a situation like that, they switched me to an extended release capsule instead. So there might actually be like a better pill for you to be on too. So obviously keep like everybody's supposed to be working with the meds on the same page, and they might have the best option.
mm. I need another cart. Uh, this one's dying on me. Actually, it's like halfway. But yeah. Um,
I can come up with something
yeah,
if you want.
watch out. Oh, go ahead. I was gonna move forward, but everybody out there, thanks for watching. We're taking a little delay a game. Kate said she's gonna grab something and take over. Give her a quick second. Might be a delay. Well, there will be a delay because yeah. Shout out to Kate, everybody. Press that good old thumbs up button. In the comments, tell us how much you love Kevin and Kate. And me, of course. Um, Yeah, we should like press to have the little song, the what's it called? The Jeopardy song as you're looking as you're looking for the question.
All
That
right, we're
would be
good. We're good.
hilarious.
So something that I'm sure everybody's going to be able to relate to is a post here that is expressing a lot of frustration when somebody blames you for your own seizures. They'll say something like, well, if you made sure to do this and this, then it wouldn't happen. So basically, if everybody's having a problem out there with somebody saying, it's kind of your own fault for causing your seizures, don't expect it to go away. Because especially when you have like a support system that's been around for some years and they get to know your triggers, people will never understand that epilepsy changes or that, your body changes. So
Yeah.
yeah, don't expect it to stop. So like if say caffeine or barometric pressure, like something was like the quickest trigger for you or like what caused you to find out about your seizures, don't ever expect anybody to believe that it's not a trigger anymore, because I have a really, really hard time with like the best support system, all the love, but they really do get like a know-it-all kind of vibe. Hey, Angel, welcome.
Hey, Kate.
Welcome back, Angel.
I'm
Hey,
back.
man.
I'm back.
Um,
Release Legend
I
Kev.
right, the
The
champ is
man,
here.
Angel.
8 years strong. Um, Kevin, I got one just for you. Um, I didn't intend on it being just for you, but you're the only one here with the VNS. I intended on it you being you, Mark. What's that other guy's name? Oh, James. I thought all you guys would come and then everybody would have VNS and you guys were like, oh, this, and this. Oh, not James. James is gonna get one. Um,
Mark.
but Tom has one, Mark, and Kevin. There we go. Uh, but I got one here, and it says going for VNS. Hello, I just wanted you guys to know I finally made my decision about going to the VNS. Advice would be great. I've been thinking about it for over 10 years, actually. I think this is the best way to get the focals under control. They're too dangerous at this point because I wander around and I get myself in trouble. The last bad focal threw me into a post-ictal psychosis. I never experienced it before, but it scared me really bad really bad 4 months ago. Has anyone else ever tried the VNS? Just curious to hear how you guys feel about it also. Thank you for your time. I feel like the VNS is a great idea. Actually, neurologists, they could tell you best, but we got Kevin here.
Well, I didn't get it for Fogels. I don't know much about them, but I came to the point where uh, I was running out of options, and my seizures were, yeah, uh, putting me to a point where my health was at risk. And that sounds what this person is at. Their health is at risk. And so, yes, I think that sounds like uh, a good option for them, the VNS. So I hope they have the best outcome. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks to Kevin, you guys got that good old advice for the VNS. Um, and then there's comments here. One says, I have the VNS, got it implanted when I was having one type of focal, got it turned off because it didn't help with those. I may get it turned back on if the Lyrica doesn't work for the new focal awares. My new epileptologist said I did never, I didn't ever have it at a dose that would help. Huh. Kevin, what's your dose of that?
I think
How do they measure a dose?
yeah, I think there's a voltage for it per minute,
Um,
and it goes every and it goes it sends a that voltage every at a certain time. Uh, up to your neck. So my voltage is at 2.5, I think, and it's at
Mm.
every 1.1 minutes.
Mm. Can you
Exciting,
feel
right?
it? Right.
Um, yes, every I can I do feel it, but only when I'm
Paying attention.
very rarely now. Um, when it started off, I could feel it a lot because
It was
it was
new.
going off a lot. Um, yeah, hmm, yes.
I, I think you were noticing more when you first got it because it was new. And you were like, what the hell is going on? What's this feeling? And now that feeling has gotten normal, that one something minutes. Uh,
I
or are
could
you just
feel
thinking,
a more powerful surge in the beginning.
oh,
Yes, and now I don't.
okay.
Like very rarely, I'll feel the like a surge in my neck or something. Um, yeah. So, but that's very rare now because
Hmm.
the condition is extremely controlled.
Yeah, you don't hear that often. People say that. It's
And
controlled.
right, and but it took a long time. It took, but it took a long time to but initially about 2 years for the TCs to go away. Yeah, and then a couple more years for the myoclonics, which was my difficulty. Um, they went. That was a slower decline. Yeah, I had great success
Hmm.
with that. Uh, right. So that was great progress. Slow progress, but um, that's what it is. Have patience with this, as that's what that would be my advice with this. Just it's not going to work right away, but it probably will work. Uh, I don't know the numbers on this, but I waited and I was patient and had fantastic success. So I wish the best for everyone, and I wish the same results.
All right. I got something here and I thought it was interesting because it's about the typhoons in Japan right now. All that stuff going on over there. I don't know if you guys read it or heard anything. But this was from a day ago. It says typhoons cause seizures. I live in Okinawa, Japan. We're in the middle of a typhoon right now. I had a seizure in my sleep, which isn't too common for me. I listed everything to AI that's happening in the past 24 hours: food, not menstruating, low stress, a day of rest, low screen time, and weather. I wasn't really expecting to talk about it, to talk about the typhoon, other than noise pulling me out of a deep sleep. It had, it had that as my biggest red flag for atmospheric pressure being a well studied factor. It found that the exact pressure, drop in pressure for Okinawa, showing a considerable amount of drop. I was expecting after a Google to find AI being wrong as it so loves to be, but it really is a well studied and clear cause of seizures, especially for those well controlled with this medication. After months of being more vigilant and documenting what may be causing my seizures, typhoons is now being penciled in. It's crazy, but is it just me? Uh, I'm sure there's someone else in Japan who's probably thinking the same thing, but don't have this outlet to leave comments and get them, I mean, post and get them answered. Uh, I thought for a while there was nobody near me, but once I started meeting people doing this, when doing the podcast, people start joining and like, oh, I'm here, I'm there. I found a couple people near me. I think there was like three or four, which was cool, but yeah, you don't just meet up with random people, get to know them.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people are actually near each other, but we never met.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you guys probably walk past each other all the time. Mm. Probably
Probably.
like, excuse me, I'm sorry. Yeah,
And then there's some people
somebody
who
sitting
don't want
there.
to talk about it, and they do have it.
Yeah, a lot of people out there just don't want to talk about it. Um, that's what you call denial. I put that out there. Uh,
Yeah.
but I'll go through some of the comments. Let you guys think on that. One says, this condition is fascinating. So many variables to create its own perfect storm. Another comment here says, I had all sorts of crazy seizures in Okinawa, but never considered typhoons. Another comment here says, living in the South and always feel more off before big storms roll in. Never connected it to my meds, but it makes total sense now. Another one says, yes, cold temperatures cause me to have seizures amongst other triggers. So weather is a possibility. And last comment here says, it has major effects on my seizures. When we were having all those tropical storms and hurricanes, I heard of dozens of other people like me were having lots more seizures, even those with well controlled seizures. During that series of events, lots of us had an uptick in issues. Sorry to hear that. Um,
It does make me wonder
yeah.
about things like pressure, if it affects inflammation in the body or something as simple as yeah, inflammation or yeah, because that's I don't know, that's something I'm
Yeah.
tossing out. Yeah.
It's weird, about the triggers and everything because it's not the same for everybody either. You know,
Hmm.
two people can have epilepsy at the same like temporal lobe, and it'll be different triggers for both of them. But yeah,
Hmm.
I was wondering. I mean, they said typhoon, and I was wondering myself because in the Caribbeans now I heard about like they got tsunamis over there. I'm like, I wonder what that would do to my seizures.
Hmm. When's the last time you've been?
A long, long time ago.
We got to go visit the motherland, Puerto Rico.
It was on my plate. It was on my plate when I first separated from my ex. But yeah, it's I don't know.
Huh. Mom. Oh my goodness.
Sounds nice
Yeah.
though.
Uh, yeah. Typhoons. I have not experienced a typhoon. Uh, we don't get stuff like that in California. That might sound very stupid or ignorant to say. Uh,
Nah, you just don't get them.
I'm looking up when was the last typhoon in California. Probably gonna say never, but I've only been here 36 years, so wouldn't know. Um, no. Oh, okay. Uh, the last time a tropical storm made landfall in California was 84 years ago. Before there was a system of naming storms. The 1939 storm called El El uh, Cordonazo uh, became the first and only tropical storm to make landfall in the state in the 20th century, according to National Weather Service. Oh, so yeah, 84 years ago, El Cordonazo tropical storm. I was not even thought about, and I don't even think my mother's mother was thought about. Uh, yeah, that's a very long time ago. Yeah, but the one the El Cordonazo, since we're so close to Mexico, I think that's why it's named that. But then that's just me just talking. I don't know without looking it up. But mm, um, got something here. Uh, it says looking for advice. I'm a first timer. My first few seizures. Um, not sure if I did the flare right for this as a newcomer to the scene. I'm a 21-year-old male. Had my first seizure on Sunday around midnight, according to the paramedic boyfriend. 27-year-old male. I had a full-on tonic-clonic seizure when I went to the ER. They didn't give me anything. Ran a few tests and told me to follow up with a neurologist. I had to take Monday off of work and went to work. Uh, and went to work and was living life as normal on Tuesday until around 10 p.m. Had another seizure. This time, I only had the myoclonic aura that preceded the last seizure, including the other symptoms. And they gave me lorazepam, which completely stopped all seizure activity and knocked me out cold. What are some things I should look out for or research in relation to seizures? Both seizures were from an unknown cause and just happened out of nowhere. Any and all advice about how to deal with them would be heavily appreciated. Um, Myoclonics, I think Kevin might be able to explain that better than me.
Yes. Yeah. Um, okay. So those I've been talking about those past couple days, and uh, for me, it was always the clusters, and they ascend in frequency. Uh, like they get worse and worse, and the 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 muscle jerks and such, and uh, yeah, they get the muscle jerking and the blanking out sort of increases, and you lose control of your body. Not like it's mostly just you fall over and everything, and that just increases the clustering of that, and until a TC happens. So yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Um, since I can't relate with that one, here's some comments here. One says, the biggest piece of advice I can think, it's easy to let epilepsy or seizures take over your life, but do what you can to prevent that. You are not your seizures. That's a good
It's
one. You are
hard
not your
to.
seizures. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It's difficult to give advice on this because once again, everyone's body is different. And what I did many times, it was very diet related for me. Like like I would eat something very high protein or very fatty, uh, and a lot of times that would work for me. That would make those myoclonics go away. I have no idea why. I have no explanation. But I would eat like a Jimmy Dean sausage thing or make something. I would eat some eggs, and I don't know, 20% of the time or half the time that might work. I have no
Um,
explanation. I'm not saying that. Uh, I'm not suggesting that for people out there, but for some reason that worked for me.
uh,
You all right, Pook?
all right. Yeah. Uh, back. Just need to breathe real quick. Need to breathe into my palm without
Okay.
you guys
All right.
seeing me choking on that breath.
Yeah.
Um, so, um, uh, totally forgot what you said that I had something to refer to say, but um,
Also, the
damn.
lorazepam worked like 100% of the time. That was very effective.
Oh, I was
He
gonna say
mentioned that.
like you were saying. Go ahead.
No, um, uh, the emergency medication lorazepam was extremely effective, but it was difficult, living off that, So I eventually had to get the VNS.
Okay. Um, well, I'm glad you got it. But something you did say was that yours was very diet related, even though
Yes.
mine's the TBI. I think I'm gonna try that. Um, what are you guys thinking about vegan? Are eggs on the vegan list? No?
That's not vegan. That's vegetarian.
Yeah,
Hmm. I
But
want to
still,
try
vegan.
vegan. Oh no, you did keto, right?
I, me or him. Well, I didn't. I never tried keto. No.
Oh, Angel does the Mediterranean diet, fish, and
That's
Yeah,
basically what I.
well, everything from the Mediterranean area, basically. So it's like Italy and all those lands around it, and you can go from fish, and there's like Indian food and stuff like that, and it's all healthy.
Yeah, I do a lot
mm,
of that too. Very similar to me.
okay,
But
yeah,
yeah,
haven't done that. Always
vegan
thought
is
about it.
nothing that comes from an animal at all.
That sucks.
But
I need
tofu,
some chicken. Tofu. Uh, Tofu tastes like eating plastic. Uh,
Everyone
just
says this, but
take the wrapper off of a pack of gum and just chew on it. Just tell
eh,
me how that
I
goes. It's disgusting. But they have
my
sauces, so no
my
judgment.
counter to
I'll
that
stop.
is, how do you cook chicken? Do you just boil
I
it?
don't. I do not. I
Because
received cooked chicken. My
you
mother
gotta
cooks for
know
me
how to
most of the
cook
time.
tofu. If you cook tofu right, it's really good. Like mapo tofu.
Some
Uh,
someone said tofu tacos. Uh, Never had that, but yeah, when I tried tofu just like from a Chinese food one day, I was like, tofu, I heard about it one day. Let's try it. It kind of just looks like little cubes of butter with no taste. Uh, Maybe I said too much saying it tastes like plastic. To me,
hey,
it was disgusting the ways I was served it. But uh, people were telling me that I should try it with sauce or some other stuff. But I just tried it on a random whim, just grabbed it from a restaurant, didn't think it might be bland. To me, it absolutely has no flavor. Uh, and yeah,
all
it's no
right.
flavor. It's just like chewing on rubber. No, I don't know. You guys got to go out there and try it for yourselves. Um,
Yeah, I would suggest it, but I'm not selling the stuff, so you know.
yeah. Um, Shout out to Nature Made. But got something else here. It says, oh no, we can't read that. That might be a little. Oh no, you guys don't have Deja Reveille, do you?
I think so, but I'm not like an expert with the term.
Okay, yeah, I thought the Deja Reveille, Deja Vu, and all those would be better to talk about when Toaster was here, because she has the 411 on it. She knows everything on, well, not everything.
Yeah.
She's our designated Deja doctor.
I think I had a lot
Yeah,
of
and then
deja vu when I was younger, like in my teenage years when, yeah. But I don't. I think it went away when I got older. So
Yeah, I get times where I dream it. But yeah, it's like it's weird.
I
I
got
didn't
a,
know it. Some things don't feel like it's reality.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about.
yeah, if I get someone who can finally explain it all to me, then I might be having it. I don't think so, but I hope I'm not having it. But you never know, because the more I've been doing this, the more it's been making me think like, have I just been ignoring stuff or did I not know it was a thing? Because um there was a few posts the other day that made me think that, and I was just like, damn, now I'm worried. Am I having more seizures than I actually noticed? But yeah, and I digress. We'll keep going. Uh, are my TC seizures really that scary for bystanders? Um, I'm gonna throw a big yes in there. Can be. Um, but disclaimer: English is not my native language. So a question I've been asking myself since my diagnosis is TC really that scary for bystanders? Luckily, I've never been alone during a seizure, but my family and friends say they never want to see me having a TC because N was terrible for them to, they should have put it was terrible, but it says because N was terrible. Anyhow, because it was terrible for them to look at, and they got insanely scared. But for me, I don't feel anything. It feels like taking a nap and waking up at the same random place, same random ass place. I do understand my family, they were crying after I woke up. Once my friend had a panic attack and was about to cry because it made me feel like I could not help her or not help her enough. I understand when it's about a friend or a family member of mine, but for me, I know I don't feel anything and I'm not in pain. Has anyone else ever seen someone close to them having a TC? I would like to know it from bystanders, unless you've seen somebody has seen somebody seeing you have a seizure. LOL. Um, I've seen some people see me having seizures. I think that person put an LOL because they're assuming it's not possible. But yeah, I've had some TCs aware, and I've seen some people bystanders react seemingly traumatized. Yeah, not cool. Uh, uh, try not to have them. I try to take care of myself so other people don't have to go through seeing me have one. Uh, yeah, you guys think it's scary for bystanders? I do.
Oh
Um,
yes,
there's
it
no
is
getting
Yes.
used to
very
that.
scary and it's very traumatizing for some. I I've been having grand mal since or TCs, whatever you want to call it, since I was 14, and yeah, I had some in school, and yeah, I remember what they told me is like they all basically jumped to one side of the room. Um, a girlfriend I had at the time was very scared of it. Uh, and even the one that I had to wear, I could feel it. And yeah, it's just scary. You might not feel it when it's unaware, but yeah, it's scary.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've had that seizure, and basically, whichever direction you land and your face is looking, it's what you can see. And you can't control anything to look when you hear other stuff or when it feels like you're getting tasered. But I've seen all those facial expressions as I'm having it, people going like this, people holding other people. Uh, not cool. Uh, I've seen some people and I apologize to them afterwards, and they were like, "No, don't apologize. You can't control it." But it just looks bad seeing people seriously looking traumatized. I can't control this. I'm not gonna say I can't control the seizures, but I don't know when they're gonna happen, so I can't prepare anybody for a seizure. Just hope not to have them. Doing what I can so people don't have to experience the trauma. The only people I know that are used to it are my second oldest daughter and my oldest son. They are pretty used to it, and I wouldn't even mean used to it like a little, be a little traumatized. But my kids are literally like, my dad's having a seizure again. Just no emotion to it, not traumatized by it. And when I asked my son what did it look like, then he showed me, but then he kind of giggled and told him, "You do not giggle in public. Um, only when you're talking to me." Because yeah, we'll move on. You guys ever seen some bystanders be traumatized, for lack of a better word? Ooh,
Don't know because I've never
um,
actually
never actually asked anyone. I like as far as besides my family, I haven't even asked my family. But the people in school, I haven't had many seizures in public. Actually, I've been lucky
Me either.
to have not met very few TCs in public. But besides the
That's the
the
goal.
the myoclonics, though, are very strange. They bother people, I think, more almost than the TCs because,
It could be frustrating
yeah, and it's like I'm shoving people
watching you doing that.
like that,
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the
pushing people.
frustrating part.
Yeah, they're jerks, and I don't mean to. Like in a closed quarters, like it's like I'm almost pushing people and kicking them. I don't mean to do that, and it's almost like an aggressive act on my part, and people don't know what I'm doing. And yeah, and I can't explain to people in a short and yeah, and that's the frustrating part. It's just not it's yeah.
Um, so yeah, I've seen plenty people around me traumatized, and they all say stop apologizing, but it's just in me to apologize. It feels like you've done so much wrong when you see somebody crying and you just had a seizure. But another thing is, I can see why people would be kind of angry and not want to talk about it. It's like because I can talk to you guys, or anybody else who wants to watch. I can talk about my seizures with you guys, and we can laugh about it. But say someone was to walk in the room from your house and you're laughing about your seizures, they're probably going to be like, "That's not funny," because all they know is the part of seeing it. And yeah, I could see people being offended that you're just laughing at what they had to go through, but little do people know we had to go through a lot of other stuff during that that we didn't have to see that still messes with you. Um, yeah, try not to scare bystanders is my advice. Uh, do what you got to do. Hey, Kevin, um, did you hear about that guy in Florida riding an alligator through the drive-through? It
Hmm.
was a drive-through. Let's see where.
Was the
Uh,
gator getting
Wendy's.
food for himself or
Um, Florida man arrested for riding alligator through Wendy's drive-through, demanding chicken nuggets.
ah,
Uh, this was on the
I just
16th of this month.
I just
So yeah,
I hope he got food for the gator. That's all I can say.
all right. I hope they got those nuggets.
Mhm.
Um, uh, uh, somebody said only in Florida. I think that was Kate that said that. Anyhow, I emailed someone and they never replied. Then I wrote a shopping list and then I wrote a shopping list down wrong. Question
Is,
you all.
is
I all would like, go ahead.
is this what is that how they travel now in Florida? Do they just ride gators from place to
Travel
place?
by alligator. That's interesting. Like it says rode an alligator, but they're in Florida. What's your definition of ride there? Uh, I look at road as in like a skateboard or like you're riding it like a horse, depending on how big it is. But I never been and I never seen a gator in my life to know how big it is compared to size compared to me. So I would suggest not riding alligators. I do pass out that type of medical advice. People out there, especially if you have epilepsy, uh,
Well, I've
don't
been to
ride
Florida.
gators.
Well, when I
Don't
was
ride
in Orlando,
gators. There you go.
uh,
Don't be on the news for it. Just tell me about it. There you go. Don't get put on the news and made a meme of. Because
oh
I'm sure
yeah,
someone has the video. I just didn't click on the links. But we'll be talking about that tomorrow. Um, but I'll read the post. It says, I emailed someone and they never replied. I then wrote a shopping list down. Wrong. Questions you all. Hi all. Would like some insight. Anyone ever write something then realize it's something totally different? I was composing an email to someone and sent it out Friday. And then I got up this morning and saw that it bounced back. I was confused, so I looked at it again and ends up I put the last name of the email address wrong. Now, I'm not talking about a letter was wrong. I mean the entire name. Let's say the last name was Smith. I wrote down Jones. Then just yesterday, I was writing a shopping list and I thought to myself that I needed carrots, but ended up writing garlic. Like, what the fuck? They literally have nothing in common. It's not like I heard someone say garlic to me earlier either, so it wasn't some sort of distraction. Part of me is dismissing it as some weird quirk that my brain is playing on me. But another part of me is saying that if it gets worse with age, like I'm only 27, um, my question, their question is saying, can it get worse with age? Like I'm only 27. Can anyone relate? Do you think it's related to epilepsy? I'm going to bring it up to my neurologist during my next appointment, but I was wondering if this is a normal occurrence for some of you. I just don't want to become a pattern, you know? If
mm.
anyone can tell me they experience the same sort of thing, that would make me feel validated. Thanks. Um, I've wrote things down wrong, maybe not a grocery list, but I write things wrong down all the time. Um, Sometimes I get stuff in my notepad and then I forget what I'm going to write. And or someone will say something to me after I write one word and then I forget the other two words I was going to write. So then it's just 2 word note and I got to remember the last 2 words. Happens often. Or I'm typing a message or my phone open for some reason and I forget why it's open. Look away for 1 second and that takes everything away. Uh, yeah, but for someone to send you an email back that you sent to them, uh, that was interesting. Um, And some comments here. One says, my mom's epilepsy unfortunately caused gradual cognitive decline for me, but for years, she pretty she had pretty severe daily grand mal seizures and a lot of head injuries. Another comment here says, I wrote in my seizure journal after a seizure. I went back to look at it later and it was pure gibberish. It happens. Another one says, the only time something like this has ever happened to me was when I had a concussion and my words would come out in the wrong order, like not grammatically correct at all. That's what it was when I had a stroke. It was just like so frustrating. It's where I kept putting my hands on my face and just getting frustrated, like, oh my goodness, I'm trying to say the right words and it's not coming out. It's like they're asking me, when I watched the footage afterwards, um, because I had a camera in my room. So when I watched the footage afterwards, I think they asked me, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" And I said something about tennis and walking down the street. Um, and then you just see me put my hands on my face because I can tell that I'm saying something wrong. and I just can't get it out, and I don't understand why my lips are or my vocal cords are even saying something that I'm not saying. I didn't understand aphasia until I had to deal with it like that. And they kept asking me, if you can't say that you don't want to go to the hospital, we're going to take you to the hospital. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, what do I say? And then I try it again. I'm like, then I started talking about like NASCAR or something. And then I started talking about racing on foot and racing in cars. And racing had nothing to do with going to the emergency room. So they took me. It wasn't bad enough to where I couldn't walk because I was so frustrated that I told them I didn't want to get in the stretcher. I could walk down to the parking lot. And I did that. Uh, yeah, and I got in, and they didn't believe I had a stroke. I tried to tell them, but because of my medical history at that hospital, they were like, you had a seizure." Um, Now I'm working on a malpractice suit for delayed. What is it called? Yeah, they delayed the
Delayed
reaction. They
treatment
didn't
or
help, or
something.
they. There we go. Delayed treatment.
Mm.
Um, I end up going to another hospital because that hospital had me in there 4 days, and on the fourth day is when they finally figured out uh, it was a stroke. So yeah, the next day I got out and went to another hospital, and they knew everything. Shout out to Stanford, because Stanford, they handled it. I went to the emergency room, and they were like, "What happened?" And I was like, "I had a seizure. I had a stroke a couple of days ago," and I went to the hospital, and they tried to brush it off as a seizure because of my medical history. Uh, I'm just at the desk telling the guy this. I'm assuming he's typing it in, and before I could even finish, there was someone who came behind me with what's it called? Not a stroller, a wheelchair. And they took me to the stroke department. Um, all their buildings are really big and they're connected, so it's like they took me through one department. We went down an elevator and went somewhere else, and then yeah, there's this one part where they have this big fountain, and then as you walk around it, because that's the area you walk around, there's a piano. So there was one person down there playing the piano because it's just for random people passing by. Pretty cool. Nice hospital. Shout out Stanford.
Mhm.
But yeah, they took me right to the stroke department, and I stayed there for 3 or 4 days. Good food, good people.
Mhm.
Uh, yeah, you can order food all day there. It was amazing. It's like before 9 or something. It's like you can order food and it'll be there in 30 minutes, but you can order food again once your food gets there. So I was ordering a lot of food with different gummy bears and just trying stuff just so I can get more packs of gummy bears. Big packs of gummy bears, by the way. Uh,
Hasbro ones,
and yeah,
or
I tried all kinds of food there. They had all kinds of menus every day. It was different. Uh, yeah, I was eating candy and stuff, and yeah, the menu was great. I didn't have to live like diabetic menu or any of that. But there was that page there. They were like, turn to the back, and you can see the low sodium stuff for and the low sugar stuff for diabetics. And I was like, I don't have to look in that department. Seems like everything would be bland if I think about it. No salt? Yeah, just kidding. Yeah, sometimes you need
not
some
everything
seasoning.
needs salt.
Sometimes you need some seasoning. That's all I'll say. Probably not salt. Doesn't need to be salt, but uh, some seasoning. Uh,
Mhm.
Lemon pepper. Uh, yeah. Anyhow, got
Yeah,
something here. It says, "Go
the
ahead,
person
Kevin."
mentioned earlier about their seizure journal, and they couldn't understand it. And yeah, I could totally relate to that because I still have some of my seizure journals, and they don't make any sense. Oh my God. They're like the ramblings of
Let
a
me show you
crazy
this too.
person. Like I have the dates written
I
down,
ramble.
and
yeah, but wow, they're crazy, and they're like they're just curse words. And like December 13th, I had a fucking seizure, and it just goes on like that, and it doesn't describe the seizure or anything. And wow, yeah, but
Um,
I but I do believe in the plasticity of the brain. I think you people can regain uh, things that they've lost, and I know we all get down on ourselves about uh, losing memory and losing certain things, but I, I think things can be regained. So keep hope on that.
yeah, keep hope alive. Um, but my memory is so wild that I jump around from area to area writing stuff, and then that's the only way I figure out what I was writing is because every time I'll find something I need to talk about, I'll be like, okay, write this right here, and I'll write this right here. And then I just circle those areas and write in between where the topics are different because I'll grab the book I'll grab it by the bottom sometimes and I'm just writing right here. Sometimes I'll grab it sideways and I'm writing at the top. So I got notes that say different stuff all over the place, dates right there, and I circled it because it doesn't belong with that one. Yeah, arrows that lead to other stuff to continue conversation. Uh, yeah, horrible. I had a bunch of stuff just all over the place. Yeah, you probably couldn't read that because nothing next to each other is right. Is goes with the stuff next to it. If anybody else read it, they'd be like, "What the hell is he talking about? Is he having a seizure as he's writing this?" Uh, yeah, but I got something here, and it says, "My new insurance policy is bullshit. Um, finally found the one drug that has stopped my seizures. Got a letter in the mail from my new provider telling me that they don't cover Xcopri and that I'll have to switch to a different covered medication. Also taking clobazam and got a different letter telling me that now I have to receive a physical before getting the drug to see if it's in quote medically necessary. Hello? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I'm an epileptic. Um, I'd say it's pretty fucking necessary. What's cheaper, paying for the meds or paying for the hospital bills when I go into status epilepticus because they're not giving me the meds that work? My employer is a real piece of work. Changing benefits like this. Already went to HR to complain, but they pretty much said, "You're screwed. This is the only plan we're offering. The insurance industry can suck my dick. Fuck those guys and money saving horses they rode in on." Do you agree that this is bullshit? Uh, so the insurance industry can suck my dick. Fuck
Yeah,
those
the
guys
insurance.
and their money saving horses. Money saving horses. Okay. Uh, yeah, go ahead, Angel. Screw those guys.
The insurance industry can really ruin things for a lot, especially for us who need our medications. And if the doctor prescribes you one, but your insurance won't cover it, oh my god, yeah, and it it's hell. And the worst is if you're fighting for like a refill that you need, and they don't want to like give it to you for whatever reason. But I know the one they mentioned was Xcopri, and Xcopri is very expensive.
Um, So they got a good reason to be mad, thinking everybody's full bullshit.
That's another thing to warn people too about new medications. They don't come out with a generic for years sometimes. So if
I
they're
think I heard
putting,
someone say 10 years.
yeah. So sometimes you get that like retail price. It's just ridiculous. It's like thousands of dollars for a month's supply. And we're talking like the first baseline dose, and that was Carbatrol for me, like way, way back in the day when Carbatrol didn't have carbamazepine. Oh, yeah, medication is a burden for sure, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean,
Someone's,
they can suck a bag of dicks. So I mean, yeah, they're very frustrating people to work with. I'm, I've been
yeah.
very fortunate to have Medicaid in in a pretty good state, and but that I won't be on that forever. And yeah, and
Um,
Yeah. Go. Yeah.
yeah. It says the question is, do you agree that this is some bullshit?
Yeah.
Uh,
It is
yeah, I
bullshit.
agree with you. They're changing your meds and stuff. Screw those guys, because then they said they don't cover the excopery. Like Angel said, I know that is still some expensive stuff. I heard someone say over the thousand, and if you can't get your excopery, that sucks. It sucks that a lot of these medications cost so much, but they have some. Uh, that one guy, is it Mark Cuban, that has the delivery service and the medication? Did I say the right person?
yeah, I think I heard something about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is
There
not the group to ask if we remember anything
Okay.
about a specific identity.
there is something about
Okay.
medications that I learned that can't be delivered. Benzos are one of them.
Benzos.
So benzos and the upper tier ones, they'll be like, nope, we can't deliver those. You gotta come pick it up.
Oh, so you can't get excopery.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Uh, yeah. I'll read some of these comments where the question is, you guys agree this is some bullshit? The first comment says, "Holy fuck, buddy! If you, oh wow, those two words next to each other. Um, if you need someone to help rage over the phone, hit me up. I'm great at it. I did customer service for Aetna, so I know their lingo. Guess who sees too much to work for them though? Good luck, kid." Another comment here says, "I get this every time I change insurance. My doctor emails the insurance company for an explanation every time. I've yet to have the insurance company continue to deny coverage. Best of luck with this." Another one says, "Sadly, I do believe this is some bullshit. This is what happens when accountants and administrators making medical decisions. My state just changed their entire health plan system because one of the hospitals in the capital was fighting with UHC, with an end result of them actively trying to screw up other and patients as hard as possible. For one night in the neuro ward and emergency care department during her recent seizure cluster, the hospital billed insurance for close to $30,000, with us being responsible for almost 6K. Wow. Uh,
That is a deductible.
yeah, I've never come across anything like that. An appointment, a $6,000 appointment, and that's only to you. The 30,000. Um, I thought maybe you would need a
Could be an overnight.
procedure or something. You just, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would understand a couple procedures or something, but one night in the neuro ward?
30,000 makes sense. The way they broke it down for me
America
one
is
time was
sad.
because we used like how much we use. It's not one of those like holds where you're just like monitored the all night. Like they're actually doing tests on you. So when it comes to seizures, especially when it's totally unprovoked, you're taking your meds, everything you're doing like you're supposed to. So the family is going to present you as like something must be seriously wrong because this is not supposed to happen. And then the ER, of course, and especially if you're at a hospital that like you've never been to or they don't have your records or something, they're going to have to run CAT scans and X-rays and like a lot of stuff. And then sometimes when you start having seizures, I remember they wanted to do an MRI one time, and I was having too many seizures. Like I wouldn't lay still for long enough. So they said literally like keep the patient overnight and try to run this test when they're just not convulsing too much. And that costs a lot more money.
Yeah, that's a lot for an overnight stay. But I got something else here, and it says, how do you deal with the anxiety crisis? Psychologists, doctors will tell you to breathe or calm yourself with words. Always felt stupid to me, but I guess it works for some people. When it when it's a really hardcore crisis, what's something that's been always helping you? I don't get anxiety um, often unless it comes with like an aura or something. Uh, Other than that, I can't say I know much about the anxiety crisis. Haven't seen a psychologist for maybe a decade or more. Yeah. Do you
I
guys
give all
know
the credit
anything
to my
about the
kids.
anxiety crisis?
When you're a
Right.
parent, especially a parent of young ones, you don't have time to feel bad. So like, again, like I don't have really any like um part of the anxiety crisis. Never seen a psychiatrist or taken medication for that. But shit gets stressful, and I literally give credit to the family for having needs that are greater than my own. So, I mean, I know I can't really say this to like a patient who has anxiety, but it helps to remember that like it feels better when you get something done, like if you are stressing about something, maybe try to like shift your focus onto another priority and see how it might help. So either that or come
Yeah.
chill with us because we'll definitely get you into
Um,
a doctor if you need to.
yeah, we could definitely help. Come here. Talk to us. Um, got some comments though. You could also listen to the comments. One comment says, Xanax, Xanax, gaze at the sky for a bit. Uh, Another one says, I don't know what AED you're on, but not all AEDs and anxiety meds go together. Make sure you do your research first. Another one says, I hide until I hide until I am calm. Mm. Splash cold water on your face, hold an ice cube, or even step outside in the cold for a moment. Mm. Someone said, I put earplugs in and close my eyes with sunglasses to cover my eyes. If I can't, winding down stimulation helps greatly. Yeah, I don't know much about the anxiety crisis. It's the first time I actually heard someone say that. Uh, yeah, got something here that says decisions. Has anyone ever thought with has anyone ever thought with medication resistant epilepsy that maybe it's just time to live life off of meds? And if it comes, if the time comes and your life ends, maybe you'd be happier. On 4,500 milligrams of Keppra and 400 milligrams of lacosamide, I am still having breakthrough seizures in the simplest cold to stress. I'm just tired and I feel unheard. Um,
Then
I
this is the
yeah,
place for you.
Yeah,
there
come
you
here.
go.
And I've been basically on that same dosage almost. It was 4,000 Keppra and 500 lacosamide, and it
Mm.
it just doesn't work anymore. The seizures keep coming, and I've been through 7 more medications since then. Yeah,
Mm.
but there's still, I'm still got hope for the next day.
Very
There is
concerning.
a better day.
Yeah.
Um,
But you're
yeah.
absolutely right in feeling unheard. So once again, like try to direct that focus into how to get a solution. This sounds like it might be another doctor case, or to get maybe a quicker solution if you bring another doctor in on it, like your, primary care, and just let them know literally you're not hearing from the neurologist. I've had that happen where one specialist reached out to another. I think it was the OB, reached out to the neurologist to, get something straight. It was definitely something about a medication, and I think it was one of those refill situations, and the OB got it done. So ask for help, especially if you need it, for sure.
Oh yeah, and
Okay.
I'm totally in with the feeling of, yeah, medications, I'm done, but I'm not done with life. I've been through
Right.
what, 14, 13 or 14 altogether. So yeah.
Sheesh.
Been off medications almost a year in November. I got RNS, but
Mm.
don't tell the doctors.
Yeah,
I prefer it.
I got you. You're way happier off of meds. I can see it in you. Your life has changed. But talk to your doctor, you might say different. But I do got something here, and it says decisions. Oh, I just read that one, and none of us have. Oh, Angel has med resistant. Okay, yeah, he gave some good advice here. Um, got something here though, and it says, should you let the person tell you what they need or call for help regardless? My coworker has some kind of seizure disorder. I've not yet asked for details because it's not my business. She tells me what she can and can't do because it'll trigger her, and that's all I feel like I should need unless she wants to offer up other information. I'm not her doctor, blah blah blah. Today she went into this tired, almost dazed state and said she felt like she was going to have a seizure, but she was responding to me and other coworker coherently. So we helped her into a more private area and got her sat on the floor by the wall. She was talking and having spontaneous thoughts, like asking for her jacket, talking about what's going on, etc. So we let her just sit for a bit. After several minutes, several minutes, okay, she was still not okay. So I got her to let me call her manager, but not using the in quote medical emergency code word. I thought I did the right thing, letting the person with the medical condition dictate the handling of their medication, of their medical condition. Uh, had she stopped responding, responding nonsense, or obviously started seizing, of course, I would have called for help with the emergency word. Now her manager is upset and asking my manager why the hell did not call out the code word immediately. My manager understands me why. I think they should have said understands my why. Understands me why. I explained it. It was a medical episode of a known disorder, not a surprise medical emergency, at least from my perspective, because she was telling me she was okay and just needed to sit. I know seizures come in all shapes, and some some you're basically on autopilot. Though through rather than what Hollywood always depicts, the fact she was speaking and asking for things without being prompted made me think she was okay just dealing with it. Should I have called for help anyway, ignoring her? Is her manager just upset because potential liability and all that? I was hoping for a perspective from someone who actually deals with it and knows what it's like to experience it rather than someone who, doesn't. Thanks. Uh, I think this person was right. Um, because if ever like I have ever get the like time to tell somebody, I don't need to go, then I would like you to listen. But because sometimes it's not about the seizure, sometimes it's about the bill. Uh, you're like, I'm alive. I know I had a seizure. I know what this is like. I don't need the hospital. Um, because it comes with a bill. Yeah. So listen to that person. I don't know how HR is gonna feel about that. That's what I was thinking. But that person's manager and your manager, I'd let them go at it. If my manager agrees with my decision and that other manager doesn't agree, then I don't think that other manager should approach you about it. It should approach your manager and let them have that own argument and comment on why it was wrong and why it was right. Um, you're put in some tough situations as an epileptic, and I do think her manager was also mad more because of the liability type part. Um, they can now blame it on the job that they felt like felt like anything during it. Yeah. Um, that's all for me. I just suggested, yeah, they should have listened to the person and no, you shouldn't have ignored them and called the ambulance. How do you feel about that one, Kevin?
Yeah, I can absolutely see it from both sides. Um, Not everyone knows the protocol, the standard protocol for um, when to call an ambulance or not. Um, but absolutely, problems with HR and everything come along. But if this person did not know when to call an ambulance, that's also understandable. So yeah, I understand this. If this person did not understand not to call an ambulance, so yeah, I can empathize both points of view. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that person too, because if I'm asking you, don't call the ambulance and telling you I'm okay, uh, I'm pretty sure I'll know if I'm not okay. Yeah, like that person. If you're saying that they're there and able to talk to you, then there's no need. If it, I
Hmm.
can't remember
Then
if
it's
they
not an
said it actually
emergency.
turned into something. Yeah, um, yeah, and it didn't turn to a TC, so that their boss is actually a little more worried than I think you should be if you didn't like hurt yourself or anything. You didn't have a seizure. You just had the I need a sit down break. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's just
But
me.
just
I'm
a
not the
heads up,
boss.
when my job got really strict about making sure that the floor manager called the ambulance every time something happened, the disability case went by faster. So keep in mind, having like as many problems as you do on record could work in your favor eventually.
Got something here, some comments. One says it's a liability thing. You handled it correctly, but now is your opportunity to ask what to do next time this happens. Another comment here says, I used to tell my wife not to call the ambulance if I had a seizure, but realized it's not fair for me to ask her or anyone else to make a judgment regarding my medical state, especially at a stressful time. Now I tell her and my coworkers not to waste a second thinking about it. Just call the EMTs if I have a seizure. I don't want anyone feeling guilty for not calling an ambulance if something bad happens. Yeah. Another one says, I'll share how my coworkers would act at first. They would all gather around me, sit me down, call on-site first aid and or an ambulance, treat me like a baby. I was very bothered by this. There is absolutely no need to do this as my seizures are brief, absent aware. I simply asked them to let me know what happened and continue with the day as is. Oh, continue with the day as it had not ended them. Um, eh, I'm sorry, my mother came in. It says, and continue their day as it happened, not ended them. Know if it ever lasted longer than 5 minutes is the only time I should be concerned since I got a brief, you had a seizure, bro, and then we keep up working, simple as it needs to be. Uh, yeah. Um, I got some Sour Patch Mini cupcakes. Uh, my mother just brought me. Uh,
Very good.
yeah. So, um, yeah. Sometimes I do think about that, the decisions that people have to make after we have a seizure. Um, but yeah, some people you can make a decision. Some people can make good decisions based on me having a seizure. What do I look like? Does it scare you that much? Now I'm around my mom and she doesn't worry as much as other people might. My sister just quickly, that's the only thing to do. Just call the ambulance. My sister, you had a seizure? And I'm like, yeah, I had a seizure a little bit earlier. I'm okay though. Next thing I know, the ambulance are at the door. You need to go to the hospital and get checked on. And I don't think she ever knew that like the hospital's not gonna do anything but hold me there for 4 hours and then tell me, okay, you're good. Here's your paperwork. You had a seizure. Uh, so the hospital does. It's not like they do any work on me or give me a massage or anything. It's just keeping you there to watch you and make sure nothing else happens. And yeah, waste of time, waste of someone's gas to come get me, uh, waste of an Uber if I got to get a ride on an Uber. So yeah, waste of time. Got something here though, and it says started having seizure after substance abuse. 21-year-old female. I have always been a healthy person. I really never smoked. I have only ever dabbled in it ever here and there. Last year, after taking an edible, it triggered a seizure. I lost consciousness, my muscles started contracting and shaking violently, and my heart rate increases extremely. That had never happened to me before. A few months later, the same thing happened in front of my poor BF. after I had two small puffs of a cart. And a few weeks ago, it happened with seizures. Oh, it happened again after I took a pretty small hit of a joint, and it happened again. My roommate, who has her own diagnosis with seizures, said I should see a neurologist 100%. But would the simpler way be just stay away from it completely? Of course, I'm sticking with the choice, but should I still see a doctor about this? I'm kind of conflicted, and it frankly scares me a bit. I just wanted some feedback, I guess, as someone who's never experienced this before. The questions here were, would it be simpler just to stay away from the substance altogether? And should they still see a doctor? I mean, a neurologist. I think you should. Like, if you have a seizure, there's something you need to talk to a neurologist. It's not like an emergency room how they just say, okay, you're good enough to go home now. See a neurologist, they can put a plan together um, for what happens next and things to help you go seizure free for as long as you can. You might be able to be like Kevin, 8 years strong. The champ is here. Should go like this every time I say that. Uh, yeah, there we go. Anyhow,
There's that enthusiasm. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it's there. I feel the enthusiasm. Um, yeah, but it could also be those substances. You could maybe not be weed for you. Um, yeah, but still, you need to tell a neurologist. Neurologist can probably tell you better than me. But yeah, go find a neurologist. Maybe get some meds. Maybe talk to your friend and ask her what med is good. Because that would be good to know before you start. I wish I would have known before I've done some meds to know what they do and all that. You can think about it before then and then be like, I don't want to even deal with this side effect ever. Stop it before you do it. Uh, yeah. How do you guys feel on substance abuse? Actually, it just says substance use, not substance abuse. Um, I'll read.
I mean, if anything is causing your seizures, and it's happened, it sounds like they said 3 times, then that's definitely one to just stay away from. You definitely still want to get some scans, or like get with a doctor and tell them what happened, because even from one, seizure, you don't know if it was like bad enough to cause some damage. So you're still better off getting checked out, but definitely take your own precautions. And if you know what causes them, at least one thing that definitely does, then cut it out.
I think it sucks like some of us, or I think all of us in here, we started as children, so our parents were making the decisions of what medications, we were on and stuff. And we had no choice.
Yeah.
The
Didn't
only
get to
choice we
choose the
had would be to like skip
medication.
our meds or do something like that, and then we caused the worst ones, and it was big, oh no, now you're trying to commit suicide, and hello psychiatry. Yeah, that's
Oh,
annoying.
um, I took the medication as prescribed when I remember. Yeah, that medication sometimes at 3 times a day is what messed me up. I forgot what medication I took 3 times a day, but it just knocked me out. So yeah, if you don't like a med, ask for a change. If you're a child, talk to a therapist. They can get you to talk to a neurologist without your parenting. Probably figure out all the information you need to know from the beginning. Um, would help your journey. You can do all the research, knowing what's going on. Hmm. I don't know if they let the minors do the My Health app, or do their parents track it, or how does that go? because um,
If they let minors do what?
yeah, the My Health app, or would their parents just manage their doctor's appointments and send the messages, all that? Like, 'cause I have the My Health app, but I do it myself, so because I'm an adult. I wonder if this kid could like go to the doctor like in the app, send emails and be like, this, and this has happened, or is it specifically for adults? That's what I have not been able to figure out.
No, I know my daughter's done it for me before. When I'm having a seizure and I'm just like too far out of it still, but it's not one of those like 911 seizures. It's just like I'm not making sense, but it's for a lot longer than usual. That's when she knows how to my chart the neurologist.
No, I'm saying like if a child was the one with epilepsy,
Oh.
are they able to manage their own information? And that would be very helpful if they could. If a child can actually know what the hell is going on, they don't have to ask a parent. Um, you could be doing your own research right now, as a child, and as you get older, you're prepared for certain shit. Um,
I
yeah,
I would imagine
I'm
they're
gonna
under
check with
18,
people
so if anyone under 18
and
probably
send the
would.
doctor emails. Mm.
RNS has this My
Um,
Seizure Diary website that they always, I mean, if they're encouraging children to take notes and like keep track of their own condition, basically, then I don't see why it wouldn't be too far like out there to expect them to actually have a more active part in making their treatment plan if the parents are okay with it. That's probably what it comes down to. Like if they're going over treatment plans and some parents want the patient, the child themselves out of the room, then they're going to do it. But on the flip side, if the doctor literally just sets their child right there in the circle with the doctor and lets the patient ask the doctor questions, then it'll set probably just in a better tone, I would think. Because I think that they're probably going to be more like compliant with the treatment plan if they're a part of it.
mm, yeah, fucking hot, yo. Yes. So yeah, the weather. I don't know if I just got a hot flash or if it's just the weather, but it just got hot really fast. It freaking sucks.
So
But
take a break right now, go get a drink, and we'll talk about something else.
I don't know. It ain't nothing like that. I got a bottle right here. It ain't that I need a break. It's that it's hot. I won't be able to change that. Me going to get a bottle of water, which I
Get
have
up and
right
flip
here,
the switch, find a fan. I don't
is
know.
not going to change the temperature. Yeah,
Well, once again,
I
make
got
notes.
something here. It says, I need advice. I need advice, please. I don't know. 24-year-old female. First, sorry, English is not my first language, and they didn't spell language right. Anyhow, I had a first big seizure, like tonic-clonic, and ended in the hospital. I was working and woke up in the hospital, like I said, had a concussion and all the problems with falling directly on my head, and don't have much flashbacks on 2 days after it happened. I might have myoclonic juvenile epilepsy. Huh. Epilepsy? Okay. My BF came to me and stayed a bit with me. My mom took the situation in her hands. While I felt my life was slipping into my hands, I was thinking a lot of things. I lost control to my hands, like it was difficult to hold things or just hard writing text. My hand didn't want to help, and I was exhausted due to the concussion. Anyways, I was the 3 of June. My BF went away and left 2 days after. So the 5 for going to his festival, not like a player, but enjoy with his friends while I was like that. I feel horrible. Like, am I selfish? Or I don't think I would have been away in a festival. I am holding a grudge over him. It's a long relationship, 4 years together. We had a breakup a few months, and we had a breakup a few months, and since beginning of the year, we made it again together. Monday he came, and while he was next to me, he wanted to hug me, and I felt so anxious. I started to have my left hand paralyzed, and everything started to feel blurry. I have the feeling maybe my body is rejecting him. WTF? I love him so much, but I don't know. Am I selfish? My mom and friends told me that it is not love. He should have stayed with me. If I am the love of his life, I don't know. If I am the love of his life, like he says, what do you think? Uh, I wouldn't say you're selfish, but for him to have like a concert coming up and he already has his tickets and all that, um, if it's just that day, it's not like he's coming and can get you out of the hospital, can do something to you at all. I always think that when people come up to the hospital, like when I have a seizure or something, it's like you're here and other people are here. There's nothing you guys can do besides sit here with me, which isn't helping anybody. Um, yeah, there's certain situations you don't need to be at the hospital watching them. That's what the doctor is there for. Uh, some people can't handle themselves, but there is no reason to be in the emergency room with somebody. We're here just because this person got hurt. If it's just a seizure or you got a little scratch or you need little stitches, you could sit in the emergency room by yourself. Uh, Actually, I don't even want to go to the emergency room when I have a hospital, but I mean, when I have a seizure, but I mean, if you got to, and there's no reason for the whole family to go down to the hospital. Like this person says, you want your boyfriend to just sit there with you. Um,
It
I
is not a
understand you
fun
want to
place
be
to
together
be.
forever. Right. It doesn't mean he doesn't love you just because he didn't sit there with you and he went to a festival with his boys. Um, yeah, your family making it sound kind of selfish. And they said, is my body rejecting him? I don't
If you're
know.
even
I think the
considering that,
anxiety just got to
then
you.
let him go, please.
Well, that's advice from a woman, so we got both sides of it. If you're contemplating leaving, Kate says go. Um, yeah. I think, you can't just leave him. He probably loves you. But like I said, if he had the ticket before you had the seizure, like days ahead of time, that might have been something you just gotta go to. And him sitting in the hospital with you because you had a seizure a couple days ago, that's just me. No reason to sit in the hospital with somebody. They are okay. They just had a seizure, uh, but she wants him there. Selfish, no. Um, I mean, I wouldn't say the person is selfish, but I wouldn't say the boyfriend is selfish either, because there's a whole lot that comes into play with that. Yeah, I don't need people at the hospital, in the emergency room with me. Like, I can imagine someone sitting there with a magazine just waiting for you to get out. Not necessary. Uh, People could be enjoying their lives. I mean, enjoying their own lives. I don't want anybody to step out of their life, do what you were doing. I'm good. Uh, yeah. Her friends and her mom is telling her he should have stayed. How do you guys feel about that? I feel like your friends and your mom, they might be just
I
looking
think
out
when
for
you
your
let
best
people into your
interests.
relationship, it's gonna fail anyway.
Like we're drifting
Right.
more into love connection than that
That's what
old
it seems
show.
like. But she also started to seize in her right side when paralyzed when he got near her. which is a big thing. I could see why Kate said leave if that happens. If that's something that's happened, he get near you and your right side go numb. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, you should go. I wouldn't say he's selfish or wrong for going to that again because sitting in the hospital just isn't fun. And to bring someone along, you're taking away from their day. Uh, that's just me. Um, I was gonna
And don't
say
forget
she only
this
had a
is about
seizure, but it's
epilepsy too.
different.
Anything that brings like stress and you know anything like that into your life is not
Thinking
helping
too hard.
your treatment either.
Uh,
Exactly.
uh, yeah, it's just me. No need to sit there with someone at the hospital. Um, yeah, like that. Like everyone came to the hospital when I had a stroke. I was just like, there's nothing you guys can do. Are you guys coming to visit me thinking it's going to be my last days? Because obviously this can wait till I get out. I don't understand those. I mean, it wasn't my mother. So why is everyone here? That's what I was thinking. Uh, I felt good. I was just like, there's nothing anybody can do for everyone to be here saying, I'm sorry this happened to you. You can send me a text. Um, I did have some people send me a text, which was cool too. So you can respond when you're ready. Uh, yeah, like I said, no need for two people to be sitting in the hospital. But the loneliness could be a thing. Could have made her had a seizure. So yeah, it's just me then. I don't always need someone there. She can be really lonely and need her boyfriend right there.
I
And then you
think
got
those
your family
hospital
in your
beds
ear
can give you a
saying,
seizure.
"Come again."
I said, I think those hospital beds can give you a seizure.
Oh
They
man,
can be very
who you
uncomfortable
telling?
sometimes.
Um,
And the fluorescent
yeah,
lights, ugh, well, everything in there.
yeah. It's usually like, you want us to turn the lights off. Um, I'll read the first comment here. One says, personally, I believe if he loved you, he would care for your health and safety more than silly music festival. They sound they may sound extreme, but the festival and friends will be there next year. There weren't promises you might not be there, at least in full healthy conditions. I hope everything has been okay and you have been healing well since. Yeah, and it's like when I have a seizure and you send me to the hospital, I'm just gonna go to sleep because other than that, they're just gonna have me sitting here looking at the walls. They don't provide a TV room, none of that. So there's no reason for anyone to be at the hospital with me just to watch me sleep. That's another thing, because that's what's gonna happen. When I have a seizure, I'm gonna go to sleep. You can be there if
So
you'd like to.
I don't
To
know.
each his
I
own.
guess the bottom line is, what stage is this relationship at? I mean,
Four
do you care about
years,
goofy music or I mean, how dedicated
goofy music.
is
But
I
what
know.
did this come down to?
That's
Uh,
Was the patient saying, "Do I should I expect him to skip the festival because I had a seizure like days ago?" Like, was she expecting
no, they were just saying,
question
are
on
they
this one?
selfish? Is the question.
Selfish for
Am I
expecting
selfish
him
for?
to skip the festival?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No other comments.
I
All
mean,
right.
if this is a legit relationship, then you care about, he can have fun for the both of you. Think of it like that. Well, you're getting better. You
Yeah.
are in the place where you're gonna get better. So I don't know. So people make this way more complicated than it needs to be. Give us
Right.
a thumbs
Love
up if
it,
you
Kate.
agree.
Yeah, you guys agree with that? Um, yeah. Anyhow, you guys agree with it? Oh wow, I pressed thumbs down. I'm not liking it all. Anyhow, I can't see the comments, the live comments, if any. Oh, there's only me watching. That's why. Anyhow, yeah, got something here that says feeling like a fraud. You guys ever felt like a fraud? No, maybe a little bit. Not at all.
Okay.
Me either. When it happens, I know I'm not a fraud.
Oh,
I'm not
fraud.
trying to do this. You guys ever feel like a fraud? Kate said no. How about you, Kevin?
Kermit the Frog.
Yeah.
Sure.
It says
Um,
I don't.
uh, yeah, not really.
Hey man, you're allowed to feel how you want to feel. I do not feel like a fraud. When it happens, I know it's happened. And I didn't try to fake it. So
I feel
yeah.
like the world thinks I'm a fraud.
Sorry to
I
hear
think
that.
they, I think they, I don't know.
The
Maybe
closest
I'm,
I've ever come to seeing a frog as a positive was in like a yoga class or something because it's like one of the more comfortable poses. But yeah, no,
No,
I've never wanted frog.
it says feeling like a fraud, not a frog.
Oh, and he's saying the frog over you.
Because
I was positive that's what you said.
I was wondering if he said Kermit the Frog or frog, because I was like, I said nothing about frogs. But
Oh my god.
Kermit the Frog is still funny, so we can stick with that. Uh
So as far as
anyhow, this
fraud,
post says
yes,
fraud.
that was with the epilepsy, but that's I felt like a fraud saying that this wasn't gonna like seriously change things. So I felt like the fraud when it came down to like losing another job kind of thing. When I couldn't deny any the license. That when they took the license, that's when I had to admit that I was kind of a little bit of a fraud for thinking that these seizures weren't like really gonna mess things up. So that's where the fraud feelings came around.
Um yeah, feeling like a fraud. You guys got me there.
Yeah, I thought frog too, but yeah, I never felt like a fraud either. But there's days I do, and then boom, I have a seizure. And it's like, nope, not a fraud.
um yeah, I just received a message. Yeah. For the moderators, I'll put it like that. You guys know who that is. Anyhow, I'll read the posts. We're feeling like a fraud with a D, not a G. Um, it says, feeling like a fraud. I had my first known seizure 4 months ago, and I got into a fender bender that I have no memory of. I had a prolonged postictal stage based on my loss of memory. It was about 45 minutes before my memory started working again. I also think I had more than one. I have no idea what kind of seizures it was. It was unwitnessed, except that I was unaware. However, my prolonged postictal period was witnessed. I had a EEG 5 days later, and fortunately, it showed some seizure activity in my left temporal lobe. I saw the epileptologist, and based on my accident with witnessed postictal symptoms and abnormal EEG, I fit the criteria for a formal diagnosis of epilepsy. I was ramped up, put on Lamotrigine, ramped up schedule, and I am now at 100 milligrams twice a day. I was no, there was no discernible reason or trigger for the seizure. I have had none since 4 months ago. In retrospect, I have had some previous, in quote, episodes in my life. I would get muffled hearing, high pitched ear ringing, room spinning, and nausea and vomit. Uh, it would last a couple to a few minutes. And then I was back to baseline. I never saw a doctor or even mentioned it because I always rationalized it as a food interaction. There was no internet back then. There were 3 or 4 episodes in my 20s, 3 or 4 in my 50s. One, I went down and lost consciousness. And now the one at 61, my first one with post-ictal effects. My point is that I don't have them often at all. How do you even know if the meds are helping? I kind of feel like a phony. I know a lot of people have a hard time getting the official diagnosis, but I guess I was, in quote, lucky that my EEG was abnormal. But I feel fine and wonder if I will ever even have another seizure at all. I feel weird saying that I have epilepsy, but that is the diagnosis. How do you even know the meds are working? And do you ever feel like a fraud? Um, I don't know if the meds are working. And truly, the only way to try and see if they're working is just get off of them and see if there's a problem. Like Kate, of course. Uh, um, yeah, the medication is doing what it can, I guess. But Kevin, for Kevin, you feel like the meds are working, or you think it's the VNS, or you think it's just life? You just feeling good? What's
A
up?
little, it's definitely both. Uh, feel like I can definitely come down a lot more from the meds at this point, but yeah, the VNS definitely did a lot of good, but yeah, I like to push it a little more with the meds. See, see how far I can go with that. Cleaned up my lifestyle too.
There you go. A lot of times
Nice.
doctors will get behind you on, first doing a blood test, seeing how the, meds are even in your system. And a lot of times on some of the ones that I got off of like quicker, that's why. Like they let me kind of lower back down. Like it's right after I titrated up to the clinical dose, I think they call it. Um, Stayed on that for a month, then got a blood test, and if taking that amount of medication didn't show up as like the therapeutic dose in my system, then they would let me like turn around and start the process all over again of getting off of that one and onto another one. So sometimes the doctors will have your back on that one by saying, this medication, and especially at that age when you're probably taking, on some other medication. So if you have other conditions that are being treated that might have a medication that interacts poorly with the epilepsy meds, then you have even more reason to get off it. And specialists will have to work together with that. So never be complacent with your medical care. Speak up.
Yeah. Uh, I'm happy to be a year free
You frozen
with no
here?
focal seizures. Am I frozen? You're not frozen. No one's frozen that I can see. I
Oh,
see
okay.
movement, except for Angel. But then Angel's camera moves more than he does. Oh, yeah, I could tell you were there, Angel. Yeah. Anybody took Tegretol?
I think that one was
Oh,
always bad
okay.
for kids. So that's one they
I
never.
did. That was like one of my first.
Oh,
I think that
okay.
was right after
Uh,
that Latin.
mm. I had Kepro right after that. I had to. Um, you know what creatine is? Because I do not. Um,
Yeah, it's a
yeah, I think it's something to do with working
muscle.
out.
Yeah, it's a protein powder.
Okay. Um,
You you like
I
when after you
do any sort of exercising, specifically bodybuilding, you tear the muscle fibers, and this is supposed to like rebuild it or something. Because yeah.
Okay. Uh, I'm not sure if you can totally relate with this one, Angel, but I'm just going to read it. And if you cannot, it says Tegretol and creatine. I'm on Tegretol and I'm starting the gym. Can I take creatine or is it going to screw with my meds? The first comment says, I've wondered the same with my med cocktail. And that is the only comment. Uh, Angel, you want to try some creatine for me?
No, I Tecatrol was one of the first ones that failed me fast. Then I
Good to
was on to
know.
Carbatrol.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody out there watching. Shout out to Nature Made, first of all. Uh, can't stress that one enough. Uh, anyhow, yeah.
For the
Tegretol and
creatine thing,
creatine.
I would just say ask your pharmacist about that one. If there's a pharmacist or doctor.
Yeah,
Or
pharmacist,
neurologist.
and look up everything you can online because somebody's probably tried it and put it online.
Oh, I got one. Kate, this is for you. And it might sound weird starting off, but listen to it. Just we're looking for some advice for the women out there. This I'm at an accident. I'm not asking this for me. Just throwing it out there because we are live. Breastfeeding on Kepra. I'm currently pregnant and I'm curious about your experiences with breastfeeding. Breastfeeding on while on Kepra. That is all. And I remember you taking Kepra saying that it's the only medication you can take while you're breastfeeding. I remember that. So yeah, luckily I'm right. I remember correctly. Please,
Good job.
the ladies want to know. I don't need to know.
I did successfully breastfeed for 2 years on Kepra. Oh, what am I talking about? It was like 4 years. Oh, but I wasn't on the Kepra for, yeah. Okay, so yeah, it was successful. I didn't have any issues. I didn't take the therapeutic dose, but that's because they had my therapeutic dose at like 500 twice a day. And, or no, it was in the thousands. So I don't remember the exact number, but we're talking like 15 years ago now. So I didn't take the therapeutic dose, but I did take enough to maintain a like recognizable level in my blood. And the doctors were okay with that compromise, and it had no issue with the breastfeeding. She got as much as she wanted for as long as we wanted. We never had to go with the formula, and it was all in all successful. Seizures were still controlled. I mean, as well as mine have ever been controlled with just meds. But yeah, I wouldn't blame that
So
on the kids.
um
So once again, follow
so
doctors.
there's this.
Ooh.
It smells like a pack of sour pouches. Is it sour punch or sour pouch? Um yeah. It
Could be
smells like
caffeine
them.
edible.
Oh no, this isn't an edible. This came from the grocery store. Uh I forgot the name of this stuff. Is it sour patch or sour pouch or
I think I've heard of
uh
Sour Patch on a candy bag.
there we go. Sour patches.
Yeah.
The letters are covered up by a sticker, so I couldn't really see it. But this is what it looks like. And just imagine this. It smells exactly like a pack of sour patches. If you open the bag and like smell all that sugar and other stuff, uh, that's exactly what this smells like. Not that I'm not gonna eat it, but I want to show you guys. Uh,
Well, thank you for sharing the joy.
Not interested,
Fear the
but
sour face you make when you eat it.
my mother brought it to me. She said they're delicious, so I got them now. Um, Mini cupcakes. I can smell Sour Patches right here. I'm cool. I'm not a big
Well,
sweets
thanks to
person,
mom
but
for getting
my
you a
mother,
smile.
yeah, my mother is very sweet, and she loves sweets, so it's a good combo right there. Um,
They're on sale everywhere for this weekend. Wait,
yeah,
July 4th is
three
in.
for 97 cents. Can you imagine that? Three for 97 cents.
I had to pay $1.87 for a bottle of water today, like 5 times at this birthday party that had no air conditioning.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Um,
that was hell.
I should,
And
you
the
should
girl
sue
behind the
those
counter is
guys.
like
I'm
offering me
kidding.
other stuff with ice in it. And I was just like, ah, yeah, no, I kind of got to stick with the water. Because for me, I'm not about to mess with the soda or like anything that has caffeine in it.
Especially out in public.
It is what it
Um,
is. Oh yeah, a bounce house place. Ugh, that is not the kind of place I would want to have a seizure. Literally, like
right.
traumatizing all the boys and girls club
All the
kids.
children.
Hmm.
um, yeah, man.
Oh,
To the
imagine a
comments
post-ictal
here.
nightmare
Oh
coming back
yeah.
from a seizure
Oh,
and being in a like warehouse full of kids. Oh wow. No, I'd rather go away.
or kids surrounding you, and then me acting like a
Exactly.
fool because the kids are surrounding me and I'm post-ictal.
Mhm.
That would be terrible. Um, yeah. Shout out to Lamotrigine. How about that one? I need some discounted Lamotrigine lifetime contract. That would be nice. Yeah.
Anything can happen.
Who makes? Uh, yeah, I'm shouting out everybody. Zydus. Zydus makes these 200 milligram tablets of Lamotrigine. Never heard of that company, but shout out Zydus. Zydus. Interesting spelling. Uh, but anyhow, to the breastfeeding and Kepra, two comments here. One says, not yet, yet but following. They told me the other AED I take is more of a risk, even though I've been on same two for both pregnancy. I am having this baby in no less than 24 hours. Oh, 24 days. Congratulations, Google overview, which isn't a doctor nor a location specialist. Cities Kepra cites Kepra as being safe. Huh. Another comment here says, I fed both of my kids on Kepra. I did struggle with having enough milk despite help from the IBCLC and infant feeding team. No idea if my boobs, hormones, Kepra, but was proud of what I achieved, even though only a few months. There you go. I'm excited for you guys. Fed the children with no problems. I won't say no problems because you still had seizures. Kate's like, what were the issues? Because you're looking like no problems.
We're seizure pros. He's a
It
seizure
happens.
pro.
This
Oh
that
yeah.
is one thing that was easier the second time around. Because the if anything, the epilepsy was the most predictable thing about the second pregnancy. So you never know.
Okay. Gotcha. Uh, got something else here. It says, I don't understand it, and it's an obvious yes, but I'm gonna read it. It says, can extreme things cause a seizure? My daughter has seizures. I was wondering if things such as running, roller coasters, laughing so hard you almost cry, physical activity, or anything along those lines can cause a seizure. Hers so far are caused by not enough sleep and waking up too fast, which seems to jolt her brain somehow and triggers a seizure. I'm just trying to understand this more. Can you help? Uh, I do believe those things like overwhelming your body. I mean, and your body like running and your blood pumping too fast and roller coasters might be it. Running as a workout might work your body up, and maybe your body isn't ready to be worked up because your heart rate starts going and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, for me, I say yeah, extreme things can cause a seizure.
Yeah, it's another one of
Stephanie,
those like know yourself kind of things. Because if your adrenaline's going up, then maybe your threshold is going down. So you could always think of it like that.
yeah, yeah, it's saying
Yeah.
physical activity, laughing hard. Physical activity definitely can. It can drain your body a lot. And laughing hard, I don't know. I heard about there being such seizures when you laugh and you're having a seizure, but not just laughing making you have a seizure. Might want to go get that checked out.
Even stressors, I should say, can do it,
Hmm.
and anything can do it. It's just
Hmm. Um, some of the comments here, one says it's really hard to determine where they're coming from unless you can identify specific triggers. Just traveling from cold to heat, just traveling from cold to heat can, I suppose, but is it consistent or just once? If constant, there's a good chance that the extreme changes may be the cause, but if once or twice, maybe not. Another comment here says they can. I had 2.5 seizures while moving with my mom because we did so in June last year. Happy New Year. When heat was hitting 100 degrees Fahrenheit and 38 Celsius every week or so. Um, what caught me, it made me read this one. I mean, made me talk about this comment I just read. It says 2.5 seizures. Um, anybody had a half a seizure?
You think so? That's what some people might call focals?
I don't know.
That's still a seizure. I
I'm
wouldn't say
still
that was
trying
a
to figure
half.
out how do you have a half a seizure.
I'm sure still trying to figure out if it's possible. Uh, mm. I've had a seizure when I had a car accident and I hit the center divider and had a seizure. And then when the airbag hit me, I woke up and then, or came to, I should say. And then I pulled over, and then I parked and continued to seize. Or would that be continued to seize or had another seizure?
They always try to say if you can do anything coherent in between, then it's a new seizure.
I didn't do anything coherent. I just knew on the wall wasn't the right place to be, which was common sense. So I was like, why are we stopped right here? How long ago? But then it was only like 3 seconds. I hit the wall, airbag um, came out of that seizure, pulled over, and it was like, as soon as I pulled over, took my seatbelt off, and I laid back, and I just had a seizure. So that's why I was like, maybe it was one that just continued because I felt it coming because I was like, oh shit, um,
You were
let's
probably
pull over.
never
This
all the
could be
way out of
bad.
it.
Yeah. The second one I was in and out of because I remember laying on the ground and like seeing Santa Claus run towards me. Uh, this was on Christmas. So when I had the seizure, luckily there was a doctor there. He was a doctor in a Santa Claus suit who just left work. Um, the thing that kept crossing my mind is like, this guy is so skinny. Santa Claus is not skinny, but beyond that, he saved my life. Actually, I don't think he saved my life.
You got to put this into a book
He
or a
just
movie.
stopped and uh, Yeah, all I remember seeing is
Push
like opening
closer.
my eyes
Take it
and
right
then
into the story.
blinking, and he's getting closer and closer. Every time I blink, he's 10 feet closer. Uh, that's what was going on. So then, yeah, I came out of it, and then I was like, I remember seeing the Santa Claus, and they were like, oh, he was a doctor. And then I was like, okay, yeah, I remember that little piece. Uh, he was Santa. He said he was just leaving work. Either way, my girlfriend at that time was gonna call the ambulance because the car was totaled. So he didn't need to stop, but he did. Uh, I'm grateful still. Either way, thank you for stopping. Wasn't necessary because they didn't do anything. I mean, it isn't like you had pulled over and do any work or yank me out the car. Because yeah, a half a seizure though is an interesting thing to say because that's something I've never heard before.
What a,
Kevin, you ever had a half a seizure?
is that what a partial seizure is, or
It's a
That has
two
to
and a
be where they
half.
got it from.
okay,
Uh,
that's yeah, it's a portable seizure. Um, no, I only had myoclonics and TCs. That's it. But those are very, very small ones, but there's a lot of them. So, you know,
yeah.
uh, I, I wouldn't call them half seizures. Um, they're micro seizures, I would
Look,
say. Yeah.
okay. There was another seizure I had where I put my arm in the fryer. I woke up when I touched the bottom of the fryer. And I looked at my arm, and I looked at the girl next to me, and then I fell on the ground and continued having a seizure. That's why I need to talk to Mark. Um, yeah, because they say if you come out of it and you do anything of a conscious mind, maybe it's a second seizure. But I think grand mal and then a grand mal might just be two. You never know. Because with the fryer, I caught myself from falling. Well, not caught myself, but I flattened my hand like this and I was falling over. Fell in the fryer, got a gnarly scar. I'm going to get a tat over it and say it was from epileptic fall. Anyhow, I got something else here. It says flu shot. Does anyone know if the flu shot is safe to take? I know getting fever from the flu is very dangerous, but I want to know if anybody had any problems after getting injected with the flu shot. Thanks. I don't actually have epilepsy. I just have seizures from what I know. It is mostly controlled, but I do have focal seizures every so often. Uh, that threw me off, but you have epilepsy. I don't know. Depending on what you have. Uh,
It depends on your triggers, is what it is. Because
Yeah.
somebody
yeah,
who's just really sensitive to any fluctuations of, that an injection would cause, then yeah, you'll probably.
Especially if your first seizure was triggered by a fever or something. Yeah.
yeah. I heard people say, I've heard someone say that they did get a seizure after getting the flu shot. And like you said, it gives you the fever and all that stuff. They said they were sick for 2 days. Um, and yeah, they had some seizures in that 2 days. And then that's the only thing I remember from editing videos a long time ago. Uh, I remember someone saying they can't have more than a gram of sugar a day. I don't know if you remember that, Kate. Uh, Forgot that girl's name. I remember her though.
That one on purpose. That sounds like torture. Impossible.
Right.
That literally doesn't sound possible. That's
They,
crazy. You're talking like natural and artificial sugar. Like, that's impossible.
I swear to God, there's
Yeah.
a huge section of this linked to diet, but they're never going to research that. It really bothers the hell out of me. But anyway, linked back to the flu shot. Um, I would just say risk reward. Has anyone here actually had the flu? I mean, I imagine we all have. When was the last time I had the flu? I was sick for 6 weeks. 6 weeks. And I was really, really sick. I had laryngitis, couldn't talk for 2 weeks. I had like, yeah, let's just say I was very sick. And a flu shot would have prevented that. I didn't have the flu shot then. And so, um, yeah, just when you balance out, would you rather be slightly warm for 2 days or increase your risk of a seizure for 6 weeks?
That's a hard one. No, I'm just kidding.
I,
Um,
I wouldn't want to increase my seizures. I
I don't
don't.
want to be sick for 6 weeks or whatever, 3 weeks
I
or whatever
don't.
you said.
Yeah, me neither. Well, I can't remember too many times where I was like sick with fevers, but and the last time I think was COVID, so I'm not counting that one. But the one before that, I did end up in the ER, but I don't remember any seizures. But I don't remember what happens if I go through a seizure. So
I, I've never had COVID, but that was the sickest I've ever been. Was That was 4 years ago when I had the flu. But yeah,
And then
yeah,
there were four.
hmm, yeah.
No, I said, and then there were four, but keep going.
Oh, sorry, no, I just wanted to say I've never been that sick in my life. Like just other than that, but I think risk reward. If throwing your homeostasis in your body off is a trigger, you know, you're going to be much sicker if you don't get the flu shot.
Right. Um, to these comments, the first one was interesting. It says every vaccine is safe for epileptics and people who have non-epileptic seizures, including the flu vaccine, from an RN with epilepsy. Okay, maybe you know something. Another comment here says flu vaccine is one of the safest vaccines out there. We are in the midst of one of the worst flu seasons on record. Several states are seeing their ERs at or over capacity. If you're worried about a fever, consider that you would have a worse fever if you were to get the flu. I have a coworker who just got over the flu, and his fever was steady in the 102, 103 range, and he had to go to the hospital. Sorry to hear that. One person said, I get mine every year. Another one says, it's sad we have to live in a time where people here have to ask if the flu vaccine can cause a seizure. Who are you telling? Um, One more comment here says, no problems with the flu shot here, but I have generalized epilepsy with tonic-clonic seizures, so our experiences aren't comparable. If you don't mind me asking, what type of non-epileptic seizure disorder do you have where you have only focal seizures? From my knowledge, they're inherently epileptic. How you doing, Mark? Want another ice break?
Just wanted to stop in real quick, just saying hi. The
Oh,
focal
man.
earlier, so the nap's done, but I'm just, I don't know. I just want to say, guys, say hi, go order pizza and go sleep. But
That sounds good.
yeah,
Yeah.
so
Um,
I'll answer another icebreaker though, just for the shits and giggles. Why not?
Um, did you get the first one?
I don't know.
Um, oh, what is something like something they told you as a kid? Uh, a dream hold on, I gotta find that one.
I remember yeah, there was a question. I don't remember what it was. I remember having an answer too, and I don't remember what that was.
I don't remember
Oh, such is
I don't remember
life.
Kevin answering, but I got it right here. It says,
Mm.
"What is a giant lie that society successfully sold you and your generation?"
Yes. You can be anything you want if you just believe and try hard enough.
It's a good one.
Good things happen to good people.
Did
I think
what?
I said
Good things happen to good people
college will make you
isn't true.
successful.
Oh, yeah. Both of those.
And bad people, sometimes good things happen to them. So good things happen to good people aren't that's BS.
Yeah.
Um, someone here says social media will make us feel more connected. False.
Yeah.
Um,
Bad people will eventually get their comeuppance.
Was the social media one something we were told as kids?
social media will make us feel more connected.
Oh
It
my
did
God.
not.
Yeah, well,
Some people it did. They like being talking to people all the time. I'm fine with
I
not talking to anybody for the next 20 years if possible. That'd be
I
great.
was
Except my
I
kids and my
was
mom and you guys.
I was like 15
That'd be
when social
awesome.
media came out.
yeah, I was gonna say I
Mm.
was already kind of mostly grown by the time the social media, but that was something that they said when it
Yeah.
came out. So
Ooh,
yeah,
um,
I
MySpace.
but
I was
MySpace, yeah,
I was in
late
high school,
teens.
first year of high school.
I
Yeah,
guess I was
yeah.
still a kid. I guess that counts.
Sure.
Yeah. Another one here. Someone said crime doesn't pay. As we're watching it unfold daily, apparently it does.
I mean,
That was the crime does pay.
just yeah, Wall Street is proof.
Ha. um, loyalty to one company will be rewarded. Not true. You can be somewhere for 20 years and never get a birthday
It's
party.
it's a shame that changed though. It used to be the case. And that's yeah. My grandfather
Um,
put 30 years in for uh Bell Telephone Company back in the day and
nice. Pac Bell?
made a good living and yeah, it was the dream, the mid 20th century dream.
Um, Another comment says that global pollution is caused by me not sorting paper from plastic and not multinational corporations, industries, and billionaires. Um, global pollution is somewhat caused by the plastics and stuff, right? Uh,
A lot
I
of it.
mean, yeah.
um,
But what can a consumer do to avoid it though? There's no alternative option. We're just inundated with plastic packaging and then left with the responsibility to deal with the cleanup ourselves by the company who's making the mess. Like it's not I don't know. It's not the consumer's fault for not sorting. I agree.
The difficult choice.
Me
Yeah.
too.
But just, I mean, it doesn't hurt to sort. You should still, no reason to not do whatever you can, whatever, however little it is. Every little
Right.
bit adds up, right? That's um
A couple more of these comments. One says, "Go to college or you're going to die broke under a bridge. The crippling debt will totally be worth it when you're automatically succeeded because you've gotten a degree." Uh, I see people unhappy with a degree, so I don't believe that one. But I do see people succeed with a degree, so I mean, hey,
yeah, a greater
um,
predictor of lifetime success is intelligence rather than academic achievement. So that historically has been kind of rather tightly correlated, but more recently that seems to have become increasingly divorced, that you don't need to be um, academically accredited in order to be a successful person if you are intelligent enough, and you know vice versa, right? Does that make sense? I don't know.
right.
If you're academic achieve, yeah, yeah, higher academic achievement means, yeah, there's plenty of
Um,
PhD holders who can't find steady work. I've known a lot of, you know, doctors,
I got quite a
doc,
few friends that went to
not
college,
medical doctors, but
but they're
engineering doctors who were
epileptics.
just complete idiots. They got they got their PhD because they're able to like zone in, focus on one tiny little detail of something so much that they can write, 200 pages about the minutia of it. But then when it comes to like stepping a half step back and like, okay, so how is that part function in the greater whole? And they just, oh, yeah. So academic achievement does not necessarily um, indicate um, competence. As we know with many of our doctors, right?
Um,
Seeing a lot of
yeah.
our best talent go to Wall Street, actually.
As I
It's a
get
shame.
older, the doctors are getting younger.
Mhm.
Um, I got something here though.
Yeah, it's like, are
Says,
you sure you're old enough to know what you're doing? Yeah, yeah.
"Has anyone ever found out that their anxiety doesn't stem from epilepsy but other factors? Hi all. Just wanted to see if anyone had discovered their increased anxiety or other health issues didn't stem from their epilepsy but other factors. For the last year or so, I noticed I had I have been super anxious, dizzy for weeks on end, and overall not myself. I was diagnosed with epilepsy last August, but I have only had 2 to 3 seizures in my life. In between my most recent seizure in July and the previous one, there was a 6 to 7 year gap and was never taking meds prior. While I know epilepsy can increase anxiety sometimes, I feel like mine might be due to something in my neck. I work uh, in my neck area. I work a desk and admit my posture is horrible and upper back. The neck area is tight, super tight. I tend to have these pain and stiffness in the base of my head, light and sound sensitivity, ringing or fullness in my ears sometimes, tingling that goes up to the top of my head, that this made it hard to go to social events or even run basic errands due to the fact that I cannot be present mentally, basically just fighting to not feel like I'm gonna faint. Wondering if anyone else has gone to cervical spine specialists or chiropractors in general to have it found it helpful for alleviating their symptoms. Um, I get a lot of anxiety. That is an aura. So mine, it stems from my epilepsy. That's about all. There's no if ands. It only comes really, really frustrated and that anxiety of running and getting out of the area when I have an aura. Um, you guys ever figure out that your anxiety doesn't stem from epilepsy? I think this person
Uh,
might have a little denial.
yes, I knew that from the outset because my life has basically been like one gigantic anxiety attack. So adding epilepsy to the whole mix really didn't change much of anything. It's just another thing to be cognizant and freak out about. So yeah, I don't know. I've always been a very anxiety prone individual.
All right.
Say a little back and forth, you know. There was always anxiety, but you know, like having to make speeches and stuff that never bothered me because uh, you would have to confront these things, and if I failed, you know, failure is a good thing sometimes. Uh,
Yeah, can
or
be.
yeah, you come back and do better the second time. But yeah, I'm
First
still
time, it's a
anxious about a
lesson
lot of
learned.
things. Anxiety is very natural, and it's okay to have, and uh,
The
yeah,
survival instinct.
yeah, I'd say so. Uh,
Yeah, except when it goes
okay,
awry. Mm.
yeah, but let's
Um,
see. I think epilepsy has definitely made it worse though over the years. Yeah,
so to the people out there watching, if you're wondering, not having seizures controlled, are you still anxious? Kevin says yes. Um, seizure free 8 years. Anxiety is still here.
yeah.
Um,
8 years? Up to
and
8 now? Did you pass the anniversary?
The anniversary of TC free will be in November.
Hmm.
I just don't know where the exact year. It's at least eight or nine.
okay.
Yeah,
I mean, if it's so long
Virtual high
ago you
fives.
can't even remember the number of years, that's got to be a great thing.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Uh,
That's awesome. I'm happy for you, man.
Because we keep going over
um,
the yeah.
got something else here, and it says auras feel like I'm in a story. I recently been getting this auras that have a new feeling. It's hard to explain. It's like I'm in a story and I'm reading it, but I am myself, not just a normal story. It's like I'm reading my life, but there's these other characters that I remember from the last aura, but only remember them when in aura. What is this? Thank you so much. Um, it sounds like what is the person's deja vu or deja reveille? Um,
Yeah.
someone told me those feel like stories.
Or
So that
depersonalization, derealization is
yeah.
kind of like stepping out of yourself. That's what it sounded like to me. I'm not sure which of the two. I need to look up the definition of the two. I'm thinking probably derealization. If
Yeah,
it's like
the
a
derealization, I
story,
haven't had that one yet, but Toaster told me about it. Um,
does Toaster have depersonalization, derealization disorder?
um, I don't know. She's told me a lot about stories that are like auras and stuff like that, and I haven't remembered all of it, but
Mm.
very insightful when it comes to her about Deja Reveille. I love asking her about Jama's Fu and all those because can't get it
Uh,
from anybody else so far.
Jamais vu. The S at the end
Jamais Vu.
is silent. Yeah, the French do all kinds of
I
weird
was
stuff
ready.
with the letters. But I checked here, depersonalization and derealization are conditions where you experience persistent feelings of being detached from your own body or mind, which is a depersonalization, and or feeling disconnected from your surroundings, making the world seem unreal, dreamlike, or distorted, which is the derealization part. So it sounds like both would have to be involved. And if it feels like you're in a story, it's like a little bit A, a little bit of B, detached from your body, disconnected from the surroundings, dreamlike. It's like a story.
Would this be like, I don't know, physically or emotionally or, uh, uh, no, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get
I
a
don't
better,
know. So depersonalization, it says feeling like an outside observer of your own body, thoughts, or actions. You may feel like a robot, sense physical or emotional numbness, feel
oh,
like your limbs are distorted in shape or size.
okay,
So like, yeah, disconnection from your physical body. And then the
okay,
derealization would be the external world feeling unfamiliar or fake. People describe feeling separated from others by a glass wall. Surroundings may appear flat, two-dimensional, colorless, or out of proportion. It's interesting. Like you're watching your life on a screen, kind of is what it sounds like.
okay.
Yeah, it's like when you say I was having a seizure and I was looking at myself. Somebody, I heard someone say that, said they could see what's going on. They said it was like an out of body, like you can see third person. I was gonna say that's cool, but it's not fun. Um, yeah, derealization is not fun. That's what I'm getting. Can't that be like hallucinations as well?
I don't know. Might be,
Mark doesn't know.
could be considered a type of hallucination or hallucinatory state, if not an
Makes
actual
sense.
hallucination itself. Because it sounds like it falls under the umbrella of dissociation, the sort of um, sort of effects it kind of would um, are common among um, uh, anesthetics, similar to ketamine. Uh,
Hmm.
just from what I've that's where I researching dissociative anesthetics, which are considered a class of hallucinogens, is where I first encountered the depersonalization, derealization concept, and so that's why I'm making that connection there. So
Okay. Um, Here's one I think we can just all answer quickly and then give some examples. It says, is it normal to have a stutter after having a seizure? I had four seizure 2 weeks ago. I find myself stuttering. I can't get words out and can't get words out when having conversations. It's not every single sentence, but it's happening quite often. Is there anything that I can do to make it stop? Um, Post-ictal aphasia is what they call it, right? And yeah, I've seen people handle it, and I've seen people answer questions. They can't say the words, but they say words to make you understand. Like, um, Toaster was having, she had a focal, but then she still came back. And then she was trying to ask someone if they were cold. And she was like, you, burr, cold? And yeah, she got her point across. She said a bunch of stuff that I was like, okay, cool. She can say it herself and get it out. But post-ictal aphasia, I don't think there's things you can make it do to make it stop. 'Cause that'd be nice if I would have had that when I had a seizure. The aphasia was bad then, and yeah, they kept saying, "You want to go to the hospital?" And they were like, "If you can't answer us with the right words, we're gonna take you."
mm.
Um, yeah,
I wonder
yeah. They
if
asked
you
me about something, and I started talking about race cars.
I wonder if you would have been able to write if aphasia is only like your ability to speak, if you can connect the correct words with
Mm,
you know,
I
physical.
don't. I don't think they would have allowed
Never,
me to get a piece of paper, but that would have been
I've never,
nice.
yeah, I want to. This kind of I want to have a seizure now and have post-ictal aphasia and have somebody hand me a piece of paper and see if I can write something specific, prearranged beforehand, you know.
Trying to work out your
Prearranged seizure.
Yeah,
kinetic skills. Yeah.
yeah, because there's all kinds of different networks that are associated when you are using the language in a different way. You know, the way that some people with aphasia are able to um, use the correct words when they sing them as lyrics because you're engaging with the musical networks of the brain, I think is the hypothesis there. So I wonder if the kinetic, if that has um, a similar sort of connection there. I've never checked into that.
I was talking
I think
earlier. I thought the brain is so plastic that I think you can really. I know we lose a lot of memory, but I think we can build other pathways, maybe by well, if we like I'm having that aphasia problem right now. We can't think of something, but I don't know, trying to memorize passages from things or yeah, like song lyrics or that can help
mm,
build new pathways in the
that
brain.
part. Um, when I had the stroke and I was like, they knew I couldn't say the words because they were like experiencing aphasia. One of them knew it, and one of them didn't. The other one was telling the other one, "This is basically aphasia," and that's why when every time I stop because he's talking to me, and I'm just like, "Oh my goodness, I can't say the right words." Um, Eventually, he was like, "Sit down right here." And he asked me again. He was like, "If you can't say you don't want to go to the hospital, we're going to take you to the hospital." And I couldn't. From the video that I was watching on camera, he asked me that, and then I started talking about NASCAR and pine trees. I don't know how they came together, but then you just see me do this again. And then they were like, "You want us to bring the stretcher?" I'm like, no, I'm so frustrated now that I walk. Yeah. So good times, good times. But I got something for both of you guys, which is awesome. Uh, Vegas
After
nerve
this, I'm
stimulator.
gonna have to go after this. Some pizza's on the way. So
Nice. Everybody keeps talking about pizza.
yeah,
Um,
man.
I got
Well,
something here
hey,
though.
it's Friday night.
It is. Um, got something here though that only you guys can relate to, so I'm glad you're both here. And it says Vegas nerve stimulator. I have been epileptic for over 20 years now. I have been tried on many different tablets and dosages. My consultant was not happy with the fact that was not happy with the fact they was not controlling my seizures the way she at least wanted them to, which led her to refer me to having a vagus nerve simulator. Is it simulator or stimulator?
Stimulator. The T.
Okay, yeah, they put simulator. Uh, anyhow, which led to her having, which led to me, her having to refer me to having the vagus nerve stimulator fitted back in June this year. If there was anyone that has had this done, can you tell me how long it took to just adjust to it and how long it took you to see improvement with your seizures? I do not have the VNS for the people out there. The
Okay.
beautiful, wonderful people watching.
Mine was put in 10 years ago in January. So that's 10 and a half years ago. And then this is why I'm trying to figure out the math of when it kicked in and started working. Uh, it was the 17th of January, 10 years ago. Yeah, 2016. And it may have been, I, I just don't remember the exact amount of time. It was about 2 years, but it may have been. See, here's the weird thing. It may have been 1 year in November or 2 years in November. I just don't remember. I mean, no one
It
else
was so long
remembers.
ago, and
All I
I wasn't there to
remember
help you
is that
remember
it was
back then.
November. That's all I can say. 2 years.
Was it near Thanksgiving?
It was November. It was the second week in November when the seizure stopped. I'm 100% sure of that
Okay.
That's the
Um,
important part.
because
yeah, that the
for
seizure
some
stopped.
reason I just remember no more seizures. I had a seizure in October, and then I'm like, okay, here we go. They're gonna go again in the holidays because I never liked holidays. I always had seizures around holidays, and
Yeah, me
then
too.
nothing happened. Right, they stopped.
Okay. Um,
Yeah, mine
yeah.
is a lot newer. Just went in on October last year, so not even a year yet. So we're still fiddling. My um, neurologist I just feel it going off right now. How about that? My neurologist had uh got me up to a good dose range um right now. Um and I've still been having seizures. I had a mess of them last week and a couple this week. So she's changing my meds again. So it didn't like go stop them. It seems, I don't know, it seems to have helped reduce them at some points, but then it seems like I just have a bunch of them again. It's like they're playing catch up, all the seizures, the vocals that I missed or didn't have in that little span where it seemed like it was working. So I don't know.
Are
It's
you using your
it's
magnet a lot?
I'm forgetting to use the magnet. That's the thing. I need to I don't know. I need to figure out a way to remember uh, I don't know. But the auto stim is going off, and we've seen that that matches up with the days that I've had um, the notes in my seizure log. So um, that's that's good. At least it's zapping, even if I'm not swiping myself. Um, but she said that she wanted to try switching the meds instead of increasing the dose because she didn't want to drain the battery too quickly. But she said that she's kind of kept a reserve off to the side. There is still plenty of headroom to go up on the VNS if needed. So we're gonna keep that in the back pocket and see how things go. But um, you know, Kevin told me right from the start before I had mine installed that, you know, be prepared. It takes a long time to get them tuned up before they start working, and that's exactly how it's been going. So, um, you know, I'm happy with the progress so far. It was a quick healing, and um, I think it'll help in the long run. I'm optimistic. So, quick question though,
I'll read a
Kevin,
comment.
does it ever itch like right around the area where your generator
I
implant went?
remember it itching, but
Yeah.
not anymore.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think a lot of that stuff goes away.
Yeah. Just sometimes, not all the time, but I'm noticing um more often. So just thought I'd ask.
Yeah. Any questions at
Um,
all?
Thank yeah.
I got
All
a
right.
couple
Well,
comments here. I'm gonna read real quick, Mark. Don't go.
I gotta
Um,
hop off. So,
just hear the comments. That's all I was asking.
you gotta make them real quick. The pizza's
All right.
imminent.
One said, my daughter has had hers nearly 3 years now. No improvement in seizures, unfortunately, other than we can stop them more quickly with the magnet and sometimes stop them before they properly start. For us, that is worth it. And she's prone to status seizures, and we have used to give midazolam a lot more frequently than we do now.
Okay. That's nice. Yeah.
One more comment says, I got mine placed in May of 2024. I used to have grand malls 2 times a month. Within about 8 to 10 petite malls, I now have usually 6 to 7 petite malls a month. With it, with the very large exception, exception of a grand mal. My doctor told me it might take a few more notches upwards to complete it and get me in the perfect territory, but just know this is very, very good. The percentage of the percentage for it changing people's lives is in 2 years is about 70%, according to my doctor, and much, much less in the first year, about 20%, I believe. Anyway, I know how difficult life is, as well as keeping hope with epilepsy. I have had it my entire life, but this machine really helps. So just hold on to hope. That is all.
Cool.
Thanks for everybody coming out and watching. It's
Yeah.
been great. You'll see me and Mark tomorrow morning with Andrea live, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Yeah.
Mark is going to go get pizza. I'm
Yeah.
going to go figure out life. And we'll talk to you later, Kevin, and everybody out there watching.
Enjoy the pizza. Feel better.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Definitely will do that. Yeah. In a bit. I'm actually